Gray Man. Book 1. Chapter 1. The first gunmen arriving at the crash site were not Al-Qaeda, and had nothing to do with the shoot-down. They were 4 local boys with old wooden-stocked Kalashnikovs who'd held a sloppy morning roadblock 100 meters from where the chopper impacted with the city street. The boys pushed through the growing phalanx of onlookers, the shopkeepers and the street kids who dove for cover when the twin-rotor helicopter hurtled down among them, and the taxi drivers who swerved off the road to avoid the American craft. The 4 young gunmen approached the scene warily but without a shred of tactical skill. A loud snap from the raging fire, a single handgun round cooking off in the heat, sent them all to cover. After a moment's hesitation, their heads popped back up, they aimed their rifles, and then emptied their barking and bucking guns into the twisted metal machine. A man in a blackened American military uniform crawled from the wreckage and received 24 rounds from the boys' weapons. The soldier's struggle ceased as soon as the first bullets raked across his back. Braver now, after the adrenaline rush of killing a man in front of the crowd of shouting civilians, the boys broke cover and moved closer to the wreckage. They reloaded their rifles and raised them to shoot at the burning bodies of the flight crew in the cockpit. But before they could open fire, 3 vehicles raced up from behind, pickup trucks full of armed Arabian foreigners. Al-Qaeda. The local kids wisely backed away from the aircraft, stood back with the civilians, and chanted a devotional to God as the masked men fanned out in the road around the wreckage. The broken corpses of 2 more soldiers fell clear from the rear of the Chinook, and these were the first images of the scene caught by the 3-man Al Jazeera camera crew that jumped from Truck 3. Just under a mile away, Gentry pulled off the road, turned into a dry stream bed, and forced the Land Rover as deep as possible into the tall brown river grasses. He climbed out of the truck and raced to the tailgate, swung a pack onto his back, and hefted a long, camel-colored case by its carry handle. As he moved away from the vehicle, he noticed the drying blood all over his loose-fitting local clothing for the first time. The blood was not his own, but there was no mystery to the stain. He knew whose blood it was. 30 seconds later, he crested the little ridge by the stream bed and crawled forward as quickly as possible while pushing his gear in front of him. When Gentry felt suitably invisible in the sand and reeds, he pulled a pair of binoculars from the pack and brought them to his eyes, centered on the plume of black smoke rising in the distance. His taut jaw muscles flexed. The Chinook had come to rest on a street in the town of Al-Ba'aj, and already a mob had descended on the debris. Gentry's binoculars were not powerful enough to provide much detail, so he rolled onto his side and unsnapped the camel-colored case. Inside was a Barrett M107, a .50 caliber rifle that fired shells half the size of beer bottles and dispatched the heavy bullets with a muzzle velocity of nearly 9 football fields a second. Gentry did not load the gun, only aimed the rifle at the crash site to use the powerful optics mounted to it. Through the 16-power glass, he could see the fire, the pickup trucks, the unarmed civilians, and the armed gunmen. Some were unmasked, local thugs. Others wore black masks or wrapped keffiyeh to cover their faces. This would be the Al-Qaeda contingent, the foreign fucks, here to kill Americans and collaborators and to take advantage of the instability in the region. A glint of metal rose into the air and swung down, a sword hacking at a figure on the ground. Even through the powerful sniper scope, Gentry could not tell if the prostrate man had been dead or alive when the blade slashed into him. His jaw tightened again. Gentry was not an American soldier himself, never had been, but he was an American. And although he had neither responsibility for nor relationship with the U.S. military, he'd seen years of images on television of carnage just like that which was happening before him, and it both sickened and angered him to the very limits of his considerable self-control. The men around the aircraft began to undulate as one. In the glare from the heat pouring out of the arid earth between his overwatch and the crash site, it took him a moment to grasp what was happening, but soon he recognized the inevitable outpouring of gleeful emotion from the butchers around the downed helicopter. The bastards were dancing over the bodies. Gentry unwrapped his finger from the trigger guard of the huge Barrett and let his fingertips stroke the smooth trigger. His laser rangefinder told him the distance, and a small group of canvas tents between himself and the dance party flapped in the breeze and gave him an idea of the windage. But he knew better than to fire the Barrett. If he charged the weapon and pulled the trigger, he would kill a couple of shitheads, yes, but the area would turn so hot in an instant with news of a sniper in the sector that every post-pubescent male with a gun and a mobile phone would be on his ass before he made it to within 5 miles of his extraction. Gentry's exfiltration would be called off, and he would have to make his own way out of the kill zone. No, Gentry told himself. A meager measure of payback would be righteous, but it would set off a bigger shitstorm than he was prepared to deal with. Gentry was not a gambler. He was a private assassin, a hired gun, a contract operator. He could frag a half-dozen of these pricks as fast as he could lace his boots, but he knew such retribution would not be worth the cost. He spat a mixture of saliva and sand on the ground in front of him and turned to put the huge Barrett back in its case. The camera crew from Al Jazeera had been smuggled over the border from Syria a week earlier with the sole purpose of chronicling an al-Qaeda victory in northern Iraq. The videographer, the audio technician, and the reporter/producer had been moved along an AQ route, had slept in AQ safe houses alongside the AQ cell, and they'd filmed the launch of the missile, the impact with the Chinook, and the resulting fireball in the sky. Now they recorded the ritualistic decapitation of an already dead American soldier. A middle-aged man with handwritten name tape affixed to his body armor that read, "Phillips, Mississippi National Guard." Not one of the camera crew spoke English, but they all agreed they had clearly just recorded the destruction of an elite unit of CIA commandos. The customary praise of Allah began with the dancing of the fighters and the firing of the weapons into the air. Although the AQ cell numbered only 16, there were over 30 armed men now in step with one another in front of the smoldering metal hulk in the street. The videographer focused his lens on a Mukhtar, a local chieftain, dancing in the center of the festivities. Framing him perfectly in front of the wreckage, his flowing white dishdasha contrasting magnificently with the black smoke billowing up behind him. The Mukhtar bounced on one foot over the decapitated American, his right hand above him swinging a bloody scimitar into the air. This was the money shot. The videographer smiled and did his best to remain professional, careful to not follow along with the rhythm and dance in celebration of the majesty of Allah, to which he and his camera now bore witness. The Mukhtar shouted into the air with the rest, "Allahu Akbar! God is greater." He hopped in euphoria with the masked foreigners, his thick facial hair open to reveal a toothy smile as he looked down at the burnt and bloody piece of dead American meat lying in the street below him. The crew from Al Jazeera shouted in ecstasy as well, and the videographer filmed it all with a steady hand. He was a pro. His subject remained centered. His camera did not tremble or flinch. Not until the moment when the Mukhtar's head snapped to the side, burst open like a pressed grape, and sinew, blood, and bone spewed violently in all directions. Then the camera flinched. Gentry just couldn't help himself. He fired round after round at the armed men in the crowd, and all the while he cussed aloud at his lack of discipline, because he knew he was throwing his own timetable, his entire operation, out the window. Not that he could hear his own curses. Even with his earplugs, the report of the Barrett was deafening as he sent huge projectiles downrange, one after another, the blowback from the rifle's muzzle brake propelling sand and debris from the ground around him up and into his face and arms. As he paused to snap a second heavy magazine into the rifle, he took stock of his situation. From a tradecraft perspective, this was the single dumbest move he could have made, virtually shouting to the insurgents around him that their mortal enemy was here in their midst. But damn if it did not feel like the right thing to do. He resecured the big rifle in the crook of his shoulder, already throbbing from the recoil, sighted on the downed chopper sight, and resumed his righteous payback. Through the big scope, he saw body parts spin through the air as another huge bullet found the midsection of a masked gunman. This was simple revenge, nothing more. Gentry knew his actions altered little in the scope of things, apart from changing a few sons of bitches from solids into liquids. His body continued firing into the now scattering murderers, but his mind was already worrying about his immediate future. He wouldn't even try for the LZ now. Another chopper in the area would be a target too good for the angry AQ survivors to ignore. No, Gentry decided, he would go to ground, find a drainage culvert or a little wadi, cover himself in dirt and debris, lie all day in the heat, and ignore hunger and bug bites and his need to piss. It was going to suck. Still, he reasoned as he slammed the third and final magazine into the smoking rifle, his poor decision did serve some benefit. A half-dozen dead shitheads are, after all, a half-dozen dead shitheads. Chapter 2. 4 minutes after the sniper's last volley, one of the Al-Qaeda survivors warily leaned his head out the doorway of the tire repair shop where he had taken cover. After a few moments, each second giving him increased confidence that his head would remain affixed to his neck, the 36-year-old Yemeni stepped fully into the street. Soon he was followed by others and stood with his compatriots around the carnage. He counted 7 dead, made this tabulation by determining the number of lower appendages lying twisted in the bloody muck and dividing by 2, because there were so few identifiable heads and trunks remaining on the corpses. 5 of the dead were his AQ brethren, including the senior man in the cell and his top lieutenant. 2 others were locals. The Chinook continued to smolder off to his left. He walked towards it, passing men hiding behind cars and garbage cans, their pupils dilated from shock. One local had lost control of his bowels in terror. Now he lay soiled and writhing on the pavement like a madman. "Get up, fool!" shouted the masked Yemeni. He kicked the man in the side and continued on to the helicopter. 4 more of his colleagues were behind one of their pickup trucks, standing with the Al Jazeera film crew. The videographer was smoking with a hand that trembled as if from advanced stage Parkinson's. His camera hung down at his side. "Get everyone alive into the trucks. We'll find the sniper." He looked out to the expanse of fields, dry hillocks and roadways off to the south. A dust cloud hung over a rise nearly a mile away. "There!" the Yemeni pointed. We are going out there?" asked the Al Jazeera audio technician. "Inshallah, if Allah wills it." Just then, a local boy called out to the AQ contingent, asking them to come and look. The boy had taken cover in a T-stand, not 15 meters from the crumpled nose cone of the chopper. The Yemeni and 2 of his men stepped over a bloody torso, held together only by a torn black tunic. This had been the Jordanian, their leader. There was a splatter path of blood from where he'd fallen to the outer walls and window of the T-stand, all but repainting the establishment in crimson. "What is it, boy?" shouted the Yemeni in an angry rush. The kid spoke through gasps as he hyperventilated. Still, he answered, "I found something." The Yemeni and his 2 men followed the boy into the little cafe, stepped through the blood, looked around a fallen table and back behind the counter. There, on the floor with his back to the wall, sat a young American soldier. His eyes were open and blinking rapidly. Cradled in his arms was a second infidel. This man was black and appeared either unconscious or dead. There were no weapons apparent. The Yemeni smiled and patted the boy on the shoulder. He turned and shouted to those outside, "Bring the truck!" A dozen minutes later, the 3 AQ pickups split at a crossroads. 9 men headed to the south in 2 trucks. They worked their mobile phones for local help to assist them as they went to scour the landscape for the lone sniper. The Yemeni and 2 other AQ drove the 2 wounded American prisoners to a safe house in nearby Hatra. There, the Yemeni would call his leadership to see how best to exploit his newfound bounty. The Yemeni was behind the wheel, a young Syrian rode in the passenger seat, and an Egyptian guarded the near catatonic soldier and his dying partner in the bed of the truck. 20-year-old Ricky Bayless had recovered some from the shock of the crash. He knew this because the dull throbbing in his broken shin bone had turned into molten hot jolts of pain. He looked down to his leg and could see only torn and scorched BDU pants and a boot that hung obscenely off to the right. Beyond this boot lay the other soldier. Bayless didn't know the black GI, but his name tape identified him as Cleveland. Cleveland was unconscious. Bayless would have presumed him dead, except his chest heaved a bit under his body armor. In a moment of instinct and adrenaline, Ricky had dragged the man free of the wreck as he crawled into a shop next to the crash, only to be discovered by wide-eyed Iraqi kids a minute later. He thought for a moment about his friends who had died in the Chinook and felt a sadness muted by disbelief. The sadness dissipated quickly as he looked up at the man sitting above him in the truck bed. Ricky's dead friends were the lucky bastards. He was the unfortunate one. He and Cleveland, if the dude ever woke up, were going to get their goddamn heads chopped off on TV. The terrorist looked down at Bayless and put his tennis shoe on the young man's shattered leg. He pressed down slowly with a wild grin that exposed teeth broken like fangs. Ricky screamed. The truck sped down the road, crested a rise just outside of Al-Ba'aj, and then quickly slowed before a roadblock at the edge of town, a standard local insurgency setup. A heavy chain wrapped to two posts hung low across the dusty pavement. Two militiamen were visible. One sat lazily on a plastic chair, his head leaning back against the wall of a grammar school's playground. The other stood by one end of the chain, next to his resting partner. A Kalashnikov hung over his back, muzzle down, and there was a plate of hummus and flatbread in his hands, food hanging off his beard. An old goat herder urged his pitiful flock along the sidewalk on the far side of the roadblock. The Al-Qaeda man cursed the weak resolve of the insurgency here in northwestern Iraq. Two lazy men were all they could muster for a checkpoint. With such idiocy, the Sunnis might as well just hand over control to the Kurds and the Yezidi. The Yemeni slowed his truck, rolled down the window, and shouted to the standing Iraqi, "Open this gate, fool! There's a sniper to the south!" The militiaman put down his lunch. He walked purposefully towards the pickup truck in the middle of the road. He put a hand up to his ear as if he did not hear the Yemeni's shout. "Open the gate or I will—" The Yemeni's head swiveled away from the insurgent nearing his truck and to the one seated against the wall. The seated man's head had slumped over to the side, and it hung there. An instant later, the body rolled forward and fell out of the chair and onto the ground. It was clear the militiaman was dead. His neck snapped at a lower cervical vertebra. The gunman in the back of the truck noticed this as well. He stood quickly in the bed, sensing a threat but confused by the situation. Like his new leader in the driver's seat, he looked back to the local man in the road. The bearded militiaman approaching the truck raised his right arm in front of him. A black pistol appeared from the sleeve of his flowing robe. Two quick shots, not a moment's hesitation between them, dropped the Egyptian in the truck bed. Bayless lay on his back, looking up at the scorching noontime sun. He felt the vehicle slow and stop, heard the shouting from the driver, the impossibly rapid gunshots, and watched the masked man above him fall straight down dead. He heard another volley of pistol rounds cracking around him, heard glass shatter, a brief cry in Arabic, and then all was still. Ricky thrashed and shrieked, frantic to get the bloody corpse off of him. His struggle ended when the dead terrorist was lifted away, out of the truck bed, and dumped onto the street. A bearded man dressed in a gray dishdasha grabbed Ricky by his body armor and pulled him up and into a seated position. The brutal sun blurred Bayless's view of the stranger's face. "Can you walk?" Ricky thought it some sort of shock-induced vision. The man had spoken English with an American accent. The stranger repeated himself in a shout. "Hey, kid, you with me? Can you walk?" Slowly, Bayless spoke back to the vision. My leg's broken, and this dude is hurt bad." The stranger examined Ricky's injured leg and diagnosed, "Tib-fib fracture. You'll live." Then he put his hand on the unconscious man's neck and delivered a grim prognosis. "Not a chance." He looked around quickly. Still, the young Mississippian could not see the man's face. The stranger said, "Leave him back here. We'll do what we can for him, but I need you to get up in the passenger seat. Wrap this around your face." The bearded man pulled the keffiyeh head wrap from the neck of the dead terrorist and handed it to Bayless. "I can't walk on this leg." "Suck it up. We've got to go. I'll grab my gear. Move." The stranger turned and ran down into a shaded alleyway. Bayless dropped his Kevlar helmet in the cab, wrapped the headdress into place, climbed out of the bed and onto his good leg. Excruciating pain jolted from his right shin to his brain. The street was filling with civilians of all ages, keeping their distance, watching as if an audience to a violent play. Bayless hopped to the passenger door, opened it, and a masked Arab in a black dress shirt fell out into the street. There was a single bullet wound above his left eye. A second terrorist lay slumped over the steering wheel. Bloody foam dripped from his lips with his soft wheezes. Ricky had just shut his door when the American stranger opened the driver's side, pulled the man out, and let him drop to the asphalt. He drew his pistol again and, without so much as a glance, fired one round into the man in the street. He then turned his attention to the pickup, tossed in a brown gear bag, an AK-47, and an M4 rifle. He climbed behind the wheel, and the truck lurched forward and over the lowered chain of the roadblock. Ricky spoke softly, his brain still trying to catch up with the action around him. "We've got to go back. There might be others alive." "There aren't. You're it." "How do you know?" "I know." Ricky hesitated, then said, "Because you were with the sniper team that fragged those dudes at the crash site?" "Maybe." For nearly a minute they drove in silence. Bayless looked ahead through the windshield at the mountains, then down at his shaking hands. Soon the young soldier turned his attention to the driver. Immediately the stranger barked, "Don't look at my face." Bayless obeyed, turning back to the road ahead. He asked, "You're American?" "That's right." "Special Forces?" "No." "Navy? You're a SEAL?" "No." "Force Recon?" "Nope." "I get it. You're like in the CIA or something." "No." Bayless started to look back to the bearded man, but caught himself. He asked, "Then what?" "Just passing through." "Just passing through? Are you fucking kidding?" "No more questions." They drove a full kilometer before Ricky asked, "What's the plan?" "No plan." "You don't have a plan? Then what are we doing? Where are we going?" "I had a plan, but bringing you along wasn't part of it, so don't start bitching about me making this shit up as I go." Bayless was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Roger that. Plans are overrated." After another minute of driving, Bayless snuck a glance to the speedometer and saw they were moving over the bad gravel road at nearly 60 miles an hour. The private asked, "You got any morphine in your bag? My leg is hurting bad." "Sorry, kid. I need you alert. You're going to have to drive." "Drive?" "When we get into the hills, we'll pull over. I'll get out, and you two will go on alone." "What about you? We've got an FOB in Talafar. It's where we were heading when we were hit. We can go there." The forward operating base would be Spartan and isolated, but it would be well equipped for holding off attackers, and a hell of a lot more secure than a pickup truck on an open road. "You can. I can't." "Why not?" "Long story. No questions, soldier, remember?" "Bro, what are you worried about? They'd give you a medal or some shit for this." "They'd give me some shit." They entered the foothills of the Sinjar Mountains minutes later. The stranger pulled the pickup over to the side of the road and into a dusty grove of date palms. He climbed out, pulled the M4 and his bag with him, and then helped the soldier into place behind the wheel. Bayless grunted and groaned with pain. Next, the stranger checked on the soldier in the truck bed. "Dead." He said it without emotion. Hurriedly, he removed Cleveland's interceptor body armor and uniform and left him in the cab of the truck in his brown boxers and t-shirt. Bayless bristled at the treatment of the dead soldier, but said nothing. This man, whatever the hell he was, survived out here in bandit country through expediency, not sentiment. The stranger threw the gear on the ground next to the trunk of a date palm. He said, "You're going to have to use your left leg for the brake and the gas.
Hooah, sir. Your FOB is due north, 15 clicks. Keep that AK in your lap, mags next to you. Stay low pro if you can. What's low pro? Low profile. Don't speed, don't stand out. Keep that keffiyeh over your face. Roger that. But if you can't avoid contact, shoot at anything you don't like. You got it? Get your mind around that kid. You're gonna have to get nasty to survive the next half hour. Yes, sir. What about you? I'm already nasty.
Private Ricky Bayless winced, along with the drum beat of pain in his leg. He looked ahead, not at the man on his left.
Whoever you are, thanks. Thank me by getting the fuck home and forgetting my face. Roger that.
He shook his head and grunted. Just passing through. Bayless left the grove and pulled back onto the road. He looked in the rearview mirror for a last glimpse of the stranger, but the heat's haze and the dust kicked up by the truck's tires obstructed the view behind. Chapter 3. On London's Bayswater Road, a 6-story commercial building overlooks the bucolic anomaly in the center of the city that is Hyde Park and Kensington Gardens. Comprising a large suite on the top floor of the white building are the offices of Cheltenham Security Services, a private firm that contracts executive protection officers, facility guard personnel, and strategic intelligence services for British and other Western European corporations working abroad. CSS was conceived, founded, and run on a daily basis by a 68-year-old Englishman named Sir Donald Fitzroy. Fitzroy had spent the early part of Wednesday hard at work, but now he forced himself to push that task out of his mind. He took a moment to clear his thoughts, drummed his corpulent fingers on his ornate partner's desk. He did not have time for the man waiting politely outside with his secretary. There was a pressing matter that required his complete focus, but he could hardly turn his visitor away. Fitzroy's crisis of the moment would just have to wait. The young man had called an hour before and told Sir Donald's secretary he needed to speak with Mr. Fitzroy about a most urgent matter. Such calls were a regular occurrence at the office of CSS. What was irregular about this call, and the reason Fitzroy could hardly ask the emphatic young man to return another day, was the fact his visitor was in the employ of Laurent Group, a mammoth French conglomerate that ran shipping, trucking, engineering, and port facilities for the oil, gas, and mineral industries throughout Europe, Asia, Africa, and South America. They were Fitzroy's largest customer, and for this reason alone, he would not send the man off with apologies, no matter what other matters pressed. Fitzroy's firm ran site security at Laurent Group's corporate offices in Belgium, the Netherlands, and the UK. But as large as was Fitzroy's contract with Laurent as compared to CSS's other corporate accounts, Sir Donald knew it was no more than a drop in the bucket as far as the mammoth corporation's total annual security budget. It was well known in protection circles that Laurent Group ran their own security departments in a decentralized fashion, hiring locals to do most of the heavy lifting in the 80-odd nations where the corporation owned property. This might mean something as innocuous as vetting secretaries at an office in Kuala Lumpur, but it also included the nefarious, like having a recalcitrant dock worker's legs broken in Bombay, or a problematic union rally broken up in Gdansk. And surely, from time to time, executives at Laurent's Paris home office required a problem to go away in a more permanent fashion, and Fitzroy knew they had men on call for that as well. There was a dirty underbelly to most multinational corporations that worked in regions of the world with more thugs than cops, with more hungry people who wanted to work than educated people who wanted to organize and bring about reform. Yes, most MNCs used methods that would never make the topic list of the chairman's briefing or a budget line in the annual financial report. But Laurent Group was known as an especially heavy-handed company when it came to third-world assets and resources. And this did not hurt the stock price at all. Donald Fitzroy forced his worry about the other affair from his head, thumbed the intercom button, and asked his secretary to escort the visitor in. Fitzroy first noticed the handsome young man's suit. This was a local custom in London. Identify the tailor and know the man. It was a huntsman, a Savile Row shop that Sir Donald recognized, and it told Fitzroy much about his guest. Sir Donald was a Norton and Sons man himself, dapper but a tad less businessy. Still, he appreciated the young man's style. With a quick and practiced glance, the Englishman determined his visitor to be a barrister, well-educated and American, though respectful of customs and manners here in the United Kingdom. "Don't tell me, Mr. Lloyd. Allow me to guess," Fitzroy called out as he crossed his office with a gracious smile. "Law school here somewhere? King's College, I suspect. Perhaps after university back home in the States. I'm going to venture to guess Yale, but I will have to hear you speak first." The young man grinned and offered a well-manicured hand with a firm grip. "King's College it was, sir, but I graduated from Princeton back home." They shook hands, and Fitzroy ushered the man to a sitting area at the front of his office. "Yes, I hear it now. Princeton." As Fitzroy sat in a chair across the coffee table from his guest, Lloyd said, "Impressive, Sir Donald. I suppose you learned all about sizing people up in your former profession." Fitzroy raised his bushy white brows as he poured coffee for both men from a silver service on the table. "There was an article about me, a year or two ago in The Economist. You may have picked up a few tidbits about my career with the Crown." Lloyd nodded, sipped. "Guilty as charged. You're 30 years in MI5, most spent in Ulster during the Troubles, then a change of vocation to corporate security. I'm sure that flattering article helped with your business." "Quite so," Fitzroy said through a well-practiced smile. "And I must also confess that I'm pretty sure I've never met an honest-to-goodness knight." Now Fitzroy laughed aloud. "It's a title that my ex-wife still mocks to our circle of friends. She likes to point out that it is an honorific of gentility, not nobility. And since I am clearly neither, she finds the designation particularly ill-suited." Fitzroy said this with no bitterness, only good-natured self-deprecation. Lloyd chuckled politely. "I normally conduct business with Mr. Stanley in your London office. What do you do at Laurent Group, Mr. Lloyd?" Lloyd set his cup down in the saucer. "Please forgive my abruptness in requesting a meeting with you. And please also forgive the abruptness with which I come to the point." "Not at all, young man. Unlike many Englishmen, especially of my generation, I respect the acumen of the American businessman. Endless tea and cakes have hurt British productivity, there's little doubt. So just let me have it with both barrels, as you Yanks like to say." Fitzroy sipped his coffee. The young American leaned forward. "My rush has less to do with me being American, more to do with the critical nature of my firm's need. I hope I can be of service. I'm certain of it. I am here to discuss an event that took place 20 hours ago in Alhasaka." Fitzroy cocked his thick head and smiled. "You've got me there, lad. Must admit I don't recognize the name. It's in eastern Syria, Mr. Fitzroy." Donald Fitzroy's practiced smile faltered, and he said nothing. Slowly he lowered his cup to his saucer and placed it on the table in front of him. Lloyd said, "Again, I apologize for the way I am rushing this along, but time is not merely crucial in this matter. It is virtually non-existent." "I am listening." The Englishman's warm smile of 10 seconds ago was dead and buried now. "Around 8 o'clock local time last evening, an assassin took the life of Dr. Isaac Abu Bakr. He was, you might know, the Nigerian Minister of Energy." Fitzroy spoke with a tone markedly less friendly than before. "Curious. Any idea what the Nigerian Minister of Energy was doing in eastern Syria? The only energy to be mined there is the fervency of the jihadists who congregate before sneaking into Iraq to fuel the conflict." Lloyd smiled. The good doctor was a Muslim of radical thought. He may have been in the area to offer some material support for the cause. I am not here to defend the man's actions. I am concerned only about his assassin. As it happens, the killer survived, escaped into Iraq. How unfortunate. Not for the assassin. The killer was good. He was better than good. He was the best. He was the one they call the Gray Man. Fitzroy crossed his legs and leaned back. A myth. Not a myth. A man. A man of great skill, but ultimately a man of flesh and blood. Why are you here? Fitzroy's voice held none of the paternal charm of their earlier conversation. I am here because you are his handler. His what? His handler. You vet his contracts, supply his logistical needs, assist him with intelligence, collect from the payers, and forward compensation to his bank accounts. Where did you hear this nonsense? Sir Donald, had I the time, I would offer you every courtesy you deserve. We could verbally fence, and I would feint and you would parry, and we'd both strut around the room until one of our swords scored a killing strike. Unfortunately, sir, I am under a tremendous pressure, which forces me to dispense with the customary pleasantries. He sipped his coffee again and made a little face at the bitterness of the brew. I know the assassin was the one called the Gray Man, and I know you run him. You can ask me how I know this, but I will just lie, and our relationship in the next few hours depends upon our ability to speak frankly. Go on. As I said, the Gray Man crossed into Iraq but missed his extraction, because he foolishly engaged a superior insurgent force in a firefight. He killed or wounded 10 men or more, saved an American National Guardsman, and recovered the body of another. And now he is on the run. How do you know the Gray Man was the assassin of Dr. Abu Bakr? There is no one else in the world who would be sent on that mission, because there is no one else in the world who could pull off that hit. And yet you say he made a foolish mistake. More evidence I am right. The Gray Man was once an operative for the U.S. government. Something went wrong. He was targeted by the CIA, and he went into hiding from his former masters. His soured relationship with Langley notwithstanding, the Gray Man is still very much an American patriot. He could not ignore a helicopter crash and 11 dead Americans without finding a measure of retribution. That is your proof? Lloyd smoothed the drape of his suit coat. It has been known by us for some time that the Gray Man had accepted a contract for the Abu Bakr hit. When the good doctor died as a result of foul play, there was no need to speculate as to the identity of his killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Lloyd. I'm an old man. You will have to connect the dots for me. What are you doing in my office? My company is prepared to offer you a 3-fold increase in contracts if you will only assist us in the neutralization of the Gray Man. Without going into unnecessary detail, the president of Nigeria is asking us to help him bring justice down on his brother's killer. Why Laurent Group? That would involve unnecessary detail. You will find it to be quite necessary if this discussion is to continue. Chapter 4. Lloyd hesitated, nodded slowly. Very well. 2 reasons. 1, my firm has a powerful and far-reaching security apparatus, and the president thinks we have the means at our disposal to handle this situation for him. We've done other little odd jobs for the Nigerians in the past, you understand. With a wave of his hand, Lloyd added, Good customer service. Fitzroy's eyebrows rose and touched. And 2, Julius Abu Bakr feels he has some leverage over us. We have a large contract pending signature. It was on his desk when your man killed his brother. The president leaves office in less than a week. He's given us until then to avenge his brother's murder. What sort of a contract do you have pending his approval? The sort that we cannot afford to lose. Did you know, Sir Donald, that Nigeria not only produces an abundance of oil, but they also produce an overabundance of natural gas? This gas is completely squandered, bubbles up at their oil wells, and drifts into the atmosphere to the tune of 30 billion tons a year. A complete waste of energy and profit. And Laurent Group wants the gas? Certainly not. The gas is a natural resource that belongs to the good people of Nigeria. But we alone have the technology to cap their wells, pipe the liquefied gas to port in Lagos, transport it to refineries in our dual-hulled, temperature-controlled tankers, and refine it for the Nigerians. We've spent 4 years and over $300 million on R&D for this project. We've built ships.
We've retrofitted shipyards to build more ships. We've negotiated land rights for the pipeline. All without a contract to export the product? Sounds like Laurent Group needs new lawyers, Fitzroy quipped. Lloyd, a Laurent Group lawyer, bristled. We had a contract with Abu Bakr. His people found a loophole. We fixed the unfortunate error and needed only the wave of his pen over the document to seal the deal and begin operations.
And then your man killed his brother. I still don't see the connection. The connection, if you will pardon my language, is that President Abu Bakr is a prick. Fitzroy noticed something in the young solicitor's agitation. I think I have it. Your office was at fault for the loophole in the contract. Your masters have sent you on this errand to fix your cock-up. Lloyd took off his thin glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose slowly. A minuscule oversight that wouldn't justify 5 seconds consternation in any courtroom in the civilized world? But you are dealing with the most corrupt nation on earth. Third most corrupt, actually, but your point is valid, said Lloyd. He pressed a fresh smile into his lips just after a taste of coffee. Abu Bakr is threatening to sign the operation over to our competitor, a firm that did not even bid on the job. Our competitor would take a decade to arrive at our present level of infrastructure assets and engineering know-how, and Nigeria would lose billions of dollars in profits in the intervening years. As would Laurent Group. Admittedly, we are not a social services department within the Nigerian government. Our own self-interest propels us. I just make mention of the dual benefit to the poor wretches of Nigeria who will lose out if I don't find and kill the gray man. If those poor wretches remain poor wretches, after the billions annually in oil wealth that already pour into Nigeria, I don't imagine a few gas lines would much improve their lot in life. Lloyd shrugged. Perhaps we are straying from the subject at hand. What about the payer of the contract? Why doesn't the president go after him? The gray man is, if your intelligence is correct, only the trigger man. Lloyd smiled without humor. As you well know, the payer of the contract was killed in a plane crash months ago. The gray man could have and should have kept the money he'd already been wired and forgotten the job. But your assassin continued on his mission, seemed to think he was doing something noble. What about me? If you think I am involved with coordinating Isaac Abu Bakr's death, why not take me out as well? We know that the payer of the contract acted through a cutout. That cutout, in turn, had a cutout, who had a cutout who negotiated with you. President Julius Abu Bakr doesn't have the attention span for such intrigue. He wants the head of his brother's killer brought to him. That's all. When you say he wants a head, I presume you are speaking figuratively. Would that I were, Sir Donald. No. The President has dispatched a man from his personal staff to my office in order to verify that my mission has been accomplished. This man tells me he's to put the gray man's head in an ice chest and deliver it to his leader in the diplomatic pouch. Goddamn savages. The last part Lloyd seemed to say to himself. Is there not some other way you can bribe President Abu Bakr? Asked Fitzroy. He knew how third world public sector contracts often worked. Lloyd looked to a spot on the wall. His eyes grew distant, older than his visage. Oh, we already bribe him, Mr. Fitzroy. Cash, whores, drugs, homes, boats. He's an insatiable son of a bitch. We've given the moon and the stars for the Lagos contract. Even so, he's now negotiating with our competitor. Bringing him the head of his brother's assassin is the one thing we can do for him that no one else can. And it is therefore the one thing that he is holding over us. If Abu Bakr's such a despot, why is he leaving power willingly? Lloyd waved a hand in the air as if the answer were obvious. He's already an obscenely rich man. He's raped his country. Now it's time to enjoy the afterglow of his act. And that's why you are here. As simple as that, Mr. Fitzroy. Again, I am sorry for the discourtesy of my intrusion, but I am sure the work we will offer Cheltenham Security will more than make up for the loss of one assassin, even a very good one. Fitzroy said, "Mr. Lloyd, I employ chaps who are very base. They respond well to loyalty and trust and a sense of honor. Often it is misplaced, but it drives them on nonetheless. If I give up the life of a man, my best man, in order to win some lucrative contracts, it would hardly serve my best interests. On the contrary, this hitman of yours is a product like any other. This sort of product has a short shelf life, 6 months, a year, certainly not more than 3, and then he will be dead or incapacitated, worthless to you as a generator of revenue. What I offer you will fill your coffers for the life of your firm. I don't sacrifice my men for business." A slight pause. "I understand. I will speak with Paris. Maybe I can sweeten the pot. The flavor of the stew doesn't enter into it. It is the stew itself I don't fancy." Lloyd leaned closer. There was a faint trace of menace in his voice. "If I can't sweeten the pot, I will be forced to stir it. I need your assassin terminated. I'd like to use a carrot, but I am prepared to use a stick. I suggest you go carefully, lad. I don't like the direction this discussion is veering." The two men stared at one another for several seconds. Lloyd said, "I know you have an extraction team on the way to pick up the gray man tonight. I want you to order your men to terminate him. A single phone call and a financial incentive should take care of this matter quickly and cleanly." Fitzroy's eyes narrowed. "Where on earth did you hear that?" "I'm not at liberty to disclose my intelligence sources." "You're bluffing. You know nothing." Lloyd smiled. "I'll give you a quick taste of what I know, and then you decide if this is all a bluff. I suspect I know more about your boy than you do. Your killer's real name is Cortland Gentry, goes by Court. He is 36 years old, American. His father ran a SWAT school near Tallahassee, Florida, where Gentry grew up. The boy trained with tactical officers on a daily basis. He was instructing SWAT teams in close-quarters battle techniques by the time he was 16. When he was 18, he fell in with a bad crowd in Miami, worked for a Colombian gang for a while, was arrested in Key West for the shooting death of 3 Cuban drug dealers up in Fort Lauderdale. A CIA big shot who had trained at Court's father's shoot house snatched the kid out of prison, sent him to work in a secret division within the Operations Directorate. He worked covert ops around the world for a few years, black bag jobs mostly, until 9/11, when he was placed in the Special Activities Division, working in an agency irregular rendition task force. Officially known as Special Detachment Gulf Sierra, it became affectionately known, to those few who knew about it at all, as the Goon Squad. "Surely you are making this up." Lloyd ignored him and continued. "It was an ad hoc, special-sanctioned tactical team made up of what we call in the business high-speed, low-drag operators, the very best of the very best. Not James Bond types. No, with these guys there was considerably more emphasis on the dagger and less on the cloak. For a few years they were the CIA's best wet unit. They killed the ones we couldn't render, they killed the ones from whom we did not expect to be able to extract much useful information, and they killed the ones whose deaths would sow the most fear in the hearts and minds of the terrorists. And then 4 years ago it went bad. Some say politics was involved. Others are convinced Gentry screwed up an op and outlived his usefulness. Still others insist he turned dirty. For whatever reason, a burn notice went out on him. Then a shoot-on-sight directive. He was targeted by his former colleagues in the Special Activities Division. Gentry did not go quietly. He killed some Gulf Sierra teammates intent on killing him, and then went underground, off the grid. Spent time in Peru, Bangladesh, Russia, who knows where else. Within 6 months he was out of money. Went into the private sector, working for you, doing what he does best. Headshots and sliced throats. Sniper rifles and switchblades. There was a soft knock at the door to the office. Fitzroy's secretary leaned in. "I'm sorry, sir. You have a call." She shut the door behind her. Fitzroy stood, and Lloyd followed. The young American said, "I can wait outside." "No need. Our business is done. You would be making a big mistake by sending me away. I need you to have your extraction team terminate the gray man. If you don't feel the offer I have extended is sufficient, I will make a few calls and see what I can do. What I cannot do, Mr. Fitzroy, is return to my employers without this matter resolved." Fitzroy had had enough. "Your company has misjudged. They can't bribe me as they would some tin-pot African dictator." A severe look came into the eyes of the young American. "Then I extend my apologies." They shook hands, but the friendly gesture did not reach up to their cold eyes. As Lloyd walked towards the door, he detoured to the left and stepped over to a framed copy of the Economist article hanging on the wall. The title read, "Former Spy Master Turns Corporate Security Tycoon." Lloyd pointed to it and turned back to the older Englishman. "Great article. Lots of information." He then regarded a photo on the wall of a younger Fitzroy with his wife and teenage son. "Your son has 2 daughters now, does he not? Lives here in London. A townhouse in Sussex Gardens, if I remember correctly from The Economist." "That was not in The Economist article." "Wasn't it?" Lloyd shrugged. "Must have picked that up somewhere else." "Good day, Sir Donald. We'll be in touch. You may expect a package within the hour." He turned and disappeared through the door. Fitzroy stood alone in his office for a moment. Sir Donald did not scare easily, but he felt the unmistakable chill of fear. Chapter 5. 2 hours before dawn, and already the abandoned airfield was sweltering hot. The hulking Lockheed L-100, positioned at the end of the runway, idled with its lights off, so as not to be detected from a distance. But the flight crew sat in their seats and their hands twitched near the throttle. The propellers blew dry dust and sharp sand into the wind-worn faces and parched throats of the 5 men standing on the tarmac at the foot of the aircraft's lowered ramp. All eyes were fixed to the south, out past the little shack of a terminal, out past the chain-link fence, and out into the infinite darkness of western Iraq. The 5 men stood within feet of one another, but normal communication was impossible. Even at idle, the aircraft's Allison 4-blade engines filled the air with a steady hum that shook the earth. Without the Harris Falcon short-distance radios and the throat mics, the men's words would have been lost, like the landscape beyond the reach of their night vision goggles. Markham fingered the Heckler & Koch submachine gun hanging off his chest with his left hand, and pressed the radio transmit button on his load-bearing vest with his right. "He's late." Perini bit on the end of the tube hanging over his shoulder, sucked warm water from the half-empty bladder in his backpack. He spat most of it onto the sand-strewn airstrip in front of his boots. His Mossberg shotgun dangled unslung from his right hand. "If this MO4 is supposed to be such hot shit, how come he can't make his exfil on time?" "He's the shit, all right. If the gray man is late, he has a good reason," said Doolin, hands on his hips and his squat-barreled submachine gun horizontal on his chest. "Stay sharp. It's just a short op. We pick him up, babysit him over the border, and then forget we ever saw the bastard." "The gray man," McVie said with a degree of reverence. "He's the guy who killed Milosevic, snuck into a UN jail and poisoned the son of a bitch." His MP5 submachine gun hung from a sling, the fat silencer pointing straight down at the tarmac. He propped his elbow on the butt of the squat weapon. Perini said, "Nah, bro, you got it backwards. He killed the guy who killed Milosevic. Milosevic was going to name names. UN officials who helped him with the genocide in Bosnia and Kosovo. The UN sent a hitter in to poison old Slobo, and the gray man killed the hitter, after the fact." He swigged and spat another mouthful of warm water. "The gray man is one bad son of a bitch. He don't care. He don't scare." Markham reiterated his earlier decree. "He's fucking late, is what he is." Doolin looked at his watch. "Fitzroy said we might have to wait, and we might have to fight. Every Haji for 50 clicks is hunting gray man's ass." Barnes had been silent, but now he spoke up. "I heard he did that job in Kiev." He paced, farthest from the ramp of the aircraft, sweeping the dark with the 3-power night vision scope on his M4 assault rifle. "Bullshit," said Doolin, and 2 of the others immediately agreed. But McVie sided with Barnes. "That's what I heard.
The gray dude did that shit solo. Markham said, No way. Kiev was not a one-man op. It was a 12-man A-team at the very least. Barnes shook his head in the dark. Heard it was one gunner. Heard it was the gray man. Markham replied, I don't believe in magic. Just then there was a simultaneous crackle in the earpieces of the 5 men. Doolin held a hand up to silence his team, pressed the talk button on his chest rig. Repeat last transmission. Another crackle. Then another. Finally, disjointed words popped through the static. 30 seconds. Move. Pursuit! The voice was unrecognizable, but clearly the message was urgent. Is that him? Asked Barnes. No one could say. Again, a burst of life from the comms, clearer now. They looked towards the open gate at the front of the little airfield. I'm coming hard. Hold your fire.
Doolin replied into the comm. Your signal is intermittent. Say again your location? A pop of static. Northwest. Just then they heard a crash to the north and a honking horn. Everyone had been looking to the south. They turned their heads and gun barrels north to the sound of the noise and saw a civilian pickup truck, one headlight dead and black, smash through the fence and bounce out of the sand and onto the tarmac. The truck was moving at an incredible clip, directly toward the L-100. The voice came over the comms again. I've got company! Just then, headlights appeared along a wide track behind the wildly bouncing vehicle. First 2 sets, then 4, then more. Doolin assessed the situation for 1 second. Then he called out to his crew over the engine's whine, Up the ramp! All 5 were aboard, and the L-100 was already rolling down the runway when an armed man in dirty gear and body armor sprinted up the back ramp. McVie grabbed the package's gloved hand and pulled him up the steep incline, and Markham slammed his hand on a hydraulic lift lever to close the ramp. Doolin gave a command to the pilots on the cabin intercom, and the 4 turboprop engines gunned for takeoff. With the ramp sealed shut, the package dropped onto his knee pads in the middle of the bare cabin. His M4 rifle was slung over a general-issue chest harness, missing most of its ammunition, and a brown Nomex tunic torn in several places. The man's face was covered with goggles, smeared grease paint and sweat. He pulled his helmet off, dropped it to the floor of the cabin, already inclining during its takeoff rotation. Steam poured from a sopping mat of thick brown hair, and his beard dripped perspiration like a leaky faucet. Doolin lifted the gray man from the floor and put him on the bench along the cabin's skin. He secured him to the bench with a belt and sat next to him. You hurt? He asked. The man shook his head. Let me help you get your gear off. Doolin shouted over the engines. I'll keep it on. Suit yourself. Just a 40-minute flight. Once in Turkey, we'll go to a safe house, and tomorrow night Fitzroy will have instructions for you. We'll watch your back till then. I appreciate it, said the filthy man through labored breaths. His eyes stayed on the floor as he spoke, his arms draped over the top of the black rifle hanging from his neck. The other 4 men had strapped themselves into the red mesh bench lining the side of the fuselage. They all stared at the package, trying without success to reconcile the average-looking operator next to them with his superhuman reputation. The gray man and Doolin sat by a pallet of gear strapped with webbing to the middle of the deck. Doolin said, I'm going to call Fitzroy. Let him know we're wheels up. I'll grab you some water and be back in a second. He then turned and climbed the steeply ascending aircraft to the front of the cabin. He pulled out his satellite phone as he walked. It was just after 3 in the morning in London, and on the 6th floor of a whitewashed office building on London's Bayswater Road, an aging man in a wrinkled pinstripe suit drummed his fingers on his desk. His face white. Perspiration ran down his fleshy neck and soaked his Egyptian broadcloth Oxford. Donald Fitzroy tried to relax himself, to remove the obvious worry from his voice. The satellite phone chirped again. He looked again, for the 20th time, to the framed photograph on his desk. His son, now 40, sitting on a hammock on a beach, his beautiful wife beside him. Twins, both girls,
one in each parent's lap, smiles all around. Fitzroy looked away from the framed photo and towards a sheaf of loose photographs in his thick hands. These shots he had also given 20 looks. It was the same four, the same family, though the twins were slightly older now.
It was typical surveillance quality. The family at a park, the twins at their school near Grosvenor Square, the daughter-in-law pushing a shopping cart through the market. Fitzroy detected from the angles and the proximity to their subjects that the photographer was sending a message that he could have easily walked up to the four and put a hand on each of them. Lloyd's implication was clear. Fitzroy's family could be gotten to at any time. The sat phone chirped a third time. Fitzroy exhaled fully, threw the photos to the floor, and grabbed the nagging device. "Stand still. How copy, full court?" 5 by 5, stand still, said Doolin. He pressed his ear tight into the earpiece of the satellite phone to drown out the engine's roar. "How do you copy?" "Loud and clear. Report your status." "Stand still, full court. We have the package and have exfiltrated the target location." "Understood. What's the status of your package?" "Looks like shit, sir, but he says he's good to go." "Understood. Wait 1, Fitzroy said. Doolin rubbed a gloved hand over his face and looked to the back of the cargo airplane at his 4 operators. His gaze then centered on the gray man, sitting at the end of the bench. Goggles, a beard, and grease paint hid his face. Still, Doolin could tell the man was exhausted. His back rested against the wall of the fuselage, and both arms hung over his M4. His eyes stared into the distance. Doolin's crew was on Gray's right, all geared up in a nearly uniform manner, but segregated from the package by a few feet of bench. 30 seconds later, Donald Fitzroy came back on the line. "Full court, this is standstill. There has been a change in the operation. You and your men will, of course, be remunerated accordingly." Doolin sat up straighter, his brow furrowed. "Roger that, standstill. Go ahead with the update to the op specs. I need the delivery of the package canceled." Doolin's head cocked. "Negative, standstill. We can't return to the airfield. It's crawling with opposition, and that's not what I mean, full court. I need you to destroy the package." A pause. "Stand still, full court. Repeat your last?" The tone of voice over the sat phone changed. It was less detached, more human. "I have a situation here, full court," Doolin said, his own voice losing the clipped cadence of radio protocol. "Yeah, I guess you do." "I want him terminated." Doolin's head was propped in his gloved hand. His fingers began strumming on the side of his face. "You sure about this? He's one of your guys." "I know that. I'm one of your guys." "It's complicated, lad. Not how I normally do business." "This isn't right." "As I said, you all will be compensated for this deviance from the original operation." Doolin's eyes stayed on the package as he asked, "How much?" 5 minutes later, Doolin looked towards his men while reaching for his radio's selector switch on his chest rig. He turned the dial a few clicks. "Don't say anything. Just nod if you copy." Barnes, McVie, Perini, and Markham all looked up and around. Their eyes found Doolin up at the bulkhead, and they nodded as one. Unaware, the gray man stared blankly at the pallet of equipment in front of him. "Listen up. Standstill has ordered us to waste the package." Across the 30 feet of open space in the well-lit cabin, Doolin saw the stunned reaction on his men's faces. He shrugged. "Don't ask me, boys. I just work here." The 4 men on the bench with the package looked to him, saw him to be closest to the ramp, strapped in, with his M4 rifle on his chest, and his bearded face gazing at the floor of the cabin. They looked back to their team leader and nodded slowly as one. Chapter 6. Court Gentry sat alone near the closed ramp of the aircraft, listened to the engine's whine, and tried to catch his breath, to get control of his emotions. His ass was on a mesh bench in the back of an L-130, but his mind was back down below, in the dark, in the sand, in the shit. The operator closest on his right got up and moved around the pallet, sat down on the bench facing him. Idly, Gentry glanced to his right, noticed the extraction team's leader adjusting his gear. He began to look to the other guys, but his head returned to the man at the bulkhead. Something wasn't right. The team leader's back was ramrod straight, and he had an intense expression on his face, though he wasn't looking at anything in particular. His MP5 was across his chest. He adjusted the glove on his right hand. And his mouth was moving. He was transmitting into his close-quarters radio, giving orders to his men. Gentry looked down at his own Harris Falcon radio set. He had been on the same channel as the rest of the team, but now he could not hear the transmission. Strange. Court turned to the three men next to him on the bench. From their posture, from their facial expressions, Gentry determined that, just like their leader, they weren't decompressing after the tension of the extraction from the hot zone. No, they moved and looked like they were about to go into action. Gentry had spent 16 years in covert operations, studied faces, and evaluated threats for a living. He knew what an operator looked like when the fight was over, and he knew what an operator looked like when the fight was about to begin. Surreptitiously, he unhooked the strap securing him to the bench and swiveled in his seat to face the men around him. Doolin was up at the bulkhead. He was no longer transmitting. He just stared at Gentry. "What's up?" shouted Gentry above the engine's roar. Doolin stood slowly. Court shouted again across the noisy cabin. "Whatever you're thinking about doing, you need to just—" Markham turned quickly on the bench, spun towards the gray man, his pistol already rising in front of him. Gentry pushed off the wall onto the bench with his sandy boots and launched himself across the cabin, tried to put his body behind a pallet of gear lashed to the floor. The fight was on. The fact that Court didn't know why the fuck his rescuers had turned on him was a non-issue. He did not waste a single brain cell pondering the turn of events. Court Gentry was a killer of men. These were men, and that's all there was to it. Markham got a shot off with his Sig Sauer handgun but missed high. Before Gentry disappeared behind the cargo, he saw Markham and Barnes quickly unhooking their bench harnesses. McVee was the only man on Gentry's left as the gray man crouched behind the pallet and faced the cockpit doors 30 feet away. Doolin was up by the bulkhead wall near the doors, and the other three operators were ahead and to his right. Court knew that if he put down the man to his left, he would eliminate one of their fields of fire. So he rolled onto his left shoulder, emerged from behind the pallet with his M4 raised, and fired a long burst at the operator. The man's goggled face slammed back against the wall, and his HK dropped away from his fingertips. McVee fell back on the bench, dead. Gentry had killed him, and he had no idea why. Immediately, every man in the back of the L-100 began firing his weapon. 4 guns poured metal-jacketed lead at Gentry's position. Court tucked tight down behind the equipment cache as the fuselage wall behind him began to scream, whistling as the holes made by a dozen rifle rounds allowed pressurized air to race out of the aircraft. The flight crew in the front of the cargo plane could not hear the shriek from the compromised skin, but they obviously heard the gunfire behind them, because they put their L-100 into a nosedive to drop to thicker air in order to lower the pressure differential and, hopefully, keep their aircraft from tearing to pieces. The nosedive created a seemingly weightless environment for Gentry and his 4 remaining would-be assassins. Court's body rose away from the relative safety of the pallet and rolled in a pair of reverse somersaults, finally landing on the ceiling of the cabin and scooting along its back to the rear ramp, which was now the highest point of the cargo compartment. 2 of the gunmen lifted into the air as well, firing above them at their target. Gentry felt a pair of 9mm slugs from an MP5 stitch across the armor plate in his tactical vest. The force of the impact knocked him off balance for an instant, but from his position completely upside down, he saw one of the operators had not unhooked his bench harness, and he kicked frantically in the air, strapped to the wall to Gentry's right. The man was a sitting duck. Gentry shot Perini in the head with his M4. His body went limp. His arms and legs danced with the weightlessness of the plane's rapid descent. For the next 10 seconds, the 4 men still alive in the cabin spun through the air like socks in a dryer. The team leader, Doolin, was below the others. He had managed to grab hold of some webbing on the forward bulkhead and hook his arm securely through it, and now he tried to aim his submachine gun at Gentry 30 feet above him. But Markham and Barnes bumped into Gentry as they all swirled through the air, completely out of control. Buttstocks, boots, and fists flew each time a target moved too close to engage with a rifle. Though the men had a sense of weightlessness, they were in fact hurtling towards Earth, dropping through the sky at maximum velocity. Only there was an airplane surrounding them and dropping as well, so they could see no reference points to prove to them that they were falling like stones. In the chaos, the screaming and the confusion of losing hold of terra firma, Court spun backwards again, and his hand slipped from the grip of his rifle, and its sling slipped over his head. The weapon twisted out of reach. He drew his Glock 19 pistol, raised to fire without sighting, but he felt the sting of a bullet as it tore into his right thigh. The impact kicked his leg back like a hammer's blow. He ignored the injury, and his feet found purchase again on the rear ramp. He looked up, which was now straight down, and found Doolin in his sights. The extraction team's leader had one arm wrapped in the bulkhead webbing, and he held his submachine gun over his head with the other, pointed up towards the gray man. Court fired 6 quick rounds and saw the operator's body react as the bullet slammed into Doolin's groin and lower torso. Gentry next turned to get a bead on Barnes and Markham, his final 2 targets, but McVee's dead body sailed across his field of fire. Just then, the pilot apparently decided he'd seen enough sand in his windscreen, and he pulled quickly out of his dive. All passengers in the back, the dead and the living alike, now dropped through the air, slammed hard into the steel flooring of the transport, and rolled like bowling balls towards the front bulkhead of the aircraft. Court's pistol flew free of his hand on impact, and he bounced forward, the sting from the gunshot wound in his thigh burning with each jolt. Court rolled towards the netting on the front bulkhead as the plane leveled, almost got a handhold, but the pilot put the L-100 back into a climb. Gentry's momentum pushed him forward for a while, but as the cargo floor became a steep incline, passing 45 degrees now, he lost the last of his inertia, and his fingertips just barely managed to tickle the nylon webbing next to Doolin's motionless form. Then the gray man went backwards. He rocked back on his heels first and fell down, then slid, then rolled, and finally Court went airborne halfway down the length of the cabin. The pain in his thigh was compounded when he landed on his hip at the rear of the plane, but this pain paled in comparison to the excruciating crush of Markham's body as he slammed into Court's chest. Markham faced the other direction and was even more stunned than Gentry by the violent impact, so the gray man easily got his arms around the operator's head. With a merciless twist, Markham's neck snapped, wrecking his spinal cord and killing him instantly. The dead operator wore his rifle around his neck on a 1-point sling, essentially a necklace with an automatic assault weapon dangling as its charm. Court tried to remove it, but the sling was caught on the operator's load-bearing vest. Court pulled the gun up to the dead man's shoulder, tried to quickly sight on the last remaining extraction team member, who was using the legs of the long bench as a ladder to climb up the cabin to the forward bulkhead loadmaster's galley. Court pulled the trigger, but the weapon clicked empty. He fumbled around Markham's chest rig for another magazine and slammed it into the MP5's magazine well. He readied to fire at his target just as the man disappeared into the galley. The plane leveled off again, and Court's gravity returned to normal. He stayed low behind the pallet towards the rear hatch, waiting for Barnes to peek back around the door. Without warning, Gentry heard a loud noise and felt the rear cargo ramp behind him move. The wind roared. Barnes had activated the ramp from the front of the cabin. A second later, the aircraft began another steep climb. As Court scrambled to grab onto the netting over the pallet on the floor in front of him, Barnes appeared near the bulkhead. The dark-clad operator had slung a parachute rig onto his back. Apparently, he figured this plane had taken all the damage it could, or perhaps he worried the pilots were dead from stray gunfire. Barnes held the bulkhead webbing with all his might and fired burst after burst in Gentry's direction, one-handed with his M4 as the ramp opened fully behind the gray man. Court reached behind him with his free hand and stripped the gun off Markham's neck just before the dead man rolled out of the plane and into the darkness. The pilot continued his climb, and soon McVee's body slid past Gentry and out into the night. Perini's body was lashed into his seat, and Doolin's corpse was still secured in the bulkhead webbing. Gentry and Barnes were the only two left alive. Court held on to the submachine gun with his right hand, and his left hand squeezed the net on the pallet. His glove had twisted on his fingers, and he knew he could not hold on much longer. His boots kicked at the deck of the plane to try to find purchase as the climb angle grew steeper and steeper. He was seconds away from falling backwards down the ramp, but Gentry had one last chance. He lifted Markham's rifle and fired a long burst over the pallet at Barnes, hitting him squarely on his chest plate, slamming his head back against the bulkhead hard enough to knock him out cold. The aircraft's incline was 45 degrees now, and the wounded Barnes lost his hold of the webbing, dropped to his knees, and rolled down the length of the plane towards the rear hatch. This was Gentry's ride off the damaged aircraft, and he did not want to miss it. As the incapacitated operator bounded past, Court let go of the pallet and pushed off the floor with his boots and knee pads. Gentry leapt to his right and grabbed hold of the unconscious man by the parachute harness, and they sailed together out the open hatch and into the night sky. Gentry hooked his arms around Barnes and crossed his legs behind his back. The L-100 disappeared above them, and soon the roar of the engines was replaced by the howl of the wind. Court grunted and screamed with the effort of holding on as tightly as possible. He did not dare reach for the ripcord of the chute. If he lost his tenuous hold, he would never find it again in the black night sky. He was reasonably sure this rig would have a Cypress automatic activation device that would pop the reserve at 750 feet if its occupant was still in freefall. Gentry and his would-be killer tumbled end over end through the cold blackness. One of Court's hands found a good hold on the parachute's shoulder strap, so he released the other hand to find a similar grip. Just as he let go, he heard a one-tone beep that lasted less than a second. Then the reserve chute deployed. Court held on with one hand. This parachute was not meant for two people, one of whom was kicking and yanking, desperate to get a firmer grip, so the men fell too fast and spun around like a whirligig. This continued for just a few seconds before Gentry began to vomit from the vertigo. He did not have far to fall, but his nausea had already turned to dry heaves before they slammed together on the ground. Court's impact was muted by landing squarely on the man in the chute. He checked on the other operator. He'd landed hard, face first, with Gentry on his back. Court found no pulse. Once on terra firma, Gentry got control of his heaving stomach, grabbed his thigh and writhed in pain for a moment, and then recovered enough to sit up. The first hues of morning were glowing to his left, showing him the way east. Now that he had his bearings, he took stock of his surroundings. He was on flat ground, at the bottom of a gentle valley. There was a brook close enough to hear, and goats bleating in the distance. The dead operator lay broken, the reserve chute flapping behind him in a cool pre-dawn breeze. Court searched the man's gear and found a medical blowout bag on Barnes's hip. He sat down on the grass and did his best to treat his wound in the dark. He assumed he had a long walk to reach the border and wanted to patch his injured leg so it could stand the trek. It was a clean wound, in and out, no major vascular or orthopedic damage, nothing much to worry about if you treated it early and well, and did not mind days or weeks of throbbing discomfort. Gentry puked bile once more, his body and his mind just catching up to the chaos of the past 5 minutes. Then he stood and slowly began walking north towards Turkey. Chapter 7. Fitzroy sat across from Lloyd on the couch in his office. Even as the older man listened to the other end of the satellite connection, his angry eyes did not flicker away from the young lawyer. "I see," said Fitzroy into the phone. "Thank you." He terminated the call and placed the phone gently on the table in front of him. Lloyd stared back, hopeful. Fitzroy broke the staring contest with a gaze to the carpet. "It seems they are all dead." "Who's dead?" asked Lloyd, the tint of optimism ever growing in his voice. "Everyone but the flight crew. I am told there was a bit of a dust-up in the aircraft. Cortland did not go down easily, no surprise there. The pilot found 2 of my men's bodies in the back, no sign of the other 4. Blood on the floor, walls, and ceiling, over 50 bullet holes in the fuselage." "My firm will compensate you for the damages." Lloyd said it matter-of-factly. He cleared his throat. "But they did not find Gentry's body? Could he have survived?" "It appears not. There was a lot of gear lost. The plane flew for miles with its rear cargo door open, and among the unaccounted-for items is a parachute. But there's no reason to assume." Lloyd interrupted. "If our target is missing out the rear of an airplane along with a parachute, I can hardly convince the Nigerians the job is done." He was outnumbered 5-1 against the Tier 1 crew, all ex-Canadian Special Forces. Clearly, I have fulfilled my end of our bargain. I ask you to now kindly carry out yours. Stop your threats to my family." Lloyd waved a dismissive hand in the air. "Abu Bakr wants proof. He demanded Gentry's head in an ice chest." "Damn it, man," said Fitzroy. "I did as I was told." Fitzroy was angry, but he was no longer fearful for his son's family. Shortly before Lloyd arrived, Sir Donald had called his son, had him collect his wife and children, and rush to St. Pancras Station in time to make the morning's 2nd Eurostar train to France. At this very moment, they should be settling into the family's summer villa just south of the Normandy beaches. Fitzroy felt confident Lloyd's men would not find them there. "Yes, you did do as you were told, and you will continue to do so. I have a very quiet but very ominous Nigerian back in my office, who will not leave with my assurances only. I will need for you to ascertain the flight path of the pilots, and I'll need to send a team to investigate." The phone on Fitzroy's desk chirped with a distinctive ring of 2 short bleats. Sir Donald spun his head to it, and then back up to Lloyd. "It's him," said Lloyd, responding to Fitzroy's obvious shock. "That's his ring. Then answer it, and activate the speaker function." Fitzroy crossed the room and pressed a button on the console on his desk. "Cheltenham Security." The voice that came through the line was distant. The words came out between labored breaths. "You call that a rescue?" "It's good to hear your voice. What happened?" Lloyd quickly pulled a notebook from his briefcase. "I was going to ask you the same thing." "Are you hurt?" "I'll live. No thanks to the extraction squad you sent to pick me up." Fitzroy looked to Lloyd. The young American scribbled something on his notepad and held it up. "Nigeria. Son. I heard from the flight crew about the melee. These were not regular employees of mine, just a mercenary unit I had used once before. I was rushed to get a team together after the Polish pulled out." "Because of what happened in Iraq?" "Yes. That whole sector has become a no-go zone after your little demonstration yesterday. The Polish refused to go in. The men I sent instead let me know they'd do anything for money, despite the risks. Clearly someone got to them, bought them off." "Who?" "My sources tell me Julius Abu Bakr, the Nigerian president, is after your head." "How does he know I was the one who waxed his brother?" "Your reputation, no doubt. You have reached the status where some jobs are so difficult or high profile that they just have to be you." "Shit," said the voice through the line. Fitzroy asked, "Where are you? I'll send another team to pick you up." "Hell no, you won't." "Look, Court, I can help you. Abu Bakr leaves office in a few days. He will leave with unimaginable wealth, but his power and his reach will be lessened once he is a civilian. The danger to you will soon pass. Let me bring you in, watch over you until then. I can lie low on my own. Call me when you get more intel on the men after me. Don't try to find me. You won't." And with that, the connection died. Lloyd clapped. "Well played, Sir Donald. Quite a performance. Your man didn't suspect you at all." "He trusts me," Fitzroy said angrily. "For 4 years, he's had every reason in the world to think I was his friend." The American lawyer ignored Sir Donald's anger and asked, "Where will he go?" Sir Donald sat back on the couch and ran his hands over his bald head. He looked up quickly. "A double? You want a head in an ice chest? I will bloody well get you a head in an ice chest. How the hell will Abu Bakr know the difference?" Lloyd just shook his head. "Weeks ago, before the president demanded we kill him, he asked us for all the intelligence we had on the gray man. I happened to have photos, dental records, a complete history, etc. I sent that to him thinking this son of a bitch would just kill Gentry himself before the hit on his brother was carried out. Abu Bakr knows your man's face. We can't use a body double, or as you suggest, a head double." Fitzroy cocked his head slowly. "How the bloody hell did you come by this information?" Lloyd regarded the question for a long moment. He picked at a piece of lint on the knee of his pants.
Before I moved to Paris to join Laurent, the gray man and I worked together. Your CIA? X. Definitely X. There's no money in patriotism, I'm afraid. And there is money in hunting down patriots, threatening to hurt children. Good money, as it happens. The world is a funny place. I copied personnel files when I was with the agency. I planned to use them as a bargaining chip if they ever came after me. It's just serendipity that these documents have proven useful in my current position. Lloyd stood and began pacing Fitzroy's office. I need to know where Gentry is now, where he's going, what he normally does when he goes into hiding. When he goes into hiding, he simply vanishes. You can kiss your natural gas goodbye. The gray man will not turn up on anyone's radar again for months. Unacceptable. I need you to give me something about Gentry I don't already know. When he worked for us, he was a machine. No friends, no family that he gave a damn about. No lover stuck away for those long nights after a job. His SAD file is about the most boring read imaginable. No vices, no weakness. He's older now. Surely he's made associates of a personal nature, developed tendencies that will help us figure out his next step. I'm sure you can tell me something, no matter how trivial, that I can use to flush him out." Fitzroy smiled a little. He sensed the desperation in his young adversary. He said, "Nothing. Nothing at all. We communicate via untraceable sat phone and email. If he has a home or a girl or a family hidden away, I wouldn't know where to tell you to look." Lloyd walked over to the window behind Fitzroy's desk. The Englishman remained on the sofa and watched the uninvited guest pace the office as if Fitzroy himself were the visitor and Lloyd was the proprietor of Cheltenham Services. Suddenly the American spun around. "You can offer him a job, an easy job for big money. Surely he won't turn down a high-paying milk run. You send him on a new mission, and I'll have a team there to ambush him." "Bloody hell, you think he survived out there this long by being a fool? He has no interest in earning wages at the moment. He's busy blending into his surroundings. You had one shot to take him out, and you made a mess of it. Go back to your office and lick your wounds. Leave me and my family alone." Fitzroy noticed a nervous twitch in Lloyd's face. It was replaced, slowly, by a smile. "Well, if you won't help me use Gentry's weakness to flush him out, I will be forced to use yours." He pulled his phone from his pocket and smiled at Don Fitzroy as he spoke into it. "Pick up Philip Fitzroy and family. They're at their summer cottage in Normandy. Take them to Chateau Laurent." Fitzroy rose to his feet. "You bloody wanker." "Guilty as charged." Lloyd's tone mocked the Englishman. "My associates will hold your son and his family at a secluded property Laurent Group owns in Normandy. They will be well taken care of until this matter is resolved. You will contact the gray man and give him their location. Tell him the Nigerians are holding your only child, his adoring wife, and their darling little kitties there. Tell him those black savages promised to rape dear mommy and slaughter the rest of the clan in 3 days unless you give up your assassin's location." "What good will that do?" "I know Gentry.
He is loyal like a fucking puppy. Even though he's been kicked around a few times, he will defend his master to the death. He won't. He will. He'll take it upon himself to save the day. He'll understand the police are useless, and he will move heaven and earth to get to France. You see, Sir Donny, Court Gentry's compass never has pointed true north. He's a hitman, for God's sake. But all his operations, both with the CIA as well as in his private practice, have been against those he deems worthy of extrajudicial execution. Terrorists, mafia dons, drug dealers, all manner of nefarious ne'er-do-wells. Court is a killer, but he thinks himself to be a righter of wrongs, an instrument of justice. This is his flaw, and this flaw will be his downfall. Fitzroy knew the same about Court Gentry. Lloyd's logic was sound. Still, the older man tried to appeal to the young solicitor. You needn't involve my family. I will do as you say. I've already shown you that. You don't have to hold them for me to tell Gentry they are held. Lloyd waved a hand in the air, striking down Sir Donald's offer. We will take good care of them. If you try to trick me, some sort of double-cross, then I will need leverage against you, won't I? Fitzroy stood and crossed the room towards Lloyd, slowly and with menace. Although he was easily 30 years older than the American lawyer, the former MI5 man possessed a larger frame. Lloyd took a step back and called out, Mr. Leary and Mr. O'Neill, would you step in, please? Fitzroy had given his secretary the day off. He was all alone in his workplace. But Lloyd had brought associates. 2 athletic-looking men entered the office and stood by the door. One was red-headed and fair-skinned, on the downside of 40, with a simple business suit that bulged at the hip with the impression of a gun's butt. The second man was older, near 50, with salt and pepper hair cut in a military high and tight, and his jacket hung loose enough on his body to hold an arsenal tucked away from view inside. Fitzroy knew muscle goons when he saw them. Lloyd said, Irish Republicans. Your old enemies, though I shouldn't think we'll give them much to do. You and I will be seeing a lot of each other in the next few days. There is no reason our relationship should be anything less than cordial. Claire Fitzroy had just turned 8 years old the previous summer. It was the end of November now, and she and her twin sister Kate had expected to stay in London throughout the wet, gray, and chilling autumn without a break from the routine. Up each weekday morning early for the walk to a primary school on North Audrey Street, out of class and into thrice-weekly piano practice for Claire and vocal lessons for Kate. Weekends spent with Mummy in the shops or Daddy at home or on the football pitch. Each fortnight one of the girls would have a friend over for a slumber party, and as the dreary London skies of fall morphed into the drier but drearier skies of winter, all Claire's dreams would turn to Christmas. Christmas was always spent in France at her father's holiday cottage in Bayeux, just across the Channel in Normandy. Claire preferred Normandy to London, fancied a future for herself on a farm. So it had been a great moment of surprise and adventure when the headmaster of her school stepped into the girls' class Thursday morning, just after roll, to call Claire and Kate out and back to the office. Bring your school books, ladies, please. Lovely. Sorry for the intrusion, Mrs. Wheeling. Do carry on. Father was in the office, and he took each girl by the hand and led them out to a waiting taxi. Daddy had a Jaguar, and Mummy drove a Saab, so the girls could not imagine where they were going in a taxicab. Mummy sat in the vast back seat, and she, like Daddy, was serious and distant. Girls, we're off on a little holiday, down to Normandy, taking the Eurostar. No, of course nothing's wrong, don't be daft. On the train, the girls barely sat in their seats. Mummy and Daddy stayed huddled together talking, leaving Claire and Kate to run amok up and down the car. Claire heard Daddy ring Grandpa Don on his mobile. He began speaking quietly but angrily, a voice she had never heard him use with Grandpa Don. She stopped following her sister as they attempted to hop down the complete length of the car on one leg. She looked to her father, his worried face, the biting tone of his voice. Words impossible to hear, but impossible to interpret as anything other than anger. Daddy snapped the phone shut and spoke to Mummy. The only time young Claire had ever seen her daddy so visibly upset was when he yelled at a worker fixing the sink in their townhouse after he'd said something to Mummy that made her face turn red as a strawberry. Claire began to cry, but she did not let it show. Claire and her family left the Eurostar in Lille and took another train west to Normandy. By noon, they were in their cottage. Kate helped Mum in the kitchen wash fresh corn for dinner. Claire sat on her bed upstairs and looked out to the drive below, to her father. He marched up and down the gravel, speaking into his mobile. Occasionally, he rested a hand on the picket fence along the garden. Her father's anger and consternation twisted her tiny insides into knots. Her sister was downstairs, unaware and unworried, but Claire considered Kate the less mature of the two 8-year-old twins. Finally, Daddy put his phone in his pocket, shivered against the chill in the air, and turned to walk back up the drive. He'd not gotten more than a few steps when 2 brown cars pulled in behind him. He turned back to the cars as men began pouring out. Claire counted 6 in all, big men, leather jackets of different colors and styles. The first man to Daddy smiled and stuck out a hand, and Daddy shook it. The other men filed around her father, up the drive and towards the cottage. Daddy looked to the men as they passed, and for an instant Claire saw his expression. It was first confusion, and then it was terror, and young Claire leapt to her feet in her little room. And when the 6 men, all as one, reached into their coats and drew big black and silver guns, 8-year-old Claire Fitzroy screamed. Chapter 8. Kurt Riegel was 52 years old, and as tall, blond, and broad as his Germanic name implied. He had joined Laurent Group just out of the German Bundeswehr 17 years prior, worked his way up from Associate Director of Security in the Hamburg branch office through a half-dozen Third World foreign postings, each dingier and more dangerous than the last. And now he sat firmly ensconced in the Paris Home Office as Vice President of Security Risk Management Operations. It was a long title, a fancy heading that belied a simple explanation of his job. Riegel was the man one called if one needed something bad to happen. Off-the-books projects, black arts, human resource problems that required a visit from the heavies. Black bag, sneak and peek burglary squads, corporate espionage teams, media disinformation experts, even hitmen. When Riegel's agents came to your office, it either meant they were there to help you clean up a difficult problem, or you yourself were the difficult problem someone had sent them to clean up. Leading the Department of Malicious Measures, virtually assured Riegel would climb no higher up the corporate ladder. No one wanted the chief head knocker out in the daylight running the show. But Riegel did not mind the glass ceiling above him. On the contrary, he saw his position as virtually a tenured one, as he had erected a security dynasty around himself. In his 4 years as VP of SRMO, his agents had eliminated 3 political candidates in Africa, 3 human rights leaders in Asia, a Colombian general, 2 investigative journalists, and nearly 20 Laurent Group employees who, for one reason or another, failed to toe the firm's heavy line. Only one man at Laurent Group knew of all the operations. Riegel compartmentalized those below him well, and those above him in the corporation knew enough of his tactics to recognize that they really didn't want to know any more. Problems arose, Riegel was called. Problems disappeared, and Riegel was quietly appreciated. This made Kurt Riegel an extremely powerful man indeed. The big German's teak-paneled office in the Paris HQ suited him well. It was, like Riegel himself, large and blonde and strongly built but quiet and discreet, tucked near competitive intelligence and IT in Laurent Group campus's southern wing. Along his office walls hung over a dozen hunting trophies. There was a taxidermist in Montmartre who virtually made a living on Kurt's African safaris and Canadian expeditions. Rhino, lion, moose, and elk all stared vacantly from their perches high on the walls around the room. It was also here where he did his daily calisthenics every afternoon at 5. He was nearly to his 100th sweat-inducing knee bend when his outside line chirped. Several lines he could ignore until he finished his set, but this was the encrypted number, the hotline, and he'd awaited this call for most of the day. He grabbed a towel, walked to his desk, and turned on his speakerphone. Regal. Good afternoon, Mr. Regal. This is Lloyd from Legal. Regal sipped from a bottle of vitamin-infused water as he sat down on the edge of his desk. Lloyd from Legal. What can I do for you? Regal's voice was powerful, like the artillery officer he once was. I was told you would be expecting my call. I was contacted by the chief executive officer, no less. Marc Laurent himself told me to drop everything and focus all my efforts on a project you will have for me. He also told me to supply you with some muscle and a communications specialist. I hope the technician and the team of Belarusian paramilitaries I sent have been helpful to your situation. Yes, thank you for that. The tech is here with me. The muscle is down in France at the moment, and they are doing as they are told, said Lloyd. Good. This is the first time Marc Laurent himself has called and asked me to pay special attention to an operation. I am intrigued. What kind of mess have you boys over in Legal gotten yourselves into? Yes, well, this matter needs to be cleared up quickly, for the good of the company. Then let's not waste another moment. What else can I provide other than the team I have sent? Lloyd paused. Then he said, Well, I hate to shock you with this, but I urgently need a man killed. Regal said nothing. Are you there? I'm waiting for you to say something shocking. I take it you have done this sort of thing before. Here in risk management operations, we like to say that every problem can be dealt with one of two ways. A problem can be tolerated, or a problem can be terminated. If a problem can be tolerated, Mr. Lloyd, my phone does not ring. Lloyd asked, Are you familiar at all with the Lagos natural gas contract? Regal answered immediately. I suspected this would be in reference to the Nigerian fiasco. Rumor has it some fool attorney over there in Legal forgot to proofread a contract, and the Nigerians are backing out of a $10 billion deal we have already put $200 million into. I had a feeling I would be contacted on the matter. Yes, well, it's a little more complicated than that. Doesn't sound so complicated. I just need the offending attorney's address. We'll make it look like suicide. The stupid bastard should be enough of a good company man to go ahead and kill himself, but you can't expect that kind of loyalty from a lawyer. No offense, Lloyd from Legal. No, Regal, you've got it wrong. We need someone else killed. Regal cleared his throat. Go on then. Lloyd told the VP of Security Risk Management Ops of the assassination of Isaac Abubakar, the president's refusal to sign the repaired contract without proof of his brother's killer's own death. Kurt snorted. We climb into bed with these dictators, and then we act surprised when they grab us by the nuts. Regal's English was flawless, idiomatic American. He sat down behind his desk, grabbed a pen, and pulled a notepad across the leather blotter to him. So we need to ID the hitman and dispose of him? Asked Regal. He has already been identified. You just need him eliminated? I was expecting something more complicated than this after Mr. Laurent's phone call. Yes, well, this assassin is no slouch. The trouble with private killers is all in the identification. If you know who he is, I'll have him found and dead within 24 hours. That would be ideal. I mean, unless we're talking about the Gray Man. He's a couple of cuts above the rest. Lloyd said nothing. After the American's long hesitation, Regal said, Ah, so. We are talking about the Gray Man, aren't we? Is that going to be a problem? It was Regal's turn to pause. Finally, he said, Certainly a complication, but not a problem. He's extremely good at keeping a low profile, hence his moniker. He'll be hard to find, but the good news is he will have no reason to expect we are coming after him. Lloyd remained silent yet again. Or will he? I arranged an attempt on his life last night. It failed. He survived. How many men did he kill? 5. Idiot. Mr. Regal, the Gray Man is clearly no idiot. His history shows us he is not the idiot. You are the idiot. A damn lawyer who tries to orchestrate a hit on the greatest alpha killer in the world? Some poorly planned, cobbled together, hurriedly executed disaster of an operation, no doubt. You should have come to me immediately.
Now he will be on guard, expecting whoever it was who organized the attempt on his life will just try again. I am no idiot, Regal. I have his handler in my custody. I have persuaded him to help us locate Gentry. Who's Gentry? Cortland Gentry is the gray man.
Regal sat up as erect and broad and square as the desk in front of him. How is it you know his identity? I'm not at liberty to say. Who's his handler? Regal did not like being the one on the receiving end of such information inside Laurent Group. He had his own intelligence network for that. That some shit American barrister was passing this intel around like it was common knowledge made Regal ball his fists in anger. His handler's name is Don Fitzroy. He's a Brit, has a straight operation here in London, even does some work for us occasion. Regal's balled fists closed together tighter. Tell me, Lloyd from Legal, that you have not kidnapped Sir Donald Fitzroy. I have. And I have his son and his son's family held at a Laurent Group property in Normandy. Regal dropped his huge shoulders and put his head in his hands. After several seconds, he looked to his speakerphone. I have been notified in no uncertain terms that you are in charge of this operation. I am to provide you men, materiel, intelligence, and any advice I have. That's correct. Then why don't I start with some advice? Excellent. My advice, Lloyd from Legal, is to apologize to Sir Donald for the gross misunderstanding, release him and his family, retire to your home, put a gun in your mouth, and pull the goddamn trigger. Crossing Fitzroy was a huge mistake. You can dispense with the advice then and just supply me with more men. Right now, I don't know where the gray man is, but I do know where he will go. Fitzroy will send him to Normandy. You'll be traveling overland, east to west. I don't know his starting point yet, but if you give me enough support, I'll send them everywhere across Europe to hunt him down as he gets closer. Why will he go to Normandy? To rescue Fitzroy's family. Exactly. He will be told Nigerians have kidnapped them and are holding them until Fitzroy turns him over. He will take it upon himself to rectify the problem. Regal drummed on his desk. I agree with your assessment. He does have a reputation as a paladin, and he won't trust the French authorities. Precisely. I just need from you a surveillance team and a kill team. Right now, your crew from Minsk is guarding his family in France. But I'd like Gentry dead before he gets to Normandy, as time is of the essence. This is the gray man. You need more than this. What do you suggest? I mean, other than me killing myself? Regal looked up to the far wall of his office. The head and shoulders of a wild boar stared back at him. Slowly, Kurt nodded to himself. To get this done in the time allowed, you'll need 100 watchers. You can get me 100 surveillance experts? Pavement artists, we call them. Whatever. You can provide that? Of course. And you will need 12 teams of hunter-killers spread out and placed all along each possible route, coordinated by a central command center, each with an incentive to be the unit that finds and kills the target. Lloyd's voice showed his astonishment at the scale of the undertaking Regal proposed. 12 teams? Not company men, of course. Too many chances for comebacks on the wrong group. Not local talent either. Local boys would be known to local police, and that would compromise the hunt. No. We need foreign operators from parts unknown, as you Americans like to say. Hard men, Lloyd from Legal, if you get my meaning. Hard men who do hard jobs when no other solution can be found. You are speaking of mercenaries. Absolutely not. The gray man has either dodged or dispatched every gang of hired hitmen sent after him in the past. No, to be certain, we will need established field units. Government hit teams. I don't understand. Whose government? We have branch offices in 80 nations. I have good relationships with the internal security chiefs in dozens of third-world countries. These men run stables of operators in their countries to keep their citizens and their country's enemies in check. Regal paused while he thought through his plan. Yes, I will contact my government counterparts in offices in the Third World, hard places where I am likely to find hard men without the faintest shred of scruples. I will contact these men, and within half a day of this very moment, there will be a dozen corporate jets flying back from these armpit countries. Each jet will be packed tight with the baddest boys and the biggest guns, and each team will be tasked with the same mission. They will all be vying for the chance to kill the Gray Man. Like a contest? Exactly. Incredible. We've done it before, admittedly on a smaller scale, but we've had cause in the past to bring in multiple teams to vie for a single objective. But I don't understand. Why would these governments help us? Not the governments themselves, the intelligence agencies. Can you imagine what a bounty of $20 million added to the coffers of the secret police in the nation of, shall we say, Albania would do to the security and stability of the state? Or to the Ugandan Army, Indonesia's Directorate of Internal Intelligence? These organizations work independently of their heads of state from time to time when it suits the purposes of the organization or its leaders. I know which country's internal security apparatus will sanction their men to kill for cash. I have no doubt of it. There was a pause before Lloyd responded. I get it. These intelligence agencies won't worry about American retribution. They will know the CIA won't hunt down the killers of the Gray Man. Lloyd, the victorious team will probably tell the CIA themselves, seek bounty from the Americans as well. Langley has been after the Gray Man for years. He killed 4 of their own, you know. Yes, I know. I like your plan, Regal. But can we do this quietly? I mean, without negative impact on Laurent Group? My office maintains shell corporations for deniability's sake. We'll use Laurent Group air crews in planes flying under the shells to infiltrate the kill squads and their weapons onto the continent. It will be expensive, but Marc Laurent has instructed me to succeed by any means necessary. Regal's connections to the upper levels of the company couldn't be denied, but Lloyd's political instincts demanded that he reassert his position. I remain in charge of the operation. I will coordinate the movements of the watchers and the shooters. You just get me this manpower. Agreed. I'll arrange our little contest, get everyone on station, but I will let you guide the teams. Keep me posted on the progress, and don't hesitate to seek out my counsel. I am a hunter, Lloyd. Hunting the Gray Man on the streets of Europe will be the greatest expedition of my career. He paused. I just wish you didn't fuck with Fitzroy. Leave him to me. Oh, I have every intention of doing just that. Sir Donald and his family are your problem, not mine. No problem at all. Chapter 9. Gentry allowed himself to admit that his fortunes seemed to be changing. After limping northward towards the Turkish border for less than an hour, he was picked up by a patrol of local Kurdish police. The Kurds in northern Iraq love Americans, especially American soldiers, and from his tattered uniform and injuries, they presumed him to be an American Special Forces operator. Court did nothing to dissuade them of this assumption. They drove him into Mosul and cleaned him up and rebandaged his leg wound in a clinic built by the U.S. government. Within 7 hours of dropping from the ass of an airplane without a parachute on his back, the American assassin found himself dressed in pressed slacks and a linen shirt, boarding a commercial aircraft bound for Tbilisi, Georgia. The improvement in his circumstances was not due entirely to luck. One of Court's fallback plans involved him finding his own way out of Iraq, and to prepare himself for this eventuality, he'd sewn a forged passport, forged visas for Georgia and Turkey, cash, and other necessary documents into the legs of his pants. No, Gentry benefited from a little luck from time to time, but he did not rely on it. He was nothing if not a man prepared. After passing through Georgian customs with a Canadian passport identifying himself as Martin Baldwin, freelance journalist, he bought a ticket to Prague, Czech Republic. The 5-hour flight was nearly empty, and Court landed at Ruzina Airport just after 10 in the evening. He knew Prague like the back of his hand. He'd worked a job here once, and often used the neighboring suburbs as a place to hide out. After a cab and a metro ride, he walked through the cobblestone streets of the Stare Mesto district, then checked into a tiny attic hotel room a quarter-mile from the Vltava River. After a long, soaking shower, he had just sat down to redress his thigh when the satellite phone in his new backpack began to beep. Court checked it, saw that Fitzroy was calling, and continued to work on the gunshot wound. He talked to Don in the morning. Gentry was understandably pissed about the extraction team turning on him. He didn't even entertain the possibility that Sir Donald himself had ordered his men to kill him. No, he was angry because Fitzroy's operation was obviously compromised to the degree that the Nigerians were able to infiltrate a mission in progress and almost succeed in turning his rescuers into his executioners. Fitzroy had been strongly against Court going through with the hit on Abu Bakr after the death of the paymaster, and now Gentry wondered if Fitzroy had put together a half-assed support structure for the op as a way to show his disapproval. Fitzroy's organized support structure was called the Network, and the Network was Gentry's only lifeline in the field. It was made up of legitimate doctors who would patch up a wounded man, no questions asked, legitimate cargo pilots who would take a stowaway on board without looking over the gear on his back, legitimate printers who could alter documents. The list went on, grew over time. Gentry used the network as little as possible, much less than the other men in Fitzroy's stable. The gray man was, after all, a high-speed, low-drag operator. But everyone who works in Gentry's arduous profession needs a little help from time to time, and Court was no different. Gentry had worked for Fitzroy for 4 years. Beginning within a few months of the night the CIA indicated that they no longer required the services of their most experienced and successful manhunter. Court thought back to the night. The indication of their dissatisfaction was followed immediately by a bomb in his car, a hit squad in his apartment, and an international arrest warrant processed from the Justice Department, distributed through Interpol to every law enforcement agency on the planet. At that time, Gentry was desperate for work to fund his life in hiding from the U.S. government. So he contacted Sir Donald Fitzroy. The Englishman ran a seemingly above-board security business, but Gentry had had dealings with the black side of Cheltenham Security Services when performing hits and renditions with the CIA's Special Activities Division. So it was a natural place for the recently unemployed gunman to seek work. Since then, he had become something of a star in the world of private operators. Although virtually no one knew his real name or the fact that he worked for Fitzroy, the gray man had become a legend amongst covert operators across the Western world. As with any legend, many of the details were enhanced, enriched, or wholly fabricated. One of the details of the myth of the gray man that was true, however, was his personal ethic to only accept contracts against targets that he felt had earned the punishment of extrajudicial execution. This was entirely novel in the world of killers for hire, and though it enhanced his reputation, it also caused him to be extremely choosy about his operations. Gentry took the toughest of the tough ops, went into bandit country alone, faced legions of enemies, and built a reputation and a bank account that was unrivaled in his admittedly low-profile industry. In 4 years, he had satisfactorily performed 12 operations against terrorists and terrorist paymasters, white slavery profiteers, drug and illegal weapons runners, and Russian mafia kingpins. Rumor had it he'd already made more money than he could ever need, so the inference was that he did what he did for the purpose of righting wrongs, protecting the weak, making the world a better place through the muzzle of his gun. The myth was a fantasy, not reality, but unlike most fantasies, the man at the center of this one did exist. His motivations were complex, not the comic book stimuli that had been ascribed to him, but at his core, he did consider himself one of the good guys. No, he didn't need the money, nor did he have a death wish. Court Gentry was the gray man simply because he believed there existed bad men in this world who truly needed to die. Lloyd and his 2 Northern Irish henchmen put Fitzroy into a Laurent Group limousine and motored through the city in a driving rain. There was no conversation. Fitzroy sat quietly, holding his hat in his hands between his knees, looking out the window into the rainy night like a beaten man. Lloyd worked his mobile phone, making and taking call after call, constantly checking in with Regal, who was contacting men all over the globe to set their rushed plan into motion. The limo arrived at Laurent Group's UK subsidiary just after 1 in the morning. The French corporation's local office was housed in a 3-building campus in Fulham. Lloyd, his men, and their cargo rolled through the front gates, past 2 rings of guards and guns, and down a road towards a single-story structure alongside a helipad. "This will be home for a while, Sir Donald. I apologize if it's not up to the standards of that to which you are accustomed, but at least you won't go wanting for company. My men and I will not leave your side until we get everything settled and we can take you back to Bayswater Road and put you right back where we found you with a pat on your bald head." Fitzroy said nothing. He followed the entourage through the rain into the building and down a long hallway. He passed 2 more men in suits standing in a little kitchen, and he immediately identified them as plainclothes security officers. For a moment, Fitzroy had a flicker of hope, and it showed on his face. Lloyd read his thoughts. "Sorry, Sir Donald, these are not your boys. A couple of heavies from our Edinburgh office. These Scotsmen hold allegiance to me, not you." Fitzroy continued down the hall. He mumbled, "I know 1,000 chaps like that. Those blokes hold no allegiance. They're in it for the money, and they will turn on you if the price is right." Lloyd waved a card key over a reader alongside the last door in the hall. "Well then, lucky for me I pay so well." It was a large conference room with an oak table and high-backed chairs, the walls lined with flat-screen monitors, computers, and a big LCD display showing a map of Western Europe. Lloyd said, "Why don't you take the head of the table? Considering your knighthood, I apologize we couldn't arrange something round for you. I'm afraid oval was the best we could manage." The American chuckled at his own joke. The 2 Scottish security men took places near the door, and the Northern Irishman found corners in which to stand. A thin black man in a chestnut-brown suit entered and sat at the table with a bottle of water in front of him. "Mr. Felix works for President Abu Bakr," Lloyd explained. It was far short of an introduction. "He's here to verify we kill the Grey Man." Mr. Felix nodded to Fitzroy from across the table. Lloyd conferred with a young man with a ponytail and a nose ring whose thickly rimmed glasses reflected the light from the computers on the desk in front of him. He looked up to Lloyd and whispered. Lloyd turned to Sir Donald. "Everything is on schedule. This man will be in charge of all communication between the Watchers, the Hunters, and myself. We will call him the Tech." The young man stood and proffered a hand politely, as if he had no idea he was being introduced to a kidnapping victim. Fitzroy turned away. Just then, the Tech took a call on his headset. He spoke softly to Lloyd in a British accent. Lloyd replied, "Perfect. Get assets there immediately. Pin down his location." Lloyd smiled at Fitzroy. "It was time I had a little luck. Gentry was spotted in Tbilisi, boarding a plane to Prague. The flight has already landed, so we can't tail him from the airport, but we have men checking the hotels. Hopefully, we'll have a hit team there waiting for him when he gets up in the morning." An hour later, Lloyd sat at the table opposite Fitzroy. The lights were dimmed, and the Tech placed a backlight behind the American. A camera on the ceiling spun under motor power to face him. A monitor displayed a silhouette of Lloyd so obscured that the young attorney had to lift his arm in the air in a wave to be sure he was looking at himself in real time. Next, one by one, LCD screens along the wall across the table came to life. At the bottom of each screen were a title and the local time. Luanda, Botswana was first online. 4 men sat in a conference room similar to the one in England. They were backlit and in silhouette, similar to Lloyd. Then Jakarta, Indonesia came up. This time there were 6 dark figures sitting shoulder to shoulder at a table and looking at a monitor. Then Tripoli, Libya. A minute later, Caracas, Venezuela, Pretoria, South Africa, and Riyadh, Saudi Arabia all illuminated simultaneously. Within the next 5 minutes, the feeds from Albania, Sri Lanka, Kazakhstan, and Bolivia were up and running. Freetown, Liberia took another minute for the tech to patch through. Finally, the transmission from South Korea appeared. A single Asian man sat alone at a desk. These were the government kill teams Kurt Riegel had arranged for the hunt. Riegel had already spoken to the head of each team's agency, so he declined speaking to the operators directly. That was Lloyd's job. As Riegel had said, he was just helping with arrangements and consultation. Before the audio came online, Lloyd called across the room to the tech. "Where are the rest of the Koreans?" The tech checked a paper on his desk quickly. "They just sent one guy. Don't guess it will matter. All in all, there are over 50 men total on the 12 teams." The tech next assured Lloyd his voice would be altered with both hardware and software to make it completely unrecognizable. After a final moment for the tech to check the audio link with the translators sitting off camera in each location that needed them, Lloyd cleared his throat. His silhouette brought a hand to his mouth and then lowered it. "Gentlemen, I know you have been briefed in general about the mission we have for you. It's very simple, really. I need a man found, but that is not your problem. I have nearly 100 pavement artists either on call or already on the job combing the area of operations at this very moment. Once found, I will need this man neutralized. This will be your objective." The image in the monitors at the 12 remote locations changed. A color photo of a clean-shaven court gentry in a sport coat and wire-rimmed glasses appeared on the screen. Lloyd had taken it from a forged passport in his CIA file. "This is the gray man, court gentry. The photograph before you is 5 years old. I'm afraid I do not know how he might have changed his appearance. Don't let his normalcy fool you. He was the best scalp hunter who ever worked for the CIA." Someone mumbled something in Spanish. Lloyd understood only one word: Milosevic. "Yes, I thought some of you may already know this man by his reputation. Rumors abound regarding his operations. Some say he killed Milosevic, some say he did not. Some say he was responsible for the events in Kiev last year. Most reasonable minds recognize that to be impossible. Nevertheless, I know enough about specific jobs that he has carried out, both working for the U.S. government as well as his private work, to assure you Mr. Gentry is the most formidable singleton operator you will ever encounter." A new, disembodied voice spoke. "Looks like a faggot." From the accent, Lloyd immediately turned his attention to the South African feed. Lloyd's altered voice reverberated through the speakers. "He will be the faggot who walks right up to you and slips an ice pick between your ribs, pops your lung, and stands above you while you choke to death on your own blood." There was anger in the American lawyer's voice. "You kill him, and then you can tell me what a fucking joke he is. Until you kill him, you keep your goddamn juvenile comments to yourself." The South African feed fell silent. Lloyd continued, still glaring at the silhouettes in Pretoria. "The gray man is trained in long-distance sniping, in close-quarters battle, in edged weapons, Krav Maga, the martial art used by Israeli special forces. He can kill with a long gun, a short gun, or no gun at all. He can take you out from a mile away, or you can die with his breath in your ear. He has extensive training in explosive ordnance and even poisons. There was a rumor going around the CIA that once in Lahore, Pakistan, he used a blowgun to take down a target in a restaurant, while he went unnoticed by the target's security detail." Lloyd paused for effect. Gentry was at the next table, kept right on eating his meal as the target dropped dead. "As soon as we finish here, you will all board aircraft. We will send a dozen teams and a dozen planes to a dozen airports along the route we expect Gentry to take across Europe in the next 48 hours. I will oversee and coordinate the activities from here, and I will pass on any intelligence I may be able to obtain. Each team that takes part in the hunt and survives will be paid $1 million plus any expenses incurred. The team that kills Gentry will be paid a bonus of $20 million. "What's America going to do if we kill him?" asked a man with a booming African voice. Lloyd turned to the Liberian feed, but he was not certain. "This has been addressed by the leaders of your organizations. This man is already marked for death by the U.S. government. There is shoot-on-sight sanction at the CIA. He has no friends, no close family. No one on this earth will cry for him when he dies. Next, someone spoke in an Asian language. When he finished, a translator asked, "Where is he now?" "He flew to Prague last night. I have our agents asking around at hotels for him, but there is no way to know if he is still there." "Which team is being sent to Prague?" someone asked. "The Albanians. They are closest." "That's hardly fair," shouted a South African. Lloyd, in silhouette, took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "No offense to the Albanians, but I don't think the first team he encounters will be the one that gets him." There was grumbling on the Albanian feed, but it was quickly extinguished with hisses. "We will kill Gentry in the next 2 days, yes. But we will likely do it through attrition. Many of you may die." He paused a beat, a half-hearted attempt to act like he gave a shit. "That said, we don't know that the Albanians will get the first crack at him. He may well have moved west by the time your plane lands. If that is the case, if we do pick up his trail past Prague, we will put you back on your plane, and you will take up a new ambush point closer to the final destination. There is no clear advantage to being farthest east, I assure everyone." Lloyd sat up straighter in his chair. His silhouette appeared thin but athletic. "Let me finish by saying this. Do what it takes to get the job done. I could not possibly care less about collateral damage. If you can't stomach a few dead kids or dead pensioners or dead puppy dogs, then don't get on my goddamn airplane. Your job is to kill Court Gentry. Do that, and you will make millions for your organization and garner the thanks of the Central Intelligence Agency. Fail, and you will most likely die by his hand. You would be well served to avoid worrying about anything else. Any questions?" There were none. "Then, gentlemen, game on." At 4:15 in the morning, a Laurent Group security officer from the firm's massive truck farm in Brno, Czech Republic, showed Gentry's photo to a sleepy hotel desk clerk at a narrow 4-story inn in the Stare Mesto, the old town of Prague. The old man behind the hotel counter looked at the photo for a long time, said he could not be sure, but upon taking payment of 500 crowns from the beady-eyed stranger, he changed his tone. He was certain the clean-shaven man in the picture and the bearded tourist in his attic room were one and the same. The surveillance agent called Lloyd immediately. He was an employee of Laurent Group, and Lloyd was under strict orders to keep company people away from any direct action, so Lloyd instructed him to go home. "A team is on the way," Lloyd said. "If you need him dead, I'll do it for 100,000 crowns." Lloyd chuckled into the phone. "No, you won't." "Are you saying I can't handle—" "Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying." "Fucking American prick." "I'm the fucking American prick who just saved your worthless Czech life. Go home, forget. You will receive a bonus for your good work." "I hate Americans." Lloyd laughed out loud as the line went dead. Gentry awoke at 5 in the morning. The bullet wound in his thigh stung and throbbed. It had been anything but a good night's rest. He sat up slowly and painfully, leaned forward to stretch his lower back and hamstrings, stood, and tilted hard to each side. He wanted to spend the day moving. He had not yet decided on a destination, but he knew the sooner he left the hotel, the better. After a quick trip to the bathroom to relieve himself and check the dressing on his leg, he dressed in the same clothing as the night before. He then looked out the window for signs of surveillance. Finding nothing amiss, he descended the stairs and left the building at 25 minutes past the hour. He had created a mental to-do list for the day. 1. Go to his local cache here in Prague and retrieve a small handgun. He would not be doing any more flying. The plane trips of the last 24 hours were an anomaly in his life, because Court hated to be unarmed. He only boarded commercial aircraft as a last resort, had flown no more than a dozen times in the past 4 years. Now, as he walked unarmed through the darkened and deserted cobblestone streets of Prague, he felt naked. The only consolation to his martial needs was a small Spyderco folding knife in his waistband that he'd bought off a Kurdish policeman. It was better than nothing, but inferior to any sort of firearm. After hitting his cash, he'd need to get out of town, pay cash for a cheap motorcycle and just buzz on out of Prague. Maybe spend a week or so moving from village to village in the Czech Republic or Slovakia. He hoped this would keep him safe until the Nigerian president left office and, hopefully, left him in peace. No one could disappear more quickly or cleanly than the 36-year-old American. As Court walked towards the subway, he decided to place one more important item at the front of his to-do list. He smelled fresh coffee wafting from a little cafe just opening. And at that moment, he felt he needed coffee as much as he needed a gun. He was wrong. A dense fog filled the dark street in front of the cafe, and it began to rain just as Court climbed up a pair of steps and entered the tiny eatery. It was just 5:30. He had the impression he was the first customer of the day. Court knew enough Czech to extend a greeting to the young girl behind the counter. He pointed to a steaming urn of coffee and a large pastry, watched the pale-skinned girl pour a foam cup full of rich black brew, and place his breakfast in a bag. Just then the doorbell dinged behind him. He glanced back to see 3 men enter, close umbrellas, and shake fresh rain from their coats. They looked local, but Court could not be sure. The first man glanced up at him as Gentry took his purchases over to a tiny stand with milk and sugar to dress his coffee. Court looked at a glass-covered flyer promoting a poetry reading that hung on the wall, gazed idly at the window at his right towards the dark and rainy street. A few seconds later, he was out in the elements, ignoring the cold morning shower and walking towards the metro station at Můstek. There were no other pedestrians around. The cold and the rain and the early hour saw to that. Court did not mind the frigid air. He appreciated its ability to inject life into his tired muscles and still fatigued brain. A few delivery trucks were about, and Gentry looked into the wet windshields of each as they passed. He found the entrance to the metro and descended the steep stairs. His still tired eyes adjusted slowly to the harsh electric lighting around him, the cold, white tile reflecting the illumination from above. He followed signs down a winding tunnel towards the trains. Another escalator took him deeper below the sleepy city, and another turn took him even farther into the brightly lit bowels of the metro station. Shortly before a right turn in the passage, he passed a garbage can. In it, he dropped his untouched coffee and his bag of pastry. Then he made the right turn, took 2 more steps, and stopped. He flexed his muscles quickly, his arms, back, legs, neck, even his jaw tensed. Then he reached into his waistband for his folding knife. He retrieved it and flicked it open, the maneuver executed in an impossible blur of speed and proficiency. He spun around, took a single step back the way he came, leapt into the air to cover as much ground as quickly as possible, and plunged the 3-inch blade hilt deep into the throat of the first man following him. The man was thick and hard and tall and broad. His meaty right hand grasped a stainless steel automatic pistol. Gentry grabbed the wrist of the gun hand and held the muzzle down and away, lest the dying man's spasms cause the weapon to fire. Court took no time to look into the square-jawed man's eyes. Had he done so, he would have seen shock and confusion long before the onset of panic or pain. Instead, the gray man pushed the man backwards to the tunnel's corner, slammed him into the second would-be assassin, and caught this man as he was rounding the turn and pulling his gun. Court held the knife's grip with his right hand. It was still stuck in the first man's throat, and he used it to push the first into the second, used his other hand now to fight for the handgun in the first's dying grip. The gun would not come free. Court could now see the third man behind the second's falling form, and the third's gun was rising to fire. Gentry ducked his head into the chest of the man with the knife sunk into his throat, pushed forward over the goon falling back to the floor, and advanced quickly towards the last in line. An ear-splitting gunshot rocked the tiled tunnel, the cacophonous explosion amplified by the low ceiling and narrow corridor. Gentry felt the bullet slam into the back of the bloody man in his arms. A second round barked and punched into Court's dance partner. Still, the American pushed the man backwards, finally shoving him as hard as possible. As the operator's bloody body was flung at the third man, Gentry pulled his knife out of the throat and made a final reach for the pistol in the beefy right hand. He managed to hold on to the knife, but the corpse slammed into the third operator with his dead hand still firmly clutching the gun. Now, Gentry stood between two living assassins, both armed, each less than 10 feet from him. Behind Court was the armed man on the ground. Surely by now he was rolling around to get a shot off. And in front of Court was the standing man, now shoving his blood-spewing partner out of his way to re-sight his weapon on his target. Court flicked his knife so that he was holding the blade and quickly threw it overhand at the standing gunman. The blade struck perfectly, buried itself in the man's left eye socket. Blood erupted, and the operator dropped his gun to bring both hands to the knife. He fell to his knees. Gentry did not look to the threat behind him. Instead, he dove forward, both arms outstretched, desperate to get his hands on a firearm. Just before he hit the ground, another gunshot cracked through the passage. He did not feel an impact, assumed the operator behind had aimed at his back but missed due to his leap to the ground. Court slammed into the cold tile floor, slid forward, and lifted the third gunman's pistol. The man with the knife in his eye was on his knees now, dying but not yet dead, screaming bloody murder. Gentry rolled onto his back next to him and turned to fire back at the last enemy still in the fight. This man had a half chance to shoot but hesitated. Court was alongside his partner. The gray man, however, did not hesitate. From his prone position, he poured round after round between his splayed legs into the armed man and watched him spin and die. When Court was certain the only man alive was the hit man next to him with the knife in his eye, he placed the barrel of the gun to the wounded man's temple and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The American stood over the bodies of 3 men sprawled in the bright white corridor. Blood splatters stained the wall, and pools grew from the corpses at his feet. His ears rang, and his thigh wound stung and throbbed. They had compromised themselves back at the coffee shop. He'd pegged them as operators in just over 1 second as they came through the door, and he noticed the unmistakable flicker of recognition in the first man's face as he met Gentry's glance. After identifying the threat these 3 men posed, Court had watched them in the reflection of the handbill of the poetry reading, in the reflection of the cafe's windows, out on the street in the windshields of the few passing vehicles. In the stairway down to the metro, he sensed them closing. They closed further in the tunnel, and by the last turn before the trains, he knew the time had come to act. Court had been faster, better trained, colder-hearted, but as he stood over the 3 bodies, he knew good and goddamn well there was only one reason they were now slaughtered meat, and his racing pulse continued to pump blood through him. Dumb fucking luck. These assassins just decided to stop in for coffee before taking position outside of his hotel, and Court just happened to be at the cafe when they got there. Everything else just fell into place after that. Court was lucky. He knew it was good to be lucky, but he also knew his luck could turn in an instant. Luck was fleeting, arbitrary, fickle. Court scavenged the bodies quickly and without a shred of remorse. He knew the morning's first commuters would be rounding the corner either towards or away from the trains in moments. Less than 30 seconds after the last gunshot, the gray man had collected a check-made CZ pistol and a small wad of euros and crowns. 1 minute after that, he was back at street level and wearing a canvas jacket taken from one of the men. The blood on his dark brown pants was concealed by the morning's shower. Through the mist he walked, purposefully but without haste, towards a bus stop near the Charles Bridge. A slight limp in his gait, but nothing else differentiated him from the ever-increasing throngs of people on the street, each beginning their workday commute. Fitzroy had been offered a small room with a cot to rest, but he refused on principle. Instead, he dozed fitfully in the conference room in a high-backed executive chair. Around his slumped form, the tech moved from terminal to terminal, and Lloyd made call after call on his mobile. The security men stood both inside and outside the door throughout the night. Sir Donald awoke at 6:30 and was just sipping black coffee when the tech called across the room to Lloyd. "Sir, the Albanians are not checking in." Lloyd had been sitting in a chair across from Fitzroy, drinking coffee and staring at a map of Prague. He looked up at his man, shrugged his shoulders, and pursed his lips. "Hard to do when you're dead." The tech remained hopeful. "We have no way of knowing—" Lloyd wasn't listening. He spoke mostly to himself. "One down, 11 to go. That didn't take long." Fitzroy smiled behind his coffee cup, and Lloyd noticed this. He rose to his feet, circled the mahogany table, and kneeled in front of Sir Donald. In a soft voice he said, "You and I may seem like adversaries, but we have the same goal here. If you are secretly celebrating the Gray Man's victory, remember that as he gets closer to his target, the stakes will rise. The quicker he is put in the dirt, the better it is for you, your son, your daughter-in-law, and your precious little granddaughters." Sir Donald's smile faded. Over an hour later, Fitzroy's satellite phone chirped. Lloyd and his men immediately went into silent mode. Sir Donald pushed the speakerphone button just after the third ring. "Court, I have been trying to reach you. How are you?" "What the hell is going on?" "What do you mean?" "Another kill squad just tried to zap me." "You're joking." "Do I joke?" "Admittedly not. Who were they?" "I'm pretty fucking sure they were not Nigerians. 3 white dudes, looked Central European, didn't have time to pull IDs. If they were any good, they wouldn't have been carrying them anyway. Abu Bakr must still be using hired hands. No surprise, considering his deep pockets. Are you injured in any way?" "Yeah, I am, but not by these clowns. I took a bullet to my thigh in the plane yesterday morning." "You've been shot?" "No big deal." Lloyd reached quickly for a notepad and jotted this information down. "Son, there has been a complication." "Complication? I've had to take down 8 guys in the last 28 hours because of some breach in your network. You're damn right there's been a complication." "The Nigerians know I am your handler." The satellite connection went quiet for a moment. Finally, Gentry said, "Shit, Don, how did that happen?" "Like I said, a complication." "Then you are in just as much danger as me. It's just a matter of time before they come for you, too." There was concern in the younger man's voice. "They already have." A pause. "What's happened?" "They have my family, my son, and my daughter-in-law, my 2 grandchildren." "The twins," Court said softly. "Yes. They are holding them in France, telling me I must give you up or they will kill them. 30 minutes ago they gave me 48 hours to produce you, dead or alive." "They have teams hunting for you, but they want me to give them intel on your whereabouts." "Which you already have, apparently." "No, son, I haven't said a word. You were compromised in Iraq somehow, yes, but a Nigerian agent saw you board the plane in Tbilisi. I've told them nothing, and I don't intend to." "But your son's family—" "I don't turn on my men. You are family too." Fitzroy's face was twisted into a pained expression of disgust at his words, but Lloyd's eyes widened appreciatively at the elder Englishman's two-faced ability to simultaneously cajole and betray his top killer. Fitzroy was playing whatever remaining heartstrings his assassin possessed like a virtuoso. Lloyd knew Gentry's file like the back of his hand. He knew what would come next. "Where are they holding them?" "A chateau in Normandy, France, north of the town of Bayeux." 48 hours? Minus 30 minutes. 8 a.m. on Sunday morning is the deadline. They say they have assets in the French National Police. Any hint of an operation against their location will result in a massacre. "Yeah, the cops will be useless. I've got a better chance going solo." "Court, I don't know what you are thinking, but it is too dangerous for you to try any sort of—" "Don, I need you to trust me. Best thing I can do is get there and clean this shit up myself. I need you to get me all the intel you can about their force structure. Don't give up any info on me, and I will get your family back." "How?"
somehow. This time it was Sir Donald's turn to pause. He rubbed his thick fingers in his eyes and said slowly, "I would be forever in your debt, lad." "One thing at a time, boss." The line went dead. Lloyd punched his fists into the air in victory. Fitzroy turned to Lloyd and said, "I'll get you the scalp you are after, but you have to adhere to your end of the bargain."
Sir Donald, nothing will make me happier than calling off my men and leaving you and your family alone. Chapter 11. Court Gentry had worked as a private operator for 4 years. Before that was Golf Sierra, a.k.a. the Goon Squad, and previous to this he ran singleton ops for the CIA. A few steely-eyed agency operatives notwithstanding, Gentry had spent the majority of adult life alone. To be sure, when he was in deep cover, he developed the relationships necessary to conduct his missions, but these interactions were fleeting and based on a bed of lies. His was a life lived out in the cold. There had been but one episode in the last 16 years when Court was not an assassin, not a spy, not a shadowy figure moving into and out of the landscape. 2 years earlier, for just under 2 months, Fitzroy had employed the Gray Man in a capacity completely unique to anything else on his resume. Court took a post in close personal protection, bodyguard work, to watch over Sir Donald's 2 granddaughters. Their father, Sir Donald's son, was a successful London real estate developer. He did not follow in his father's footsteps into the shadowy realm of intelligence. He was an honest businessman, played by the rules. Still, Philip Fitzroy managed to run afoul of some Pakistani underworld types, something to do with his firm's lobbying against a municipal proposal that would have allowed more uncertified and unqualified labor on his construction sites. Philip Fitzroy logically argued that it was best for everyone in London if only well-trained workers built apartment dwellings and shopping centers. But the Pakistani mob had been extorting from the undocumented populace for years, and they decided that if more immigrants had higher-paying jobs, they could squeeze out from them a few quid more. It began with threatening phone calls. Philip was to back off, quit the lobbying campaign. A fake pipe bomb in the mailbox was found by Elise Fitzroy, Philip's wife. Scotland Yard opened an investigation. Dour-faced detectives rubbed their chins and promised to be vigilant. Philip continued his fight against the labor law. More threats came, and the Yard put a car with a narcoleptic officer in front of their Sussex Gardens townhome. Elise was cleaning out 6-year-old Kate's school backpack one afternoon while the girls watched television. She pulled a folded page out of an outside pouch, thinking it to be a note sent home from Mrs. Beasley. She opened it. Handwritten scrabble, large capital letters. "Anytime we want them, we can have them. Lay off, Phil." Elise hysterically called Philip. Philip called Sir Donald, no less frantic, and 7 hours later Sir Donald arrived at the door with an American in tow. The Yank was neither big nor small. He was quiet, and he made little eye contact. Elise thought he was in his late 20s. Phil put him near 40. He wore jeans and a small backpack that never left his shoulder, and an oversized sweater under which Philip assumed was stashed God knows what manner of obscene apparatus for doing harm to his fellow man. Sir Donald sat with Elise and Philip in the drawing room, while the man waited in the hall. He explained to the worried parents that this man's name was Jim, just Jim, and he was quite possibly the best in the world at that which he did. "What exactly is that, Dad?" asked Philip. "Let's just say you're better off with him than you'd be were your whole street lined with cars filled to bursting with bobbies. That's no exaggeration." "Doesn't look like much, Dad." "That's part of the job. He's low profile." "What the bloody hell do we do with him, Dad?" "Throw him a sandwich a couple of times a day, keep the coffee pot hot in the kitchen, and forget he's here." But Elise refused to treat the man as an inanimate object. She was polite and found him to respond in kind. He never looked at her. This she insisted when her husband asked. "He looks out the window to the street, out the window to the back garden, at the door to the twins' room. Never at me. You and he have that in common, Philip. You should get on brilliantly." The introduction of an additional man to the Fitzroy household inevitably caused friction between husband and wife. Claire and Kate took to Jim. They mimicked his American accent, and he was good-natured about it. He drove them to school each day in the Saab while Elise rode along. Young Kate teased him once about being a bad driver, and he surprised mother and daughters with a burst of laughter, admitting he usually traveled by trains or rode a motorcycle. Within a second, his face rehardened, and his eyes returned to the mirrors and the road ahead. For almost 2 months, he was at the girls' sides every moment they were awake, and he was on a cot in the hallway by their door while they slept. The only moment of excitement in the 8 weeks came one Sunday on the way to the market when a car accident blocked the road. As soon as traffic stopped, Jim bumped the car up onto the pavement. He opened his sport coat, and Elise saw the butt of a handgun nestled under his arm. He drove down the pavement with his left hand through a scrambling crowd while his right hand curled around the pistol in its shoulder holster. 10 seconds later, they were in the clear. He said not a word to the passengers, like it was just another normal Sunday jaunt out for milk and cakes. Mum and her girls stared at him wide-eyed for the rest of the drive. And then one morning, he was gone. The quilt was left folded on the cot, the pillow laid on top. It was in the papers that the Pakistani mobsters had been arrested by the dour-faced men at Scotland Yard, the danger had passed, and Sir Donald had sent his Yank away. Philip and Elise breathed an incredible sigh of relief that the threat was no more, and the ridiculous law had been defeated. But the little girls cried when their father told them Uncle Jim had to go back to America, and no, he was not likely to return. Court bought a motorcycle less than an hour after he closed his call with Fitzroy. It was an '86 Honda CM 450 with a decent enough engine and tires that looked like they could make it for a few days of heavy use. The seller was a local boy who worked at a petrol station alongside the road in Seberov, just southeast of Prague. No paperwork, just a cash transaction, a few hundred crowns extra for a helmet and a map, and Court was on the road. He hadn't hesitated a moment since hanging up the phone with Don. Court knew there was a day or so of travel ahead of him if he was to go to Normandy. He could work on a plan while on the move and check in with Fitzroy en route. No, there was no time to sit on a park bench here, 600 miles away, and contemplate. After buying the bike, he stopped at his cache in a long-term rental unit 4 miles south of the city center. He no longer had a key for the door, so he merely picked the lock. He could recite the credit card number used to pay the monthly rent if he had been questioned, but in fact, there was no one around. He'd established the cache nearly 3 years earlier, had only been back once, and now the small, unlit room was dusty and moldy and cold. It was an 8 feet square, empty except for 4 duffel bags stacked one on top of the other, each wrapped in a white garbage bag covered in dust. The cache contained pistols, rifles, ammo, clothing, and vacuum-packed food and medical supplies. He tossed the CZ he'd picked up in the gunfight in the metro into one of the bags and retrieved a small Walther P99 compact pistol and 2 extra magazines. The weapon was clean and well lubricated, but still he checked the ammunition and the operation of the slide and the striker. He ignored the rest of his guns. He knew he could hardly cross the border into the European Union with an arsenal on his back. The handgun would just have to do. Next, he ripped open a medical kit, dropped his pants, and sat on the cold, dirty floor. The scratching of a rat in the aluminum walls let him know just how unsanitary these conditions were. He examined his day-old injury with a professional fascination. Court had never before been shot, but he'd picked up dozens of other injuries in his work. His leg throbbed like a bitch, but he'd been hurt worse from burns, broken bones, a chunk of shrapnel in his neck. It came with the job. He poured a generous splash of iodine on the entrance and exit wounds. He tore open packages of bandages and antiseptic cream, redressed his injury as well as possible in the low light, and then crumpled all his supplies back into a small bag and shoved it into his pocket. In his second duffel, he found cold weather gear. He changed out of his light clothing into thick corduroys, a grease-stained brown cotton shirt, and a thick canvas jacket. A pair of work gloves went on his hands,
and they warmed his fingers instantly. Leather hiking boots, a black watch cap that could be pulled down as a ski mask was positioned on his head. He zipped up all his cases, left them as he'd found them, closed the door, and climbed back on his bike. Minutes later, he found himself at a crossroads south of the city. A few hours west was the German border, then the French border, then Normandy. He blew out a sigh, masked by his engine's rumble. Steam from his exhalation poured through the microfiber ski mask covering his mouth. If it were only that easy. No, he had to make a few crucial pit stops along the way. Gentry needed to pick up some materiel before he arrived in Normandy. He knew where to get what he needed, but he also knew it would involve an extra half day on the road. For one, Court needed a new escape, new forged identity papers. He still had the passport he'd used to get into the Czech Republic, and he knew it would get him around in Central Europe, where they did not have all their immigration processes computerized and integrated. But he'd already been burned once under the legend Martin Baldwin, Canadian freelance journalist. Only a hopeless optimist or a damn fool would try to use it to get into the European Union, and Gentry was neither. But more than entree to the EU, he needed an escape solid enough to get him out of Europe when the shooting stopped. He knew that after he did what he had to do in Normandy, he would need to disappear somewhere far away, and clean identity papers would be the easiest way to achieve this end. Court knew a man in Hungary who could provide him with documentation quickly. With well-made docs, he could cross quickly and efficiently into the EU, and, should he have to produce papers for any reason along the way, he could safely do so. And then, once he'd finished his operation, he'd be able to dump all his guns and gear, hop on a plane to South America or the South Pacific, or fucking Antarctica if the heat on him remained as hot as it had been the last 2 days. There'd be no time to run around and buy dirty docks after Normandy, and no way to quickly get off the continent without them. A cold November wind blew from the west as Gentry turned onto the E65, the highway that would take him past Brno, into Slovakia, around Bratislava, and then south to the Hungarian border. From there, it would be a quick trip down to Budapest, 6 hours travel time, factoring in a couple of quick stops for gas and 2 poorly guarded borders. As he opened the throttle and leaned into the cold wind, he forced himself to think about the next 48 hours. It was grim contemplation, but necessary, and a hell of a lot better than dwelling on the past 48. Chapter 12. Gentry entered the capital of Hungary at 3 in the afternoon. Rain clouds hung low and gray-white, just tickling the rounded green tips of the hills of Buda on the west side of the Danube River that bisected the city of 4 million. Court had last visited Budapest 4 years earlier on his first job for Fitzroy, a simple domestic op against a Serbian hitman who'd put a bomb in a local restaurant to kill a mob gunrunner, but in so doing also took out an American man's brother. The surviving brother had money and ties to the underworld, so it was a simple thing for him to connect with Fitzroy and hire a triggerman. And it was a simple thing for Fitzroy to send his newest asset to Budapest to find the offending Serb in a dockside bar, fill him with drink, then slip a knife into his spine and let his lifeless form slip silently into the black waters of the Danube. Gentry also knew Budapest from before, back in his time with the agency. He'd been in and out of the city once every couple of years for nearly a decade, tailing diplomats, running sneak and peeks against shady Russian businessmen in the mansions of Buda or the hotels in Pest. He'd once chased off a Tajik assassin targeting the local CIA chief of station because there was no one else handy to deal with the matter. In Court's work in the city, he'd had multiple run-ins with a local fraudster named Laszlo Szabo. Szabo was an amoral, devious scumbag. He'd do anything for anyone waving a big enough wad of crumpled Hungarian forints in his face. His specialty was forgery, buying and selling identity papers, and modifying them for whoever needed their identity changed on the fly. He'd helped a dozen wanted Serb war criminals flee Central Europe just ahead of the International Court of Justice,
and had made a shitload of money cleaning up the dirty loose ends of that war and others. Then, in 2004, he ran afoul of Gentry himself when he agreed to create papers for a Chechen terrorist who'd slipped out of Grozny and the Russians' grasp and into Budapest on his way farther west. Court and his goon squad caught up with the Chechen in a warehouse Laszlo owned in the suburbs. It had gone loud, and in the melee a tub of Szabo's photographic chemicals had blown up, killing the terrorist. Court and his team had to disappear before the fire trucks arrived, leaving Laszlo to slip away. Immediately thereafter, Court was sent after bigger fish, but he remembered Szabo, kept tabs on the forger, just in case someday he needed his services. Court normally used documentation assets from Sir Donald Fitzroy's network, but it was nice to know there was also a man in Budapest who could, for the right price, turn him into anyone he wanted to be, at least on paper. Laszlo Szabo was an irredeemable piece of shit. Court knew this beyond a shadow of a doubt, but Court also knew Szabo was damn good at his work. It was 3:30 by the time Court had filled his gas tank, bought a gyro and lemonade at a little Turkish stand on Andrassy Street, and parked his bike a block away from Laszlo's lair in Pest, just a kilometer or so from the shores of the Danube. Icy sheets of cold rain poured down, but Gentry did nothing to shield himself from the weather. His muscles were tiring from the already long day. The rain soaked his hair and his beard and his clothes, but it also kept him alert. The door to Laszlo's building was a deception. A rusty iron plate on hinges sunken in a stone building on Eötvös Utka Street. It was covered with yellowed and torn handbills and stood no more than 5 feet high. It looked like no one had passed through since the Second World War, but Court had just finished his soggy meal of lamb chunks and cucumber sauce folded into a pita when the door creaked open and disgorged 2 thin black men. Somalis, Court guessed. In Europe, illegally, obviously, since no one who had access to legitimate papers would have need to come see Laszlo. Court knew how easy it was for Africans and Middle Easterners to immigrate legally to the continent these days. The 2 knuckleheads walking past him in the rain somehow didn't qualify for the near-universal rubber stamp entry, which indicated to Gentry that these were some seriously shady fuckers. In a moment of perspective, the gray man realized there were few people on Earth more wanted than he, so Court allowed he was, by definition, likely a shadier fucker than either of these 2 Somalis. Gentry banged on the little iron door with an open left hand. His right hovered above the Walther pistol in his waistband and hidden under his wet jacket. There was no answer after a minute and a further knock. Finally, Court found a little plastic intercom button tucked into the upper left corner of the doorway. "Szabo, I need your help. I can pay." A tinny response through the intercom. "References?" His accent was unmistakably Hungarian, but his English was good. The tone of his voice was sheer boredom. A clerk in a paint store. Court was just the next of a long line of customers reaching the counter to inquire about goods. "I'm one of Donald Fitzroy's men." Though Szabo was not a network asset, he would certainly know of Sir Donald. A pause, just long enough for Court to worry, ended with a buzz and the sound of remote-controlled door locks clicking open. Court pushed in the iron door warily, knelt, and entered a dark hall behind it, followed a pinprick of light 50 feet on. The light was another doorway, and through it Court found a large workshop, part science lab, part library, and part photo studio. Laszlo was there, sitting at a desk against the wall. He turned to face his visitor. Szabo wore his gray hair long over his shoulders. His clothes were Hungarian drab, black jeans and a polyester shirt open halfway down to expose his rail-thin chest. He was 60, but an East Bloc 60, which looked 80 in the face but 30 in the physique. A life of physicality, a life of hardship. He appeared to Court something like an aging rock star who still fancied himself a catch. He stared at Court for a long time. "A familiar face," he said. "Without the beard and the rainwater, perhaps I would know you?" Court knew Szabo had never seen his face. He'd worn a balaclava mask when he took down Szabo's lair with the goon squad in 2004. Plus, it had been dark and the action quick and confusing. Don't believe so, said Gentry, looking around the room for security threats. Wires hung off the walls like ivy. Tables and shelves of equipment and boxes and books, locked file cabinets along the wall, a full-sized photography studio in the corner with a camera on a tripod facing a chair on a riser. An American, 35 years old, height 5'11", weight 170. You don't carry yourself like a soldier or a cop, which is good. Court remembered fragments from the man's dossier. Sabo had been trained by the Soviets in electronic surveillance and forgery and other non-lethal black arts. He'd been used to spy on his own people by the Russians, but he had played for both teams, giving Moscow information on his countrymen while providing well-off Hungarians with escapes to get them through the Iron Curtain. His marginal and conditional and half-hearted help of his own people had proven to be just enough to keep a knife out of his chest after the fall of the Soviet Union, though Gentry remembered reading that Laszlo had been no stranger to getting his ass kicked in retaliation for his association with Moscow. "I'm just a man who needs some of your product. In a hurry," Court said. Laszlo stood up and reached for a cane leaning against the desk. He leaned heavily on it as he crossed the room to his visitor. Court noted the Hungarian's slumped body and severe limp. This injury had developed since he last saw him 5 years ago. After an eternity, Sabo arrived in front of Court, leaned well into his personal space, put a hand up to the American's chin and turned his head left and right. "What sort of product?" "A passport. Clean, not fake. I need it now. I'll pay for the extra trouble." Laszlo nodded. "How is Norris?" "Norris? Sir Donald Fitzroy's son, of course." "You mean Philip?" "Yes. Does Sir Donald still have the summer place in Brighton?" "I wouldn't know." "Neither would I, to be honest," Sabo allowed with a sheepish shrug. Court said, "I understand your need to establish my bona fides, but I am in a rush." Sabo nodded, hobbled to a little bench, one of a dozen in the room, and each in front of a different table or desk covered with computers, microscopes, papers, cameras, and other gear. "Fitzroy has his own network, his own facilitators of documentation. Why would you be slumming with Laszlo?" "I need someone good, and someone quick. Everyone knows you're the best." The Hungarian nodded. "Maybe that's just flattery, but you are exactly right. Laszlo is the best." He relaxed. "I'll do a great job for you. Maybe you can speak to Fitzroy about the service. Put in a good word for Laszlo, you understand." Court knew to loathe men who referred to themselves in the third person, but he also knew to be polite when in need. "You get me out of here with clean papers in under an hour, and I will do just that." Sabo seemed pleased. He nodded. "I recently came into possession of a consignment of Belgian passports, new serial numbers, not reported stolen, perfectly legitimate." Court shook his head emphatically. "No. 2/3 of the stolen passports on the market are Belgian. They are guaranteed extra scrutiny. I need something less obvious." "An informed customer. I respect that." Laszlo stood, leaned on his cane, and made his way to another desk. He strummed his fingers on a little notebook full of pencil scratches. Then he looked up. "Yes, I suppose you could pass as a Kiwi. I've had a few New Zealand passports for a long time. Most of my clients these days are Africans or Arabs. Can't pull off a Kiwi, needless to say. Like I said, these books have been around a while, but Laszlo can doctor the serial number when I put in your information without tainting the hologram. No way it can be traced back to a missing lot." "Fine." Sabo sat back down and blew out a sigh that showed Gentry the movement was tiring and uncomfortable for him. 5,000 euros. Gentry nodded, pulled the money from his pack, showed it to Laszlo, but did not hand it over. "What about your appearance? I can photograph you as you are, or we can create something more professional." "I'd like to clean up first." "I've got a shower, a razor, a suit coat and tie that should fit you. You ready yourself while Laszlo works on the papers." Court walked down a hall and sniffed his way to a bathroom that reeked with body odor and mildew. The shower was equipped with soap and razors and shears, all laid out for operators and illegal immigrants and criminals who needed to camouflage their nastiness for a few minutes in order to pose for a photograph intended to portray them to cops and border control agents as Little Lord Fauntleroys. For the first time in 3 months, Gentry shaved his beard. He'd laid his Walther on the little shelf with the shampoo and the razors. It was covered with lather by the time he finished. Gentry cleaned up his shavings. He saw each brown hair as DNA evidence, so he spent more time collecting his beard than he had cutting it off. He looked at himself in the mirror while he combed his brown hair to the right, in a wet part that would disappear when it dried. He was aging in the face, the creases of sun and wind and life itself deepening into his skin. He could tell he'd lost weight since he'd begun the Syrian operation, and soft bags of discoloration hung under his eyes. When he was 26, he'd once gone 4 days without sleep. He'd been tracking an enemy agent in Moscow and was following him to a dacha in the country when Court's piece of shit 2-door Lada broke down in the snow. The gray man had to stay on the move overland to keep from freezing to death. Now, at 36, he feared he looked much worse after 4 days of work than he did back then when his extraction team pulled him half-frozen out of the ice and into a helicopter. After he dried off, he pulled his rain-soaked pants back on. He was careful to keep the soggy bandage in place on his leg. He cinched his belt and climbed into his boots and socks. He dressed in a white dress shirt Laszlo had left out for him that was too small for his neck, tied the cheap tie with it carefully, a big knot covering the open collar. A blue jacket that felt like cardboard bunched at his shoulders. He didn't even try to button it. Court slid his pistol onto his hip, tossed the extra mags and his multi-tool in his pocket, and went back into Laszlo's lab. Szabo sat in a wheelchair at a drafting table, leaning over an open passport with a razor. He looked up at his customer for a long moment. Quite a metamorphosis. Yeah. Sit for the picture, please. There was a small plastic chair on a riser in front of a blue background hanging from the ceiling. A digital camera on a tripod was connected to a computer on a desk a few feet away. Court stepped up on the hollow wooden riser and sat in the chair. He fumbled with his coat and tie while Szabo rolled the wheelchair into position behind the camera. We need to think of a name for the passport. A good Kiwi name. It's up to you. Whatever is fine. The camera flashed, and Gentry began to stand. A couple more, please. He sat back down. I have a name for you. Don't know if you will like it. Anything is. It's flashy, dramatic, mysterious. Well, I don't think I need. Why don't we call you Gray Man? Gentry stared blankly into the camera as it flashed in his face. Shit. Szabo glared at him. Gentry began to stand. He felt movement in his seat. He had shifted his weight to his feet, but his heels felt like they were dropping. Before he could react, his arms flew up to his sides, his borrowed coat bunched up higher on his neck, and his knees raised in front of his eyes. He was falling backwards, the plastic chair sliding back with him. The light around him vanished, and he dropped into darkness, finally landing on his side, his fall cushioned by something soft and wet. The impact, though cushioned by padding, still knocked the wind from his lungs. Reactively, he leapt to his feet, pulled the pistol from his hip, and spun in all directions to both engage any threats and get his bearings. It was a brick-lined pit, a cistern of some sort. Looking up, he saw he'd fallen 12 feet or so from where the riser had opened up to swallow him. Before he could reach for it, the chair raised into the air, its leg held with a thin chain. It clanged back over the edge of the riser and disappeared. A plexiglass trapdoor closed above him, sealing him into the dank container. Slowly, Szabo leaned over the side, looked down through the plastic at his captive, and smiled. "You've got to be kidding me!" shouted Gentry in utter frustration. "I presume you are armed? Beasts like you usually are. You might want to think before firing a weapon in there."
Szabo used the tip of his cane to tap the clear lid over the hole. 2 inches of hardened plexiglass. You'll be dodging your own ricochets. He then tapped his forehead with a bony finger. Don't be stupid. I don't have time for this, Szabo.
On the contrary, a little time is all you have left. Szabo backed away from view.
Chapter 13.
Gentry ripped off the jacket, the tie, the shirt, and looked around the pit. It was a 7-foot-wide circle, seemed to be some sort of old sewage well. A cylindrical wall of stone around him too sheer and slick with mildew to climb. The mattresses on which he'd fallen were smelly and rotting. There was a drainage problem, to be sure. He looked under the mats and discovered an old iron water pipe. He wrapped his hand around it and found it to be hot. Budapest's thermal baths were a tourist draw. This pipe likely pumped hot spring water from one location to another. Water pushed through it, dripping and steaming a little where it disappeared into the wall. Court looked up and around. This would be a particularly awful place to die. 10 minutes later, Szabo returned. He stood over Court and smiled. Gentry said, "Whatever you are planning on doing, I remember you. You thought I'd forget? 2004, Central Intelligence Agency Super Special A-Team." Court knew Szabo had not seen his face in the operation in 2004. Still, he shouted, "That's right, and my field team knows where I am right now." Pathetic. You aren't with the agency anymore. Where did you hear that? The 60-year-old Hungarian disappeared for a minute. He returned above the pit, placed a sheet of paper face down on the glass 6 feet above his prisoner's head. Gentry looked up at his own face, an old headshot taken by the CIA for some dirty documentation. Above the photo were the words, "Wanted for questioning by Interpol." It was just a photo and a description. His name was not given. American government men sat in a car outside in the street 7 days a week for an entire year after you, shall we say, resigned your position with the agency. They actually thought you'd come to Laszlo for help. Their presence was bad for business, Mr. Gray Man. "Szabo, this is serious. Look, I know you. I know you'll let me buy my way back up. Just name your price."
I can call a man and get money wired.
"Sir Donald can't purchase your path to safety. I don't want his money." Gentry looked up at the man above him, his voice lowered. "I'd hate to hurt a cripple."
You were the one who crippled me.
"What are you talking about?"
You shot up my darkroom. You thought I'd forget?
"I didn't shoot you."
No, you were shooting at the Chechen, hit a container of ammonium persulfate, knocked the powder into a bath of aluminum water and bang! The Chechen is dripping off the ceiling, and poor, helpless Laszlo is burned, the nerves of his lower body damaged from inhaling the toxic fumes.
Shit.
Court shrugged. Whose fault is that? You were helping a terrorist enter the West. The CIA should have sent me back to finish you. Maybe they should have. But I've since made friends with the good men of the Central Intelligence Agency. After the FBI came to talk to me, the agency came. They were the ones who told me you were the leader of the group that blew up my warehouse and ruined my legs. Believe it or not, these days the local CIA station and Laszlo have a reasonably good working relationship.
Why wouldn't I believe that? You always did play all sides.
I think our relationship will get even better now that I've called them and told them I have you locked away. They are on their way here to pick you up right now. The muscles in Court's face twitched. Tell me you did not do that. I did. I am going to trade you to the CIA in exchange for a little détente. Our relationship is not so good that me handing over their #1 target won't make Laszlo's life easier.
How long until they are here?
Under 2 hours. The station chief is ordering up a helicopter full of heavies from Vienna to take you into custody. I told him your reputation was overrated. Old, frail Laszlo captured you by himself, after all. But he was undeterred. You warrant a big operation just to carry you away.
You will just have to amuse yourself in the meantime while you...
Laszlo, you need to listen very carefully to me.
Ha! Look at him shake. Look at the gray man shake like a little. They aren't sending a team to haul me away. They'll send a wet team. There's a shoot-on-sight directive against me. And when they come here to wax my ass, don't expect them to just walk away and leave a witness behind. That's not how these guys operate. Laszlo cocked his head, seemed to think this over, then said, "They won't hurt me. The CIA needs me. They only needed you until you made that phone call, you dumb son of a bitch." Sabo's nerves began to show. He shouted, "Enough talk! If you think the Grim Reaper is on the way for you, maybe you should spend the next few minutes asking your God for forgiveness for your sins. You too." Laszlo Sabo's wrinkled and confused face disappeared from the glass above court. Sir Donald Fitzroy's mobile rang at 3. Lloyd pushed the speaker button, though the call had not come from Gentry's satellite phone. "Cheltenham Security. Good afternoon, Sir Donald. I'm calling in regards to an important business matter. Do I know you? Our paths have not crossed, I don't believe. You may call me Igor." Fitzroy was short with the caller. There was more than enough on his plate to where he felt no need to be polite to some heavily accented solicitor. "And you may call me not interested. I am busy. If you have legitimate business, you can bloody well contact my secretary and make an appointment." "Yes. Well, the grey man seems to think he represents legitimate business to you. He told me to call. He's insisting you will pay handsomely for his safe return." "The grey man is with you?" "Indeed." "Which team are you with?" "Which team? I am my own team, sir." Fitzroy and Lloyd looked at one another. Lloyd pushed the mute button. "I don't think this is one of our hunters." Sir Donald tapped the button to allow the caller to hear him. "Let me talk to him." "I'm afraid that won't be possible at the moment." Lloyd hit the mute button again. He turned to the tech at the bank of computers on the wall. The young man said, "The call originated in Budapest, the Pest side. He's got some misdirection software on it. I'll try and get it pinned down." Lloyd looked up at the large map on the wall monitor. "What's court doing in Budapest, for fuck's sake?" Fitzroy ignored him and hit the speaker box in the middle of the table, releasing the mute yet again. I may be very interested in accommodating you, Igor. I just need assurance that my man is, in fact, in your care." "No trust in this world, that's what's wrong." "Very well, Sir Donald. Give me a moment. I don't move as quickly as I used to." There was shuffling through the speakers for nearly a minute. Then finally, "Go ahead, Mr. Fitzroy. You may speak." "Lad? Is that you?" Gentry's voice, distant or muffled by something. "He called the agency. A kill squad will be here in less than 90 minutes, Don. I'm in." There was more scratching and shuffling over the speakers. Then the accented voice came back on the line. "You have 1 hour, Sir Donald. Wire 500,000 euros, and I will have your boys spirited away in plenty of time to avert a counteroffer from a competitor. Here's the account number. Do you have a pen?" A minute later, the call was disconnected. Both Fitzroy and Lloyd looked to the tech. The young Brit with the nose ring shook his head. "Budapest, 6th District. That much we know, but I couldn't pinpoint it closer. There are 250,000 phones in the 6th District. He could have called from any one of them." Lloyd was annoyed, but in too much hurry to show it. He turns to his captive. "Who does he know in Budapest?" Fitzroy rubbed his forehead and shrugged. "Think, damn you. Who would Gentry go see there?" Sir Donald lifted his head quickly. "Sabo! Not in my network, you see. An old counterfeiter, used to work for the Reds back in—" Lloyd interrupted. "Got an address?" "I can get it. My closest kill team is in Vienna, 100 miles away. No way we can have them there in that time frame. We'll have to pay Sabo off to keep Gentry out of the CIA's hands." Fitzroy shook his head. "Forget it. Sabo is a snake. If he called the CIA, he did it to curry favor with them. He just called me because Gentry told him I'd pay for his release. Laszlo Sabo will take my money and still give him up to the CIA. He'll fuck me over long before he'll fuck them over." "Will the CIA take Gentry in or kill him?"
Irrelevant. If they kill him, they'll cover their tracks. The body won't turn up for weeks, if ever. Abu Bakr won't sign just because we tell him Gentry's on ice. You'll kill my family just the same as if Gentry survived.
Then we have less than an hour to get killers to Sabo's location and do the job before the agency boys get there. Gentry's neck was sore from staring up at the plastic ceiling above him. He heard noises near the opening, so he yelled out, "How are you going to get me out of here before the agency assets come to kill us both?" Sabo's wrinkled face appeared above. "Once I have Sir Donald's money, the only one leaving here will be me. Fitzroy will kill you for double-crossing him." "Ha! I still have friends in the East. I have been looking for a way out. €500,000 will be just about enough for a new start." "Look," Court implored. "There's more at stake here than you know. A family has been kidnapped. 2 little girls have been taken, 8-year-old twins. They will be murdered if I don't get to France in time to stop it. You let me out of here, and I swear you'll get your money. You'll get whatever you—" "2 little girls?" "Yes." "Murdered? Not if I can get—" Laszlo laughed cruelly. "You've obviously mistaken me for a man with a soul. The Russians had it surgically removed 35 years ago. I really could not possibly care less." He disappeared from Gentry's view. Lloyd called Regal, reached him in his teak-paneled Paris office. The German answered before the first ring ended. The American asked, "Do you have assets in Budapest?" "I have assets everywhere." "Tier 1 assassins?" "No, just a few pavement artists. I could arrange some low-class triggermen, I suppose, but why? Haven't I provided you with enough alpha killers in the past 12 hours? Surely the gray man hasn't chewed through them all yet." His tone mocked the young lawyer. "We sent the teams to the west. Gentry went south to Hungary, apparently to get a passport to use to flee Europe after he's finished in Normandy. Prudent. Optimistic, but prudent. Yeah, well, it didn't work out so well for him. The forger in Budapest double-crossed him, locked him up. He just called Sir Donald to demand ransom. Let me guess. Laszlo Sabo? How did you know? Let's just say you can't mention Budapest and double-cross in the same sentence without Sabo's name coming up. Can you get some men to his address in Pest? Of course. Is it just Laszlo, or does he have security? It's more complicated than that. Sabo also turned Court into the CIA. They have a team racing to the location now. Supposedly, they are an hour out." Regal sighed, resignation now in his voice. "He falls into CIA hands and the Lagos contract is history. If they take him, we won't be able to prove to Abu Bakr if he's dead or alive by Sunday." "Then we can't let that happen, right?" "You want to send a team to shoot it out with American intelligence? Are you insane?" "The CIA will think they're men working for Gentry or working for the kidnapper. If your guys are any good, they won't hang around to explain their motivation." Regal thought a moment. When he finally spoke, it sounded to Lloyd as if the German was formulating the plan as the words left his mouth. "The Indonesian hit team is in the air at this moment. They are heading to Frankfurt, but they should be over South-Central Europe right about now. Maybe we can divert them, get them on the ground and into the city in the next hour. We'll be cutting it razor close, but it's our only chance." "Are they any good?" "Yes. They are Kopassus, Group 4, the best shooters Jakarta has to offer. Let me get to work." Captain Bernard Kilzer checked the altitude on the radio altimeter. It was a Wolfsburg model he was not entirely familiar with, as this plane was rented and not his normal craft. He was flying west-northwest at 37,000 feet. The Bombardier Challenger 605 was state-of-the-art fly-by-wire technology. His duties and responsibilities as a pilot were great, but at this point, 7 hours into his 9-hour flight from New Delhi to Frankfurt, there was little for him and his co-pilot to do other than stay awake, monitor the onboard systems, and scan the afternoon skies. The 2 pilots had been flying nearly non-stop for 16 hours. Their route had originated in Jakarta, Indonesia, at 2 a.m. local time. They'd flown west, stopped for fuel in New Delhi, and then immediately returned to the sky. Normally, Captain Kilzer and his co-pilot, First Officer Lee, flew corporate heads around Southeast Asia. They also transported Laurent Group scientists, critical IT personnel, anyone who was needed in any one of 15 corporate facilities from the southern tip of Japan to the eastern edge of India. In addition to these work-related trips, Kilzer and Lee also ferried executives and their wives on island-hopping vacations or to lavish parties in Brunei with the Sultan himself. He'd once even shuttled company clients and Philippine call girls to a secluded tropical isle populated by French chefs and Swedish masseuses for a week of indolent debauchery. Kilzer had flown all manner of Laurent Group employees, but he'd never transported a group like the one he was hauling now. Behind him in the cabin were 6 men. Indonesians, they looked to be young military types, but they wore civilian clothing. The cargo hold of the Challenger was full of green canvas rucksacks. The men kept quiet for the most part. On Kilzer's trips out of the cockpit to the lavatory, he'd glanced into the 28-foot cabin and had seen darkness perforated by pen lights, some men poring over maps while others slept. They seemed a disciplined group, heading out on some important mission, and Kilzer did not have a clue why he'd been tasked with ferrying them. The bald-headed 38-year-old German pilot reached behind himself to retrieve his lunchbox. The multifunction display flashed. His co-pilot said, "Ground-to-air call coming through for you from the home office on the secure link." "Roger." Kilzer turned away from his meal and flipped a switch on the center console to send the impending transmission into his ears alone. "November Delta 30 Whiskey, over. This is Regal speaking. Do you read me?" Kilzer knew Regal was the VP of Security Operations for the entire corporation. The German was known as an incredibly tough bastard. Suddenly, Kilzer had a better idea about the mission of the fit young men in the cabin behind him. "Loud and clear, Mr. Regal. How can I help you, sir? How close are you to Budapest?" "Just a moment." Kilzer looked to the co-pilot, an Asian with a British accent. "It's Regal. Wants to know how far we are from Budapest." First Officer Lee checked his flight's location on the navigation management system. He typed into the keypad on his left and in a few seconds responded. "We are 107 kilometers south-southeast and 12 kilometers above." Kilzer relayed the information, and Regal said, "We have a change in plans. I need you to land there as soon as possible." Kilzer felt the sting of sweat on the back of his neck. He did not feel good about disappointing the Chief of Security Ops. "I'm sorry, sir, that is not possible. We haven't filed a flight plan for Hungary. We will have serious problems with immigration and security." "Don't tell me what is possible. Put the airplane on the ground, distribute to the Indonesians their gear, and then get out of there." Captain Kilzer did not back down immediately. "How are we supposed to get out of there? We'll be thrown in jail if we land without authorization. If we..." "Declare an emergency. Surely you can find a reason to land the plane wherever you want. If you get detained for questioning, I'll pay your way out. We can smooth things over with the Hungarians after the fact. That's not your concern. Just make sure the Indonesians are off the plane before you taxi to the tarmac. There is too much security at Budapest Ferihegi. They will surround the aircraft and we will..." "Then don't land there. Find a little regional airport nearby, land the plane, and let loose the men in the back. Do I make myself clear?" The captain frantically flipped through pages on his multifunction display. He scrolled through electronic charts of all the region's airports. Tokol is 40 minutes driving time from the city center. Its runway is long enough. "Too far. I need the Indonesians in the city center in under an hour." Kilzer kept looking. "There is Budaörs. It is half the drive time, but the runway is not paved, and it is too short." "How short?" "This aircraft with this load requires 1,000 meters on a paved runway in perfect conditions. Budaörs is 1,000 meters exactly, but there is heavy rain, and, as I said, it is unpaved." "It will be like mud." "Then you should have no problem slowing down before you run out of runway. Land the plane." "You're demanding a crash landing, sir. It will be very unsafe." If you want to be safe from me, Captain, you will land that plane in Budaors. Am I clear? Kilzer gritted his teeth.
Regal said, I'll have a coach and a driver there to pick them up. Sir, I need to stress again, this will create an incident. Let me worry about that. Roger, sir. Kilzer disconnected the call. He squeezed his hands on his control column in frustration. The co-pilot asked, What's going on? Apparently, Lee, you and I are about to help Indonesia invade Hungary. The first officer turned white. Regal is an asshole. Yeah, said Kilzer. He then flipped a few switches on his center console, took the jet off autopilot, and slowly pushed the controls forward. He spoke into his headset. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. November Delta 30 Whiskey.
Chapter 14. For the next hour, Laszlo Szabo used his computer every 15 minutes to check the numbered Swiss account he'd given Fitzroy. Between his frequent log-ons, he packed a suitcase full of essential items for a permanent road trip, called a local car service, and ordered a limo to wait out front at 4:30. Destination, the Budapest Ferihegyi Airport. He bought a ticket to Moscow, first class, and then called an acquaintance in the Russian capital to arrange pickup from the airport there. Even with all this activity, he still limped over to the riser and looked down through the glass every now and then to check on his prize. The gray man sat shirtless on the mattresses in the cold pit, his back against the slimy wall and his eyes fixed ahead. Laszlo thought nothing about leaving the young man to die, thought nothing of taking €500,000 from Sir Donald the Fat and then reneging on the deal. Thought nothing of the ridiculous assertion that the lives of some poor, pitiful schoolgirls hung in the balance of his quickly orchestrated scheme. He'd not been born a sociopath, but he'd learned his way, executed the tenets of the disorder as precisely and with the same attention to detail as he counterfeited passports. It was no lie when he said it was the Russians who'd removed his soul. He'd lived so long as an informer, had worked with local resistance to help dissidents escape out of the country, and then passed on to the Soviets their routes to the West. He'd played both sides in so many games over so many years that, to Laszlo, there remained no longer any right and wrong, only paths to his own benefit and obstacles to negotiate. At the 1-hour mark, he checked his account. The money had not yet been wired. He called Fitzroy to learn there had been a delay at his bank. He needed just a few more minutes. The funds were en route. Laszlo smelled a rat, swore he would go put a few bullets into the gray man's head himself if the money didn't come soon, then, conversely, warned Sir Donald that the CIA would bleed every detail of Cheltenham Security Service's real operation out of its top killer, and Fitzroy's own head would be on the chopping block within a day or two of Szabo handing over the man in his pit to the Americans. Finally, Laszlo granted 15 minutes more to the convincing Englishman, checked on his prisoner in the hole, and then phoned the driver waiting outside and told him he'd be delayed, but to keep the engine running. Szabo had been cutting it close all his life. If the CIA killers arrived before he left, he'd likely be killed. If they did not, he'd have his new start in Russia. Captain Bernard Kilzer turned his head slowly to First Officer Lee. The action made the perspiration on his forehead run into his eyes. Lee looked back to his captain and blinked his own sweat away. Both men's faces were chalk white. The Bombardier Challenger stood still in the mud. Out the windscreen, both pilots could see only grass and fence obscured by a heavy rain shower. They had used every centimeter of the runway given them, then an additional 80 meters of soggy open field. There was no more. Kilzer's heart pounded, and his blood boiled. Regal had forced them into this situation, a situation that had come within 3 seconds flying time of ending very, very badly, and even though it had not terminated in a ball of fire and an insurance payout to his wife, the German captain had every expectation he would be spending some time as a guest of the Hungarian penal system. Still, they had survived. This aircraft had been equipped with anti-skid carbon brakes and a gravel kit, deflectors placed around the tricycle gear to keep runway debris from destroying the plane upon landing. Still, Kilzer and Lee both knew their rented Challenger would not be flying out of Hungary under its own power. The gear and engines were surely damaged, and it would take some serious towing equipment to pull this $20 million aircraft out of the sucking mud pit where it now sat. After a few more seconds to recover from the stress and fatigue of the landing, Kilzer shut down all systems, standard procedure for a fire on board. Now the only sound was the pelting rain against the aircraft's skin and windows. In his Mayday message to Budaörs Airport's control tower, he'd claimed he smelled smoke in the cockpit. Had he more time to come up with something, no doubt he and Lee could have conceived a ruse that would have been more verifiable. But from the time he'd gotten the call from Regal to this moment, only 35 minutes had passed. In the interim, his wits were fully occupied as he dropped his jet from 400 knots and 7 miles in the air to a standstill beyond the far edge of a rain-soaked, too short, unpaved runway at an unfamiliar airport. He'd done damn well, and he knew it. He even thought, in the moment of buoyant optimism that came from the adrenaline high following the landing, that he might just manage to talk his way out of jail time if he could keep his winning streak going a few minutes more. But this pipe dream faded as a movement out the windscreen jolted him back to reality. A black van smashed through the fence directly in front of him. The 6 Indonesians appeared from around the starboard side of the bombardier, pulling rucksacks retrieved from the cargo hold. Hurriedly, they clambered into the vehicle. While Captain Kilzer and First Officer Lee sat silently and stared at the activity in front of their cockpit, the black van backed through the mud and grass from whence it came, skidded in the rainwater on a road on the other side, and then sped off into the storm. That dramatic event, Kilzer knew, would not have gone unnoticed by the control tower behind him. And that dramatic event, Kilzer knew, would land both him and Lee behind bars until that asshole Regal could buy them out. And it occurred to Kilzer, as he placed his hat on his head and left the airplane, the rain whipping into his face and his ears assaulted with the shrieking sound of approaching sirens, that Mr. Regal would certainly have other messes to attend to before the day was through. So he and Lee should prepare themselves to be forgotten about for some time to come. The wire transfer appeared in Szabo's account as he was furiously making a third call to Fitzroy. The CIA was due to arrive within 10 minutes. He'd cut it way too close, but now the money was received, and he could leave. He hung up the phone as Fitzroy answered. Next, he checked back in on the gray man one final time, bade him adieu and bonne chance, finished packing his suitcase, and then hobbled out of his studio/laboratory/workshop, shuffling down the hall as quickly as his paralytic body would allow. He was almost to the door when the phone rang. Thinking it was the CIA station chief giving him an update on the progress of the operators on the way, he decided to answer. They wouldn't have called if they were moments away. He lifted the phone off the hook. "I have fulfilled my side of the bargain. It is time for you to fulfill yours," said Fitzroy. "I am impressed, Sir Donald. My phones are scrambled. How did you—" "I have my ways, Laszlo. Now, free the gray man before they come for him." The sweat already dripping down the 60-year-old Hungarian's back turned ice cold. Fitzroy knew who he was. Szabo realized he'd be watching his back for the wily Englishman for the rest of his life. "I will release your boy immediately." "You wouldn't be talking out of both sides of your mouth, would you? Playing a game with myself and the CIA."
You have my word as a gentleman. "Very well, Laszlo. Enjoy the money." The line went dead. Szabo thought about taking a final step up on the riser, one more glance into the pit, but he decided against it. He hurriedly limped back down the hall, suitcase in hand. He stepped to the small iron door, but it flew inwards as he reached for it. Bright lights shone into the Hungarian's eyes, though it was dark and raining outside. In shock, he leapt back, tripped over his bad leg, and fell onto his back. Squinting the lights away, he saw a team of men dressed in black, hooded faces. A half-dozen gunmen with short-barreled weapons held to eye level. Protruding from each rifle was a powerful flashlight. The first man to him dropped onto a black knee pad. He lifted Szabo by the neck. "Going somewhere?" He spoke softly in English. It was the CIA. Szabo could barely see eyes behind the operator's goggles. I was waiting for you. Just putting the bag in the car, you see. I'll be heading out after you boys finish. Sure. Where's the subject? Szabo was helped back to his feet. All the men in the narrow hall kept their weapons trained ahead. He's in the front room, at the end of the hall. Step up on the riser and look down. He's 12 feet down in the cistern, covered with a thick sheet of "Show us." Szabo read the man's voice. There would be no negotiation. He turned and hobbled back up the hallway with the American paramilitaries. Inside the low-lit room, the leader of the SAD unit positioned his 5 men against the walls and stepped to the riser slowly. Laszlo urged him on, told him there was nothing to be afraid of, managed to drop the station chief's name no less than 3 times as a way to let the CIA gunman know he was one of them. Finally, the heavily armed and armored leader stepped up on the riser and peered warily over into the glass. Laszlo called out, still trying to curry favor.
He probably has a gun, but he can't use it while the lid is shut. He'd have to be quite a dancer to dodge a ricochet in that little space. Your boss promised Laszlo he'd be taken care of. Maybe I should call him and you can all have a talk so you see everything Laszlo's done for your side. Laszlo the Loyal, he calls me. The TAC team leader leaned over farther, then farther. He took a knee over the plexiglass, turned slowly around back to Szabo. What the fuck is this? Laszlo did not understand. What do you mean? It's the gray man, all wrapped in a nice bow for my friends at the CIA. Did you kill him? Asked the American operative, standing up now and turning to face the Hungarian. Of course not. Why do you ask me this? Quickly, the master forger hobbled on his cane towards the riser to see what was wrong. Court had not sat as idly for the past 70 minutes as Szabo had presumed. As soon as the Hungarian left him alone, he'd pulled his necklace over his head, stripped off the thin leather to reveal a wire saw. He used this to cut away at the exposed water pipe below the mattresses. He'd cut it down in 2 places to where a few more passes of the wire's teeth would open the pipe and fill the cistern with hot spring water in a matter of minutes. Once this was done, Gentry pulled his pistol, ejected the round from the chamber, and retrieved the spare mags from his pants. Using his waterproof boots for a collection bin and the pliers on his multi-tool, he'd pulled each cartridge apart, poured the potassium nitrate-based gunpowder in the boot. When he had the powder from 30 of the 31 bullets he carried on his body collected, he disassembled one of his magazines, removed the spring, reattached the plate, filled it tight with gunpowder from his boot, and then placed the follower at the top, packing the explosive agent tighter in the metal magazine. Court used the magazine spring to bind the follower securely in place. Laszlo checked in on him from time to time. The old cripple made so much noise climbing up on the wooden riser it was no trick for the gray man to stuff his arts and crafts project below a rotten mattress in time to avoid detection. Next, Gentry took off a sock, filled it with the empty cartridges because the powder would not ignite without help from the primer each cartridge contained. He crammed the powder-filled magazine in the sock and lashed everything together tight with his bootlace. In his fist he held it. It was a big, heavy sock and roughly the power equivalent of a hand grenade. Gentry feverishly ripped several lengths of fabric from a mattress, tied them together to make a thin strand about 10 feet long. He reloaded his Walther pistol with his 1 remaining round, left the magazine well empty, and tied the gun with more mattress strands to where the muzzle of the 3.5-inch barrel was placed point blank at the sock full of primers and explosive. The long strand he tied to the pistol's trigger. Finally, Gentry took off his pants. He tied the legs tight at the ankles and then again at the crotch. This created 2 chambers filled with air. They wouldn't stay watertight for long, but long enough for Court's needs. He used his last shoelace to tie the grenade to the pants. He sat with the pants draped over his legs so Laszlo would not easily notice he wasn't still wearing them. Lastly, he pulled wads of soggy foam from a mattress to use as earplugs when the time was right. Satisfied with his preparations, Court waited. Soon, Sabo leaned over and said goodbye, then disappeared. This was the gray man's cue. Frantically, the American cut the water pipe. Within a minute, the cistern had filled more than knee-deep with water as hot as a bath. Court stood and held the grenade with the pistol affixed to it and the pants with the air chambers, all in his hands. He stood there in his underwear and waited for the water to rise. Within 3 minutes, he floated up with the water and the mattresses, treading in place. After 6 minutes, the cistern was filled nearly to the top. He fought panic. He knew there was no guarantee his contraption would work, or, even if it did, that it would be powerful enough to blow open the trap door. When the water was 3 inches from the plexiglass ceiling, Court forced himself to hyperventilate in the little space. He filled his lungs to capacity and then ducked down below the surface, positioned the floating bomb at one of the hinges. He pushed a mattress between himself and his bomb. Then he swam down to the bottom of the cistern, one hand holding the line of mattress fabric that led to the pistol's trigger, and the other hand wrapped around the water pipe to hold him at depth. Looking up to make sure everything was in place, he saw his contraption had floated away from the hinge. Quickly, with depleting air reserves, he shot up to the top. Now there was no air here left to breathe. He fought the mattress to the side, repositioned the bomb, and struggled again to the bottom. The day-old gunshot wound in his right thigh burned with the flexion of his muscles. Panic, frantic exertion, and oxygen depletion all seemed to compete with one another to squeeze on his heart and crush it tight deep inside his body. Finally, he reached the water pipe and took hold. He looked back up and saw his device was in place. Shortly before he pulled the cord, he saw a dark figure step onto the riser and kneel down, then turn back to face someone in the room. The team leader said, "He must be dead. This hole is filled with..." With a muted pop, the black-clad operator lifted into the air. The plexiglass burst below his feet. White water sprayed in all directions. Pieces of sharp plastic tore into the ceiling above. The operator crashed to the left of the riser, a tidal wave of warm water sloshing over him. The other armed men dived for cover. Szabo fell on his back in the middle of the room. The leader was alive. He scrambled to his knees and retrained his weapon on the riser to his left. "Jesus! All elements, stand fast!" he shouted, his eardrums ringing from the explosion. Just then, small men in civilian attire and rifles held high poured into the room from the hallway, and gunfire erupted all around. Laszlo Szabo was the first to die. Chapter 15. Even with his ersatz plugs, Court's ears screamed from the pressure of the blast. He pushed off with his feet at the bottom of the cistern and shot to the surface. He had no idea who was waiting above for him. The CIA? Laszlo back for a last check on him? Ultimately, it didn't matter. He needed air. He'd built momentum on the way up, so when his head broke the surface of the water, he shoved open the plastic door. Both hinges were broken off, and the plexiglass was cracked through. He sucked in a huge breath of air and scrambled over the side, rolling off the riser and down to the floor, enveloped in a wave of the warm water. He found himself along the wall in the back corner of the room. All around was the sound of close gunfire and shouting men, but Court could see no one around the platform's edge. He rolled to his knees, into a low crouch, and bolted towards the back hallway, his wet feet slapping the linoleum. He didn't take time to look back. Whatever was going down in this room, Gentry had no intention of getting in the middle of it with no firearm and no idea who the players were. The door jamb to the hallway splintered with a burst of submachine gun fire just a step in front of Gentry's face. He ran right at it, through the overpressure of the supersonic ammo and the flying splinters, down into the dark hall and to the bathroom where he'd shaved an hour and a half earlier. He ducked in quickly for his backpack and threw it over a shoulder. Wearing only his underwear and a bandage on his thigh, he sprinted into a small bedroom at the end of the hall. Over the low twin bed was a window with a thin wire grating. He shattered the glass with a metal end table, lifted the mattress and pushed it over the windowsill to cover any remaining shards, then rolled out over it into a small courtyard. A door to the building behind Laszlo's was locked, so Court ran to the far corner of the courtyard. He used iron security bars over a first-story window to climb his way to a second-story balcony where, after 4 or 5 tentative kicks from his left heel, he finally shattered a glass window. Loud snaps of gunfire continued below and behind him. He took care to avoid the broken glass left in the pane as he stepped through the window, but as he climbed into the apartment, he cut both his feet stepping in on the carpet. He cried out in pain, fell to his knees, and cut them too. Crab walking through the small bedroom, he finally stood, hobbled into the bathroom, and rifled through the medicine cabinet. A few seconds later, he sat on the toilet and dressed his fresh injuries. His right foot was okay, a little jab that he poured antiseptic into and wrapped with toilet paper. The ball of his left foot was much worse. It was a relatively deep puncture. He washed it quickly and cinched a hand towel tight around it to stanch the bleeding. It needed stitches, but Court knew he wouldn't be getting stitches anytime soon. Similar to his feet, his left knee was okay, but his right was badly injured. With a wince, he pulled a shard of glass from his skin. An unlucky barb at the end hooked on his flesh as he removed it. Blood ran down to the floor. "Fuck," he groaned as he cleaned and dressed the gash as best he could. 3 minutes later, he realized the shooting had died down across the courtyard. He heard sirens, shouting, a baby crying in the next apartment, woken from its nap by the activity. He'd thought the apartment was empty, but when he walked into the living room, still just in his wet boxers but now with wrapped feet and knees, he found an elderly lady sitting alone on a couch. She looked at him with eyes unafraid, bright and piercing and blue. He put a hand out to calm her but lowered it slowly. "I won't hurt you," he said, but he doubted she understood. He mimicked pulling on pants, and she slowly pointed to a room down the hall. There he found men's clothes. A dead husband, maybe? No, a son away at work. He found blue coveralls and climbed into them, and heavy steel-toed boots that were too big but serviceable with 2 pairs of white socks. Gentry thanked the lady with a bow and a smile. She nodded back slowly. He pulled a wad of euros from his backpack and laid them on a table. The old woman said something he did not understand, and with another bow he was out the door to the second-floor hallway. Injured, unarmed, with neither means of transportation nor the documents he came all the way to Budapest to acquire, Court Gentry stepped outside and into a steady rain. He looked down to his watch. It was 5 in the afternoon, 8½ hours since beginning his journey. He seemed so much farther away now than when he started. At Laurent Group's London office, Lloyd and Fitzroy waited for the news of the Indonesians. It came after 4 p.m., but not from the team itself. Sir Donald's phone rang. It was Gentry. "Cheltenham? It's me." Fitzroy had to compose himself before speaking. Finally, he said, "Thank God. You've gotten clear of Szabo?" "Yeah, just." "What happened?" "Not sure. Sounded like an SAD field team showed up. Szabo must have had some personal security, and it went loud." Lloyd and Fitzroy stared at one another. Right. Understood. How are you?" "Surviving." "Where are you now?" "Still in Budapest." Both Lloyd and Fitzroy looked over to the tech. His head leaned over a computer terminal, but he bobbed it up and down, confirming the truthfulness of the target by pinpointing the cell tower the phone was using. "What now?" asked Fitzroy. The question was as much to the American on his right as it was to the American on the other end of the line. "I head west. Everything's still on track. Do you have any more information for me?" Yes. The men you met this morning in Prague were Albanians, simple mercenaries, hired by Nigerian Secret Service. They've probably contracted a new team by now. Any idea what I'm up against?" "Hard to say, son. I'm working on it." "What do you know about the enemy force structure around your family?" 4 or 5 Nigerian secret police types, not Tier 1 gunmen by any stretch, though they have my family scared witless. As I get closer, I'll need the exact location. Aye. You'll be there by tomorrow morning? No. I have a stop to make first. Not another dangerous detour, I hope? No. This one is on the way. Fitzroy hesitated, then said, "Right.
Anything else you need from me? Anything else? What have you given me so far? Look, you are my handler. Handle something. I need to know if I am going to run into any more goons along my route. I need to know how the fucking Nigerians found out my name, found out about you. There is something very screwed up here, and I need as much of it figured out as possible before I get to Normandy. I understand. I am working on it. Have you had any more contact with the kidnappers? Sporadically. They think I'm turning over every rock to find you. I'm calling everyone along my network, just to make it look good, you know? Keep it up. I'll stay away from the network. Call me if you learn anything. The line went dead. Within 2 minutes, Fitzroy and Lloyd had more of an explanation about what had happened. Regal called, and between the three of them, they managed to put the pieces together. The 6 Indonesians had been completely wiped out, all dead. The CIA had torched the building to cover their tracks. It was unknown if the agency had taken casualties. Sabo was dead, and Gentry had used another of his 9 lives but had gotten free. "So where is he now?" asked Regal. "Heading west from Budapest. Via train, car, motorcycle? We don't know. He called us from a cell phone. He'd apparently pulled it off a passerby, dumped it just after he hung up."
"Anything else to report?" asked Kurt Regal. Lloyd barked into the phone angrily. "You report to me, Regal. What happened to your shit-hot Indonesian Kopassus commandos? I thought you said Gentry would be no match for them." "Gentry didn't kill them. CIA paramilitaries did. Look, Lloyd, we knew the Gray Man would have some resiliency. My plan all along was for 1 or 2 teams to knock him off balance, get him reactive instead of proactive. That way he'll stumble into the next team unprepared." Lloyd said, "We have 10 more teams lying in wait for him. I want him dead before the night is through." "Then we agree on something." Regal rang off. Lloyd then turned his attention to the Englishman. A pained expression flashed on the older man's face. "What is it?" Fitzroy's anguish was unrelenting. "What's wrong?" "I believe he told me something. He didn't mean to tell me, but I sussed it out." Lloyd sat up, the few wrinkles in his pinstripe suit smoothed out with the movement. "What? What did he tell you?" "I know where he's going." The young American attorney's face slowly widened into a smile. "Excellent!" He reached for his mobile phone. "Where?" "There's a catch. This place he's going, only 3 blokes have ever known about it. One of those blokes is dead, one of those blokes is the Grey Man, and one of those blokes is me. I'll tell you where, but if your little reality show contest doesn't destroy him there, he's going to know I've set him up. Your chap's missing this time, and it's game over." "Let me worry about that. Tell me where he's going." "Graubünden. Where the fuck is that?" Chapter 16. Song Park Kim had sat motionless in a meditative state while airborne, but his eyes opened, awake and alert, upon touchdown at Charles de Gaulle Airport. The only passenger of the Falcon 50 executive jet, his small, rough hands rested on his knees, and his eyes remained hidden behind stylish sunglasses. His perfectly tailored pinstripe suit fit his environment precisely. The cabin was appointed for executive travel, and he appeared to be a youngish but otherwise unremarkable Asian executive. The Falcon taxied off the runway, down and off the taxiway, past a long row of parked corporate jets, finally turning into an open hangar door. A waiting limousine, still wet from the drizzle of the gray evening, idled in the middle of the hangar. A driver stood alongside. As soon as the jet came to a complete stop and the turbines slowed, the co-pilot made his way back to the 7-seat cabin carrying a nylon gym bag. He sat in front of Song Park Kim and lowered the bag onto a mahogany table between them. Kim said nothing. "I was told to give you this upon touchdown. Immigration has been dealt with, no customs problems. There is a car waiting for you." A curt nod, nearly imperceptible from the short-haired Korean. "Enjoy Paris, sir," said the co-pilot. He stood and retreated to the cockpit. The small partition closed behind him. Alone, Song Park unzipped the bag, pulled out a Heckler & Koch MP7A1 machine pistol.
He ignored the telescoping stock and held the weapon like a handgun out in front of him, looking through the gun's simple sight system. 2 long, thin magazines, each filled with 24.6 by 30 millimeters hollow point cartridges, were attached to one another by means of a nylon cinch. He replaced the weapon in the bag. Next, he pulled out a mobile phone and an earpiece. He tucked the earpiece in place on the side of his head and turned it on. The phone he also turned on before slipping it into his coat pocket.
A handheld GPS receiver went into another pocket. More MP7 magazines, a suppressor, and a change of clothes remained in the bag untouched. A black-handled, black-bladed folding knife emerged from the bag, and he slipped this into his pocket. 2 minutes later, he sat in the limousine. The driver looked straight ahead as Kim said, "City Center." The limo rolled forward towards the hangar doors. Kim was South Korean, an assassin with the National Intelligence Service. He was their best. 5 wet jobs inside North Korea, most of them with no support whatsoever, had built a legend for him in his unit. 7 more operations in China against North Korean sanctions violators, 2 in Russia against purveyors of nuclear secrets, and a few hits on fellow South Koreans in need of permanent attitude adjustments vis-a-vis their nefarious northern neighbors had made Song Park Kim, at 32, the obvious choice when his leaders were asked to furnish a killer to send to Paris to hunt a killer in exchange for cold, hard cash. Kim did not voice opinions on his assignments. Working alone, he had no one to voice them to. But were his thoughts solicited, he would have said this mission smelled rotten to the core. $20 million for the head of the Gray Man, a former CIA operative who, he'd heard through the grapevine, had not deserved the sellout he had gotten from his masters. The $20 million was being offered by some European corporation. This was nothing like the nationalistic operations Kim worked throughout his career. Still, Kim knew he was an instrument of South Korea's domestic and foreign policy. His counsel had not been sought, and those whose judgment was valued had decided he should come here to Paris, settle in, wait for a call giving him the Gray Man's whereabouts, and then pour hot bullets into the poor bastard's back. Graubünden is an eastern canton of Switzerland, tucked into a little niche near where the southwestern Austrian border concaves. It is known as the canton of 150 valleys, and one of these valleys runs east to west in an area called the Lower Engadine. There, the tiny village of Guarda rests atop the sharp ledge of a steep hill high above the valley floor, just miles from both the Austrian and Italian borders. There is only one sheer, winding road up to the little village, and it connects the one-room, whistle-stop train station below to the half-timbered houses above, a laborious 40-minute hike. There are almost no cars in the village, and farm animals greatly outnumber the human residents. Narrow cobblestone roads wind steeply up and between the white buildings, alongside water troughs and fenced gardens. The town ends abruptly, and the steep hill resumes, a meadow that rises to a thick pine forest that itself gives way to rocky cliffs that loom above the town that surveys the valley floor below and all who pass or approach. The villagers understand German, but among themselves speak Romansch, a language spoken by barely 1% of the 7.5 million Swiss, and virtually no one else on Earth. At 4 a.m., a few snow flurries swirled around the little road that led from the valley floor up to Guarda. A lone man, dressed in thick jeans, a heavy coat, and a black knit cap, limped up the steep, winding switchback. A small backpack hung off his shoulders. 10 hours earlier, minutes after speaking with Don Fitzroy from a pink cell phone he'd snatched from the open purse of a staggeringly drunk female university student meandering alone on the sidewalk, Gentry found an outdoor clothing store in Budapest and purchased a full wardrobe, new from the bottom of his leather boots to the top of his black knit cap. Within an hour of leaving Szabo's building, he was boarding a bus at Nepliget bus terminal for the Hungarian border town of Hegeshalom. He climbed out of the bus, a half-mile from the border, walked north out of the village into a field, and turned left. There was no moon. He had a tactical flashlight in his pack, but did not use it. Instead, he stumbled to the west, walked a mile on his cut feet, could feel the sting and the warm blood squish in his socks and between his cold toes. Finally, just before 8 in the evening, he crossed a field full of modern windmills and found himself in the Austrian border town of Nickelsdorf. He had made it into the European Union. It was another mile walk, a limp, really, with the gunshot wound to the thigh and the injured feet and knees, before he found the road. He walked west with his thumb out for a few minutes. A trucker pulled over, but he was heading north and could not help. A second driver and then a third were also heading in the wrong direction. At 9:15, he was picked up by a Swiss businessman heading all the way to Zurich. Court told him his name was Jim. The businessman wanted to practice his English, and Court obliged. They talked about their lives and families on the trip across Austria. Court's story was 100% bullshit, but he was a pro. He sold the tale of the messy divorce back in Virginia, the lifelong desire to visit Europe, the mugging in Budapest that cost him his belongings, and his good fortune to still have his wallet and cash and passport, and a friend in eastern Switzerland who could put him up until he caught his plane back home the following week. As they drove through the night and talked, Court kept part of his focus on the side mirror, nonchalantly making sure he'd not been followed. He also, between the BS stories of places he'd never been and people he'd created out of whole cloth, kept in mind his task at hand. He tried to get his head around the events still to come in the next 30 hours. It was a Friday night, traffic on the A1 was heavy, but the businessmen's Audi was sleek and fast. They skirted to the north of Salzburg. Court offered to drive, and the Swiss businessman caught a couple of hours of sleep. The Audi turned onto the Engadiner Bundesstrasse and crossed the northeastern border of Switzerland at 3 a.m. There was no customs control at the Swiss border, though Switzerland was not officially a member of the EU. The Swiss driver pulled into an all-night rest stop, insisting Jim simply must try Swiss beer and give his honest opinion. Court did so, gushed over the body and color and texture, threw in a few other accolades he'd once overheard in a Munich beer garden in reference to German brews, and this convinced the now smitten businessman to take Jim directly to his destination instead of dropping him off once their paths diverged. They took the 180 south and then the 27 west through a valley, though in the overcast night they could see nothing on either side of their headlights. Finally, in the burg of Lavin, Gentry picked a half-timbered house just off the main road and claimed it as his destination. Actually, by climbing out of the warm Audi here, Court was left with a 2-mile walk in the snow. But, he decided, should there be trouble waiting at his real objective, there was no reason for this nice fellow to suffer for his good deed. Thanks for the lift. Auf Wiedersehen. Court climbed out of the car and shook the gentleman's hand through the window. He stood in the road as he waved goodnight. As the taillights of the Audi rounded a corner in the distance, the gray man turned in the opposite direction and began walking westward through a gentle snowfall. He trudged along purposefully, but he was bone-tired. The adrenaline that, along with his discipline, had moved him forward without pause for the past 20 hours had now given out, and all that remained was the discipline. He needed rest and hoped to find a few hours of it up the steep road in Guarda. By 4:10, the snowfall had picked up. Court was up the hill and in the village now. He saw not a single soul, though there were still some lights on in the little hotel. The lights of the homes of the villagers were all extinguished. The shepherds and the blacksmiths and the innkeepers and the pensioners were sound asleep for a few hours more. He continued on, still climbing higher through the village, past ancient stone water troughs for the sheep flocks that moved through the hamlet's pedestrian-only streets, past the tiny gardens surrounded by tiny fences in front of the tiny homes, until he broke out the other end of town and climbed higher up the steep hill along a dirt path. The evening snow settled on earlier accumulation, and it nearly blanketed the hillside, though even in the moonless night, Gentry could see patches of darkness, bare spots on the prominence that had yet to accept the cover of the white powder. After climbing through the white meadows for 300 yards above Guarda, Gentry clicked on his small tactical flashlight. Behind him was sheer pasture land, but he was now entering a pine forest, and the snow swirling through the trees in the black night made the road invisible ahead of him. The light helped. He pressed forward another 100 yards and found his destination in the woods, a tiny shack. It stood 30 yards from the road, which continued on and up through disused private property. There was no reason anyone else would pass by, and no reason, if someone did, that they would look hard to their right through the forest and notice the simple structure. A huge, rusty padlock hung uninvitingly on the front door. The 3 windows around the one-room shack were boarded from the inside, and the surrounding pines grew unfettered nearly to the edges of the building. Gentry walked through the trees and circled the building with his tack light. At the back of the cabin stood a utility shed, also heavily padlocked, and he checked this and found it secure. Continuing around the structure, he scanned the walls, the wooden slats on the roof, and finally the front door. He took off his gloves, ran his fingers around the door's edges slowly, and, in the top right corner, he found it. A wooden toothpick jabbed flush with the frame. Had the door been opened, this telltale would have dropped to the ground and given the gray man the tip-off that his cabin had been compromised by visitors. Satisfying himself that the location was secure, Court next turned his back to the front door, took 30 measured steps away into the pines, pushing through the needled branches. At 30 paces, he shifted 5 yards to his right and knelt down. The key was buried in a metal coffee tin, just 6 inches or so below the pine mulch and frozen dirt. He dug it out with a flat rock. After retrieving the key, he returned to the cabin and opened the lock. The interior air was dry and stale and every bit as cold as outside the door. There was a knee-high coal furnace in a corner, but Gentry ignored it. Instead, he lit a lantern on a card table in the center of the room, its dim glow the only warmth to be had. A shelf on the wall held cases of military rations, meals ready to eat, and the 36-year-old American tore into the first MRE he could grab as soon as he came out of the restroom with the chemical toilet. He ate hard crackers and cookies, wolfed them down as he sat alone at the card table. He finished his meal in 90 seconds. Next, he stood and pushed the squat coal furnace out of the corner and lifted the loose floorboards below it. Placing the tactical light in his mouth, he climbed down a wooden ladder exposed with the removal of the floorboards, into a dirt-walled basement 6 feet high and 10 feet square. When he turned from the ladder, he faced 3 chest-high stacks of black cases, each case the size of a very large toolbox. This took up nearly half the room in the underground cellar, and a metal workbench filled the space to his right. There was only room to climb up and down the ladder and move sufficiently to manipulate the cases. Court hefted the first container off the first stack, dropped it heavily on the table, and flicked open the latch. Early that morning, when Court told Fitzroy he would rescue his family, he immediately decided to go to Guarda, Switzerland, to his massive weapons cache hidden in the forest. He had a half-dozen other stores around the continent, but nothing like Guarda. Guarda was the mother lode, the heavy metal. The first case housed a black Swiss Brugger and Tomet MP9 submachine gun. He pulled it out of its foam bed and snapped a loaded magazine into the magwell, affixed the sling to its buttstock, and lifted it over his head to push it outside the trap door onto the floor above him. Another case held a subload, a nylon and canvas rig full of loaded magazines for the weapon that would strap both to his thigh and his utility belt. He tossed this through the hole above him as well. For the next 5 minutes, Court went through case after case. Into a huge duffel, he stuffed all manner of small arms and explosives. Into a smaller bag, he placed a black tactical suit, a face mask, ballistic eyewear, a small surveillance scanner that would allow him to pick up short-distance communication, and a pair of binoculars. Finally, just before 5 a.m., Gentry climbed out of the basement, following behind the 2 duffels he pushed out in front of him. He left the entrance to the basement cache open. He drank from a half-frozen water bottle, washed down a couple of mild painkillers for his thigh, used the chemical toilet a second time, and pulled a sleeping bag from a shelf. He rolled it out on the floor, unlocked the latch of the front door, prepared the cabin's defenses a bit, and then climbed inside his bedding. He set the alarm on his watch to 7:30. A couple hours' sleep would have to be enough to get him through another long day. They came for him just after 5. The minivan slid to a stop at the bottom of the hill. To the passengers, it seemed as if the driver had been out of control on the slick streets for virtually the entire 2.5-hour drive from Zurich. The driver's lack of skill in such conditions was understandable. There was black ice on the road, and the visibility was next to nil at times. Plus, these Middle Easterners' orders were to get to the blinking dot on their GPS as fast as possible, and the tech was calling them on the satellite phone every 10 minutes for an update. There were 5 of them, Libyan external security officers from the Jamahiriya Security Organization, a fire team from the best of Gaddafi's men. All ex-army commandos, each knew his Scorpion SAVZ-61 machine pistol like a trusted friend. The leader was 41, stern-faced and bearded, dressed in civilian adventure travel attire like the rest of his team. He sat in the passenger seat, incessantly barked admonitions at the commando behind the wheel, unforgiving of the man, though all knew the driver was more accustomed to negotiating desert dunes in an armored jeep than he was icy mountain switchbacks in a minivan. Still, they made it to Guarda in good time and parked their vehicle in the lot by the train station at the bottom of the valley. The driver lifted the hood and quickly removed the distributor rotor and threw it into his gym bag, thereby rendering the vehicle useless until he returned. They then found the little road up the hill, spread their formation as wide as possible across it, and began their ascent on foot. Each man carried his little Scorpion in a gym bag with its stock folded, and a backup pistol in a shoulder holster. Different operators carried grenades and breaching charges as well. They all wore knit caps, heavy cotton pants, and the same black parkas, an expensive name brand associated with professional athletes. Also in their gym bags were night vision goggles. They remained stowed for now. The 5 Libyans climbed the steep, winding road to the village in the dark. They moved quickly and efficiently. Any passerby would know from their near uniformity and the severe facial expressions bobbing up and down in the vapor of their exhalations that they were up to no good. But no locals walked the hillside road at 5:30 in the morning in a snowstorm, so the Libyans arrived undetected into the cobblestone streets of the Swiss hamlet. Each operator also had a small handheld radio attached to his belt and connected to an earpiece. With a single command from their leader, they separated on the western edge of Guarda, continued individually to the east, each through a different little pedestrian passageway. This tactic ensured that anyone looking out their window would only see one of the men. If an alarm was raised and the villagers began to talk about strangers, they all might well think they saw the same individual. On the far end of the town, the kill squad reformed like a biologic entity, detached cells rejoining in a petri dish. The leader consulted his GPS and turned to the left at an unpaved track that continued from the ledge on which the tiny hamlet was situated, up the hillside and into the forest, only visible in the distance after they donned their night observation devices. The leader updated the team from the information on his GPS. 400 meters. The snow had picked up even more. The swirling bands of flakes had turned to thickening sheets of falling white. The Libyans had seen snow before, during training in Lebanon or on other missions in Europe, but their bodies were wholly unaccustomed to this cold. 48 hours earlier, this very team of operators had sat in a Tripoli apartment working with an electronic surveillance detachment to try to locate the source of a ham radio broadcast emanating from the city that had made comments critical of Colonel Gaddafi. It had been nearly 100 degrees in that cramped room, so the cold of the eastern Swiss valley was a shock to their systems indeed. They almost passed the shack. Only the GPS coordinates provided by the tech had saved them hours of wandering through the woods. By now their Scorpions were out of the gym bags, the bags were hanging from their backs, the weapons folding stocks were deployed, and the guns were raised to the low ready position, stocks pressed against shoulders and sights just below the sight line of their night vision goggles. Each man took a careful position around the cabin. They reported in one by one. the leader was first. 1 in position, 10 meters from the front door, no movement, the windows are shuttered. 2 is with 1. 3 on west side, 1 window, shuttered. 4 at east side, 1 window, shuttered. 5 at back, no windows, but there is a utility shed alongside the main building. A secure padlock on the outside. Nothing else back here. The leader said, 5, stay at the back, find cover and be ready. 3 and 4, come to the front.
We will enter as a team. Understood. Gentry slept dreamless in his sleeping bag next to the hole in the floorboards that led to the earthen basement. The pain meds had dulled the ache in his thigh and given him the respite needed to relax. His sleep was deep, restful, brief. The leader retrieved a fragmentation grenade from his belt. He pulled the pin and moved slowly to the front door with his hand on the spoon. 2 was in front and preparing a breaching charge when he noticed the door was not completely shut. He turned to his leader and motioned to the crack in the door. The leader nodded, turned to the 2 men behind him and whispered, "It's open. Get ready." Number 2 pushed the door open quickly and knelt down so that other weapons could train on any targets inside. It was completely dark at first. Even the night vision equipment could not make out the features inside. 1 lobbed the grenade into the room underhanded. 2, 3, and 4 stepped to the edges of the cabin to avoid the blast. The grenade left the leader's hand and disappeared into the dark, but the sound of the missile's impact with a hard surface came too early. As the leader made to turn away from the door, the grenade reappeared in his night vision goggles, bounced out of the cabin, and landed in the snow in front of the door. Fortunately for the Libyans, all 4 saw the sputtering grenade in time. They dove for cover, either to the snowy ground or around the edges of the cabin. The explosion whited out the goggles of the 3 men facing in the weapon's direction, and a 4th man was hit in the elbow and knocked down by a small piece of shrapnel. Collecting himself quickly, the leader ripped his now useless goggles from his eyes, returned to the edge of the door, and entered, firing into the dark. Number 2 and then 3 followed, but within 2 seconds the leader's shout made the others stop dead in their tracks. "Man trap!"
Chapter 17. Moments before Gentry had dropped exhaustedly to his sleeping bag for the night, he'd slid the large wall of rusty mesh to its position 2 feet inside the front door. The 7-foot-high contraption weighed over 200 pounds and slid along a 3-foot track on the floor. On each end of the fence there was a hinged wing, and each wing locked to a clasp on either side of the door. This effectively created a barricade capable of slowing down a breaching team, forcing them to bottleneck at the most dangerous point of any breach, the doorway. The man-trap was here when Court inherited the cache, and he had not placed much value in its capabilities due to the fact that it could easily be blown apart with explosives or knocked over with a battering ram, or even a few serious blows from a boot heel. But as he leapt out of his sleeping bag to a crouch after the grenade went off out the front door, he immediately knew the rusty old barricade had just saved his soundly sleeping ass. Frantically, he kicked the 2 duffels of gear by his sleeping bag back down the hole to the tiny basement. He grabbed the Brugger and Tomei and fired a full magazine at the front door with 1 hand before sliding down into the hole. Once in the 6-foot-deep cellar, he reached above and pulled the floorboard lid over himself. Number 3 knelt over bloody snow to the left of the shack's entrance. The grenade fragment had hit him squarely in the elbow and passed through both meat and bone. But he was a disciplined soldier. He made little noise and quickly packed a handful of snow on the wound, wincing only with the shock of cold on skin, because he could not yet feel the pain he knew was soon to come. Number 1 ignored his injured man as he ordered 2 to set the fuse on his entire stock of breaching explosives and toss them through the doorway. A few seconds later, a tissue box-sized block of Semtex came to rest at the edge of the man-trap's slide rail on the floor. The 3 uninjured Libyans at the front of the shack turned to run, and numbers 2 and 4 each grabbed 3 under an arm and lifted him off the ground as they scrambled for cover. It was quiet in the black forest for a few seconds. The only sounds to be heard were the gentle hiss of snowflakes striking pine needles and their fallen brethren already on the ground, and the panting of the kill squad from Tripoli, now tucked tightly behind a fallen oak. The black night and the soft sounds were replaced with a white flash and an ear-splitting explosion that made the earlier hand grenade blast sound like the pop of a champagne cork. The doorway to the cabin, from the floor below to the slat roof above, blew to pieces, and lumber and fresh pine trees blew forward, landing as far away as 100 feet from the building. Bits of burning debris floated down with the snowfall through the pines as 1, 2, and 4 penetrated the wreckage of the cabin. Each man fired a burst or two as they entered the torn hole in the front wall. 1 went to the right, 2 to the left, and 4 moved straight through the small building. They used the light from burning fabric and paper to negotiate their footfalls over a blown-down metal fence, a smashed bookcase and table, several boxes and cooking utensils, and myriad unrecognizable objects. Once the 3 were sure there was no one alive in either the main room or in the little bathroom, they began kicking over and through the debris on the floor, searching for the scorched and shredded body that surely must lie among the ruins. 5 checked in to confirm all was quiet at the back of the cabin as the 3 Libyans inside began to worry. It was a small shack. Even in the deep shadows from the fires, it took less than 10 seconds to verify there was no body to be found. 1 looked to the ceiling. In a second, he determined there was neither a loft nor an attic. Slowly, he looked down to his feet. "There's a trap door here. Find it." 2 did find it, next to the overturned furnace, after kicking a few coal bricks away. The fires were burning themselves out, so 1 turned on an electric lantern that had fallen from a shelf, but had miraculously survived the explosion. He placed it on the floor next to the trap door. "Careful, he may have set a surprise for us. Unless there is a tunnel through this mountain, he is trapped." 2 and 4 nodded. Their confidence grew. The gray man was hiding like a rat below them. Number 5 stood behind a thick pine at the back of the structure. 20 feet in front of him was the padlocked storage shed. It stood 5 feet high alongside the cabin, but it was clearly not attached to it. He checked in with the men inside. They were about to lift the trap door with a long metal pole. Then they would toss grenades in, follow that with rifle fire, and then finally climb down to cut off their target's head. 5 was missing all the action. He cursed aloud at the snow around him. His scorpion waited at the low ready. Suddenly he heard the coughing of an engine coming to life inside the cabin. No, not inside the cabin. In the storage shed. Just as his eyes moved down to the doors of the shed, a loud boom barked through the forest. The padlock blew forward and off, and the doors flew open wide. Number 5 had just begun to lift his submachine gun to his eye when the motor noise screamed, and a large figure launched into the air from the darkened recesses of the small shed. The young Libyan soldier had never before seen a snowmobile. The bullet-shaped vehicle crashed back to the ground a few feet in front of him, and he dove to the side, rolling in the snow and slamming his back hard into a fallen stump. He looked up in time to see a human form on the back of the vehicle, leaning forward with a mask on his face and a large pack on his back. The image in his night vision goggles was a blur, and the blur was gone in a single second. The Libyan scrambled for his submachine gun, but he'd lost it in the fallen needles and accumulating snow. By the time he'd gripped his weapon and lifted it to his face, the black shadow was disappearing over a tiny rise, tearing through snow and shrubbery and small saplings, and flinging everything in its path to the left and right of its skids. 5, report! Came one scream through the earpiece. "He's here, he's back here, he's heading up the mountain." "Shoot him!" 5 began running up the hill. "Come help me, he's on a motorcycle with skis." The gray man knew he had to turn the snowmobile around and go right back down past the hit squad. The forest ended abruptly at a huge rocky wall on the top of the hill. He could perhaps find a place to hide in the woods for a while, but he knew all of Guarda was awake and calling the local constabulary a few kilometers away in Chur. It would take them a while to get there and most of an hour to get a real force in all the way from Davos. but Court had no intention of waiting around for minutes, much less hours. "Shit!" he screamed into the icy air. He'd already left one of the 2 packs of gear behind. He could not fit it through the 3-foot-long, upward-sloping, dirt-walled tunnel from the dirt basement to the tool shed where he kept the snowmobile. He'd grabbed a sawed-off 12-gauge shotgun from the cache to use to blow open the padlock from the inside, and now the powerful weapon rested in front of him between the handlebars of the snowmobile. He was also furious because he knew there was only one other person alive who knew of the existence of this cache. Donald fucking Fitzroy. Sir Don had offered Court the established cache's location soon after the gray man joined his stable. The venerable English handler had admitted at the time that the availability of the cache was due to the fact that the man who directed and used the hidden cabin no longer needed it, as he'd been found dismembered in a shallow grave somewhere just outside of Vladivostok. Gentry hadn't worried about the bad omen, and he'd accepted the gift of the shed from Fitzroy. He liked the central location, the seclusion of the village and the valley, and the fact that any approaching vehicle could be heard for hundreds of yards if it was on wheels, or for miles if it was under propeller power. It had been a good cache. It would have remained so, Gentry was certain, had Don Fitzroy not given up its location to the men trying to kill him. The snowmobile ran out of snow 40 seconds after heading up the mountain away from the killers. Gentry turned hard to avoid the granite wall a dozen feet high that ran both left and right. He used his feet and the throttle to turn the machine back around, facing toward the forest and cabin below, and then the village beyond. For now, Court was protected by the lip of a hillock. He could not see down to the men with the guns and the bombs, and they could not see up to him. But they were surely at this moment negotiating their way up the icy, unpaved road. He had no idea if there were 2 men, or 5, or 15, or 50. He only caught a brief glimpse of one at the rear of the shack, but he was hardly certain he hadn't passed more men in the woods, and anyway, the bulk of the action had seemed to be at the front door. Court considered his options for a moment. He looked around at his predicament and immediately pronounced himself trapped. He could fight a few of them, maybe, but the wide expanse in front of him over which they would surely come was a disadvantage. If they spread across the frozen meadow and approached simultaneously in a wide line, he would not be able to engage targets at his left, right, and center before they could gun him down. The high ground was supposed to be a tactical advantage, but Gentry saw this high ground sucked. Off to his right, there was another way down the hillside. A sheep trail, not more than 4 feet wide and incredibly steep, dropped more or less in a straight line through the forest towards the meadow on the other side. But the grade was far too sheer for the snowmobile to negotiate. Even trying it would be suicide. Now, Court heard voices below him, shouts of men, wild in the frenzy of the hunt. They were moving up the road to him, closing on his cornered position. "He's got nowhere to run," shouted number 1. He didn't bother with his radio. The noise from the explosion and the gunfire had withered his and his men's hearing for the rest of the night. He just shouted out to the 3 men around him jogging up the slippery road. Number 3 had been left behind at the cabin. He'd wrapped bandages over his injury and he was lucid and ambulatory, even if out of the fight. The 4 Libyans nearing the crest of the rise above them quickly dropped their magazines from their scorpions and checked them for sufficient ammo. Professionally, they reseated the clips and clicked them back into place. Their night vision goggles covered their eyes. The steady snowfall gave movement to the green view ahead. They slowed as they neared the top, spread quietly across the road without waiting for instructions to do so. Suddenly, the engine noise of the snowmobile screamed again. It revved higher and grew louder, and then in front and above the 4 Libyans, a single headlight appeared, glowed like a green specter in their night vision optics as it barreled down towards them. "Open fire!" screamed number 1 with a shriek. The 4 assassins knelt into crouches and poured rounds at the oncoming vehicle. 20 rounds a second of hollow-point ammunition sprayed from each of the 4 braying guns. Tracer rounds arced and struck and bounced into the sky like rocket-powered fireflies. At 30 meters distance, the vehicle left the ground. It floated to 25 meters and then came down hard, bounced again into the air, and then landed on its side. The light stayed on as the machine slid down the hill past the 4 Libyans and came to a stop 20 meters behind them. The engine idled. Hot gases poured from the motor and hazed the men's optics. Number 1 ran to the snowmobile after reloading his weapon. He slipped on ice and fell to his knees. Number 2 passed him as he got back up. A quick scan around the road by all 4 men confirmed their suspicions. "He's not here." There was a moment when Court thought he might have been sliding at 50 miles an hour. Everything seemed faster at ground level, of course, and the snow and ice and crunchy bits of stick and grass that flew into his face no doubt added to the perception of speed. But whatever the actual velocity, Gentry knew he was descending the sheep trail way too fast. It was hard to part with the second duffel worth of gear, but he'd seen no alternative. He'd dumped the weapons and the grenades and the binoculars up there on the ice. He lashed the sawed-off shotgun to the handlebars to keep them straight, and then used a length of cord to tie the throttle open. He watched the machine leap over the ledge and down the road. Then he ran as fast as possible across the snow along the shelf, along the granite wall, to where the sheep trail began and led down at nearly 20 degrees through the forest, through the lower meadow, and then to the little village, still dark, still an hour from the first hues of dawn over the mountains to the east. At a full sprint, Gentry leapt through the air, his injured feet first, holding the big canvas duffel bag behind his backside, and landed on the snow. The grade was especially sheer at the beginning. He'd lost control almost immediately, but found his position again at a slightly less severe stretch of trail that proved to be all too short. On the hillside to his left, he could hear the gunfire and sense the flashes of light, but he did not turn his head away from his feet and what was in front of him. For nearly 100 yards, he'd been happy with his plan. He sledded quickly out of the kill zone, and in truth, it wasn't a bad plan, really, but, as it turned out, its execution was wanting. When he skidded into the woods, the pine roots crossed the sheep trail, and he was sliding too fast to stop. He went airborne at an ice patch over a root knob, and his body flung 90 degrees in the air. He landed on his side, perpendicular to the direction in which he was traveling, and this sent him spinning, rolling over and over. His bandaged knees took his body weight in a glancing blow as he spun. His feet caught a snowdrift, and this jerked his body around 90 degrees more. He found himself head first. His duffel bag sled was long lost behind him now, and he shot out of the forest and into the meadow above the old village of Guarda, with his hands out in front of him like Superman, and with absolutely no control over his momentum. The slide, in its entirety, lasted just over 45 seconds. To Gentry, it seemed like a lifetime. When it was over, he lay on his back in the snow. After taking a few seconds to control his vertigo, he sat up, checked his body for functionality, and then stood unsteadily in the black morning. He took stock of his pain. The bullet wound in his right thigh throbbed more than usual. He was certain he'd reopened any flesh that had rejoined in the last 2 days. His knees stung. They were likely bleeding. His ankles hurt, but seemed to be operational. His rib cage on the right side flared with ache when he sucked in a breath of the cold mountain air. He thought it likely he'd cracked one of his floating ribs, which would be painful but not particularly burdensome. His left elbow seemed to have hit something, or a series of somethings, or every goddamn something on the mountainside, and the area along his funny bone was stiff and swelling. With all that taken into account, the gray man knew he was fortunate to find himself in such good condition. Sliding, rolling, and bouncing down a steep hillside in the dark could have gone much worse, even without the gunmen firing machine guns at him. Then he took stock of his belongings. His buoyed spirits sank anew. He'd lost everything but the small Walther handgun in his ankle holster, his wallet snapped shut in his back pocket, and a folding knife in his front pocket. Everything else, sat phone, medical equipment, extra ammo, guns, grenades, binoculars, all gone. It took him another 20 minutes to get to the bottom of the valley, down to the one road and the one railroad track, to the one-room train station. The snow had turned to sleet, and he shivered, his ungloved hands buried deep in his pockets. He saw a minivan, the only vehicle parked in the tiny lot. He took this as the kill squad's vehicle. He broke the driver's side window and climbed in quickly, then smashed the steering column apart with 2 kicks of his boot heel. In seconds he had the ignition barrel out, and in under a minute he'd sparked the ignition wires. But the van would not start. Hurriedly, he felt around under the dash for a kill switch. Finding none, he climbed back out of the van, slammed the door shut, and jabbed his knife into each of the tires. He knew sabotaging it would show the gunners he'd made it down this far, and was certainly on the road by now, but, he decided, they would have to leave Guarda immediately anyway. The police would be arriving within minutes. The kill team wouldn't be able to search the forest for him all morning, so there was little use in trying to mislead them that he was still on the mountain. As it stood, he figured they were no more than 10 to 20 minutes behind him now, depending on how concerned they were about being detected by the villagers, or how nervous they were about bumping into the first police cars coming up the hillside. Court broke a small window pane in the door to the train station, reached around, and opened the latch. First, he checked a schedule on a wall, a timetable for all the trains in the country. Then he pulled a heavy brown coat off a coat stand. Gentry slipped it on. It was a little tight at the shoulders, but it would keep him alive. A woman's bicycle with thick tires leaned against a wall, and Gentry took it, closed the door behind him, and winced along with the flare-up of pain in his lower rib cage when he kicked a leg over to mount it. It was after 6, and he knew the trains would not begin running through the valley until 7. He needed to make it to a larger village to get the first express train of the morning to Zurich. So he biked west on the Engadine Road, away from the hint of a faint orange daybreak behind him. His lower back, right thigh, and left knee burned with each revolution of the pedals. His face stung in the cold. He leaned into the snowfall, dead tired and wounded and disheartened. He'd wasted an entire day going after documents and weapons, and he'd acquired nothing but injuries. Still, there were few men on earth who could summon determination in the face of adversity as well as the haggard and bloody man in the ill-fitting coat on the woman's bike. He had no plan, no gear, no help, and now he was certain he had no friends. Fitzroy had lied to him, had set him up. Court knew he had every right to disappear and leave Don to whatever had hold of him, whatever made him burn his #1 asset. But Court decided to continue to the west, if only for now. He knew he needed a better understanding of what was going on, and he only knew one way to get it. Chapter 18. Shortly before 6 a.m. London time, Sir Donald Fitzroy looked out the port-side window of the Sikorsky and down at a green meadow. As the helicopter raced at an altitude of just a few hundred feet, the landscape dropped away, and white caps and dark water appeared 1,000 feet down. Below him were the white cliffs of Dover, the end of the British Isles and the beginning of the English Channel. He and Lloyd and Mr. Felix, the representative of President Abubakar, along with the Tech and the 4 Laurent Group henchmen, flew south towards Normandy. The 68-year-old Englishman did not know why. "Additional incentive," Lloyd had said an hour earlier. "On the off chance the Libyans botch the job in Switzerland and Court changes his mind, tells you that for all he cares your family can go to hell, then I have another lure I will use to reel him in." Before Fitzroy could question further, Lloyd was on the phone, ordering a helicopter fueled for a flight across the Channel to be sent immediately to the Battersea heliport. Sir Donald traveled to the continent often, occasionally by aircraft from Gatwick or Heathrow, sometimes by the Eurostar high-speed train through the Channel, but he much preferred the overland and oversea route. A train south through Chatham and then to Dover, onto a ferry to Calais in France, or Ostende or Zeebrugge in Belgium. This was the old way, the way of his youth, and neither the quick and easy airlines nor the modern expediency of the tunnel under the North Sea could compare with the feeling of pride and love that he felt when he returned to England on the ferry, and, in the distant haze over the water, he could see the white cliffs of Dover in all their majesty. Was there anything so beautiful in the world to an Englishman? And above the cliffs, white birds soared, welcoming travelers over the channel much as they had the returning aircraft of the Royal Air Force 70 years before. The thin air frames pocked with holes and filled with young boys who had just killed and died, and risked all for Her Majesty in the air war against fascism. Now Donald gazed with melancholy out the portside window, watched the beauty of Dover slip away behind him in the moonlit pre-dawn, and knew he would likely never see this view again. "I just got the word from Regal. The Libyans have failed." It was Lloyd speaking over the intercom, his voice bleeding through the earphones of the headset that pinched the tufts of white hair on either side of Sir Donald's head. Fitzroy looked around the cabin and found Lloyd on the other side, facing back to him. Their eyes met in the dim red glow of the cabin lights. Fitzroy noticed the young American's suit had wrinkled in the past 24 hours. His necktie now hung loose around an open collar. "How many lives lost?" asked the Englishman. "Zero, surprisingly. 1 man injured. They are saying the Grey Man is a ghost. The comparison is not without merit," said Fitzroy into his microphone. "Sadly, no. Ghosts are already dead." Lloyd sniffed. "I'm sending the Libyans to Bayou to supplement the coverage there on the outside chance Gentry makes it through our gauntlet." Fitzroy shook his head. "Forget it. I was the only one who knew about the cache in Switzerland. He will know it was I who tipped the assassins off. Knowing that I've been double-crossing him all along, he will not be so inclined to save my family." Lloyd just smiled. "I've prepared for this contingency." "Are you bloody daft? He won't come to my rescue, can't you understand that?" "That is no longer my plan." Lloyd turned away, conferred with the tech. The helicopter raced over the channel and the moonshine flickered on the water below like a tray of loose diamonds. At 7 in the morning, the Sikorsky crossed directly over Omaha Beach, the site of the most bloody of the D-Day landings. Nearly 3,000 young American men died in the water and on the sand and in the bluffs off the beach below them. Lloyd did not look out the window. He was talking to the tech over the helicopter's intercom radio. Sir Donald listened in but said nothing. Lloyd authoritatively barked orders, orchestrating the movements of the surveillance experts like chess pieces on a board. He ordered the tech to send all kill teams now east of Guarda to the west of Guarda: Zurich, Lucerne, Bern, Basel. As the road between Gentry's starting point and objective shortened, the 10 hunter-killer units still in the fight had less territory to cover. "Let's move the Venezuelans from Frankfurt to Zurich. Have the South Africans head to Bern on the off chance he turns south. Who's in Munich? Then Gentry has already bypassed the Botswanans. Let's pull them all the way back to Paris. They can support the Sri Lankans on site there. The Kazakhs are in Lyon, right? Lyon is too far south, but we'll stage them there till we get more intel. Make sure they're near the highway and ready to head north. Send another detail of surveillance to Zurich and double-check Gentry's known associates list. Who else is in Paris? Well, I don't care how good he is. 1 man is not enough. Gentry has lots of history there. I want 3 teams in Paris plus the Korean. The Korean hasn't checked in? Don't worry about it. Just keep sending him updates. He's a singleton operator. He won't be calling in lonely." Claire sat on the edge of her bed and worried. It was 7:30 a.m. The full shine of the morning was still a half-hour off. She'd slept, only because last night her mother had made her drink some awful green cough syrup. When she woke, it was still dark. She'd wondered where she was at first. Then, one by one, she remembered the terrible events of the day before, culminating in the short drive from the family villa in Bayou to the large old chateau with the huge gate and the long driveway and the green lawn. She remembered the big men in the leather coats speaking the strange language and the scared looks of Daddy and Mummy, despite their continued assurance that everything was just fine. Claire checked to make sure her sister was sleeping next to her. Kate was there. She'd choked down a mouthful of cough syrup, too. Claire sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. The only movement was the huge man below her in the gravel car park at the side of the castle. A big gun hung around his neck, and he fished one cigarette after another out of his coat, smoking constantly. Now and then he talked into a walkie-talkie. Claire knew what the radio was. She remembered the American, Jim, who'd stayed with her family when she was little. He'd had a radio, and he'd showed her and her sister how to press the button and talk into it like a telephone, with her mum answering on the other end in the back garden. These men around her were nothing like Jim the American. Although she could not remember everything about his time in her house, she remembered he was nice and friendly, where these men had angry and unhappy faces. Last night, before Mummy made the girls drink the cough syrup, Kate had wanted to go exploring throughout the castle. Claire went along, but she was not playing like her silly sister. The angry men all but ignored them as they walked through the kitchen. Kate beat on pots and pans with a spoon because they echoed wildly in the massive chateau. They wandered down endless wooden-floored corridors and turned back from some because they were too dark and spooky. They found a cellar full of dusty wine bottles, and they found a big library full of huge leather books, and they found room after room where the walls were lined with the heads of large, scary animals with fur and horns and huge teeth. An orange cat ran down the hall, and they followed it down into the basement, watched it push open a little window high on a wall above a shelf, and let itself outside and into the back garden. Next, the girls discovered a spiral staircase that wound up and up and up, and they climbed to the top of a tower. There they turned on a light, saw a man at a table sitting in a chair and looking out one of the open windows into the dark. He had a radio next to him, and he had a big gun in front of him. He'd yelled at the girls in that ugly foreign language, and Kate laughed and ran back down the stairs. Claire followed her sister, but her heart pounded in her chest. The man had barked into his radio, and soon men came and got the girls and took them by their arms to their parents' room. In English, one of the big men told Daddy to put his girls to bed, and Daddy had yelled back at the man, told him to keep his hands off, and then stormed out on the balcony while Mummy brought Kate and Claire into the bathroom to drink the medicine. It had been an awful day and an awful night, and now that Claire had awakened, she knew it had been no bad dream, and today would likely be just as horrid. As Claire sat at the edge of her bed in the low light and worried, she thought she heard a funny noise in the distance. Soon, it was louder, came closer to the chateau. The skies above her home in London were filled with helicopters, so it didn't take her long to identify the distinctive sound of a propeller. She stood with her face to the window. The helicopter came over the woods on the far side of the big fountain in the big back garden. Its black rotors spun above its white body as it approached the far edge of the gravel car park. Then it turned to the side, landed on its wheels, and sank down. The door on the side opened, and 4 men in suits climbed out. The whipping wind of the helicopter blew open one man's suit coat, and even from 60 meters, Claire could see the pistol holster against the man's white shirt. More men with guns. As the blades whipped above them, 4 more men stepped out of the chopper. The first man was black and wore a brown suit. The next man hauled 2 suitcases. He had a long ponytail and ran forward towards the chateau. Then came a man carrying a briefcase. He was thin and wore a black suit with a raincoat over it. His shiny black hair was short and messy in the wind, and Claire could tell, even in the distance, that he was someone important. The way he looked about, stormed forward on the balls of his feet, and gestured to those around him. The next man who exited the helicopter was larger, older, bald except long white hair around his ears that lashed around below the spinning propellers. Claire pressed her face to the glass, squinted to get a better look. Then she shouted out loud, waking Kate behind her with a start, though she'd somehow managed to sleep through the helicopter's approach and landing. "Grandpa!" Fitzroy was allowed a minute with his son and daughter-in-law in the kitchen on the ground floor of the chateau. Philip and Elise were subdued and confused, and a little too scared to be angry. From there, he was shuffled up to the 3rd floor to a large room that was set up similar to the conference room at the Laurent Group subsidiary in London. There was a seat for him, a big Louis XV armchair. Lloyd had his own chair, a sleek, black, modern model. The tech was already on station, setting up equipment on a long bank of tables that had been hauled in from other rooms and pushed together to suit his needs. He was just now flipping switches on laptops and radio sets, bringing the new operations center online. The room had 3 doors leading from it. One was to an adjoining bathroom, the second was to the main hall, and the third, Fitzroy noted when one of the Belarusian guard force came through it to speak privately with Lloyd, was the entrance to a small spiral staircase that surely went both up towards the tower above them and continued down to the lower floors. The new arrivals from London were still just settling in when Sir Donald's phone vibrated on the table next to his chair. A wire ran from it to a speaker box on the table. As Lloyd pushed the button to answer, the tech shouted to the room that he was not yet ready to trace the call. "Cheltenham Security," said Sir Donald. His voice was tiring, scratched. "It's me," said the grey man. "How are you, lad?" There was a long pause. Finally, "You told them about Guarda." Fitzroy did not deny it. He said softly, wearily, "Yes, I did. I am truly sorry. Not as sorry as you're going to be when your family dies. Goodbye and good luck, Don." Lloyd stood in the middle of the room. Quickly, he walked to the table, leaned over the phone, and spoke. "Good morning, Cortland." There was no reply on the line for so long that Lloyd picked up the little phone and looked at it to see if the call was still open. "Who the hell is this?" "Court, you may not want to be so hard on the good knight here. I'm afraid I put him in an utterly untenable position." "Who are you?" "You don't recognize my voice?" "No. We used to work together. It's Lloyd." There was nothing. Lloyd continued, "From Langley. Back in the halcyon days, you know." "Lloyd?" "That's right. How have you been?" "I don't remember a Lloyd." "Come now, Mr. Gentry. It hasn't been that long. I worked for Hanley, helped run you and some of the other assets on the sharp end back in the Goon Squad days." "I remember Hanley. Don't remember you." Fitzroy could see that Lloyd was genuinely offended. "Well, you knuckle-draggers and door-kickers never were known for your social IQ." He looked over at Sir Donald. Embarrassed, perhaps? He waved a dismissive hand. "Doesn't matter. What does matter is, even though you may feel disinclined to come here to Normandy to help your fearless leader, you might consider keeping your current travel itinerary for now. Because, let me assure you, there is still something here you do want. There's nothing I want bad enough to knowingly walk into a trap. Goodbye, Floyd." It's Lloyd, no F-double-L, and you might want to stay on the line to hear my sales pitch. "Were you the one who put out the burn notice on me 4 years ago?" asked Gentry. His voice was measured and sounded dispassionate over the phone, but Fitzroy knew a question like that must come filled with emotion and intensity. "No, I didn't burn you. At the time, I disagreed with the decision. I thought you still could have been useful to us." "So who burned me? Hanley?" "That's a discussion for another day. Maybe we'll talk it over when you get here. It's a date. Bye." At the moment, you should be less worried about who burned you in 2006, and more worried about who will burn you tomorrow if you don't drop in for a visit. Gentry snorted into the phone. "Can't be burned twice." "Sure you can. When I left the agency, I took out a little insurance policy. I saw what happened to you and a few other men. I knew what barbarity the politicians who run the company were capable of when a heretofore successful operation falls out of favor with the men and women who have to testify before Congress. I told myself, Lloyd, you're too smart to go down like dumb old Court Gentry and the others. So I did what I had to do to ensure my survival. You stole secrets. Like I said, I'm a survivor. You're a traitor. Same thing. I copied documents detailing operations, sources and methods, personnel files. Personnel files? Yes, I have them with me right now. Bullshit. Just a moment. Fitzroy watched Lloyd thumb through some papers in a gold folder on the table. There was a stack of similar folders alongside the one the young American picked up. Gentry, Cortland A., born April 18, 74 in Jacksonville, Florida. Parents Jim and Lila Gentry, one brother, deceased, entered grammar school in... That's enough. I've got more. I've got it all. Your agency history with the Special Activities Division and the Autonomous Asset Development Program. Your Gulf Sierra exploits, your known associates, photos, fingerprints, dental records, etc., etc. What do you want? I want you to come to Normandy. Why? That will be discussed when you arrive. The pause lasted long enough for Fitzroy to hear snippets from the second floor of the chateau below him. Elise was yelling at Philip. Sir Donald knew the marriage was rocky, knew this pressure was the last thing they needed. Finally, Gentry spoke. Do what you have to do, Lloyd. Put my documents out there, I don't give a shit. I'm done with this. Very well. I'll spray your data to the world. Within a week, every mobster you've wronged, every enemy agency you've run against, every grumpy assassin you've beat out for a contract, they all will be after you. It will make the last 48 hours look like a vacation in a day spa. I can handle it. And Fitzroy dies. His family dies. Can you handle that? A slight hesitation. He shouldn't have screwed me. Okay. You are a hard man, Court, I get it. But there is just one other thing I forgot to mention. Yours were not the only personnel files I filched from the agency. If you do not come to Normandy, I will distribute the names, photographs, and known associates files of all the operators in the Special Activities Division, active, inactive, retired, or otherwise indisposed. Every company triggerman will become just like you. Burned, hunted, left hung out to dry because their services have been rendered useless and their names are popping up on every search engine on the internet. It was a long time before Gentry spoke. What the fuck is all this about? Why would you do that, just to get to me? This isn't just about you, you arrogant shit. You are insignificant in the scope of the real objective. But I need you here. I need you here, or I will scorch the earth clean of America's best covert operators. I'll see that every SAD asset and all their known associates are hunted dogs. Court Gentry said nothing. Fitzroy cocked his head, thought he could hear the clacking cadence of a train over tracks in the background of the connection. Lloyd next said, Of course, it will take a few days to dump all the personnel files of you and the SAD boys onto the net. There's so damn much of it. I'll have to start with something else. If you're not here bright and early tomorrow morning, the first to check out will be the Fitzroy family downstairs. I figure I'll begin with the little ones. The first in, first out principle. Know what I mean? I'll kill the babies, kill the parents, and then top off my morning by killing old man Fitzroy here. Gentry spoke up finally. If you touch Claire or Kate, I will find you, and I will torture you so slowly that the only prayer on your lips will be for a quick death. Lloyd clapped his hands. That's what I like to hear, emotion, passion. Well, you'd better get here in time for eggs and biscuits tomorrow, because snapping the necks of those pretty little girls will be the first order of business after breakfast. Fitzroy had been silent, sullen. He'd sat to the side during the conversation like a forgotten dog. But when Lloyd spoke his last piece, Sir Donald launched from his Louis XV chair and onto the American and grabbed at the young man's throat. Freshly led wires to the computers and speakers became caught up in their legs, and equipment was ripped from the table. Lloyd's swivel chair flipped up as the two crashed to the ground. Sir Donald tore off Lloyd's wire-rimmed glasses and smashed his fists into the taut cheekbones of his adversary's face. It took almost 10 seconds for the two Northern Irish guards to enter the room and pull the heavy Englishman off the young American solicitor. When finally they were separated, Fitzroy was shoved back in his chair. The two Scottish guards next rushed in and held his head in his arms. Shouts and screaming echoed all over the third floor, as one of the Belarusians came up with chains found in the garage alongside the greenhouse. Fitzroy was strapped roughly into his chair, but he still fought against them all as chains were run over the arms and legs of the Louis XV and tightly around the arms and legs of Sir Donald. The cold steel links were strung around his neck, another loop at his forehead. Everything was secured with a huge padlock. All the while, Lloyd remained on the floor. He'd sat up, breathing heavily, pushed his hair back in place, and retightened his necktie. He found his glasses on the floor, bent the arms a bit to approximate their original shape, and put them back on. His face was scratched slightly, his arms and chin and neck were bruised, but he was otherwise uninjured. Finally, he climbed back into his chair and rolled back up to the desk near the telephone. "Sorry, Court. Some technical difficulties there. We're back with you. You still there?" But Gentry had hung up. Lloyd looked to Fitzroy. Fitzroy looked to Lloyd, basically because he could look nowhere else with his head immobilized with chains. "He'd better stay on track, Don. He'd better stay on track or you and your family are going to die slow and miserable fucking deaths. You take me for some Ivy League lightweight? So did the CIA. I was shuffling policy papers while the door kickers got all the glory. Well, fuck them, and fuck you. I can play as dirty as the best of the dirty tricks boys. I can and I will do what I need to do to see this through. Abu Bakr will sign the contract, and we'll be readying our natural gas operation by noon tomorrow. You and yours will be forgotten by me. Between now and then, you can live or you can die. I could not give a rat's ass which. It's your decision, Donnie boy. Pull that shit again, and see if I give you a third chance. Court will stay on track. He will come, and he will kill you. He won't make it here. But even if he does, the gray man who makes it here will be a very different man than the one you know. He'll be hurt, short on time, short on sleep, short on gear. Gear? Yes, these types are lost without their gear." Sir Donald chuckled angrily. "You haven't a clue what you're talking about. Court's most valuable piece of kit is between his ears. The only weapon he needs is his mind. Everything else, guns, knives, bombs, they're all just accessories. Ridiculous. You've bought into the fairy tale of tactical operators. A glorified goon is all he is. It's no fairy tale, and there is no glory in what he does. He's a man at work, and as cold and as brutal and as efficient as a corner butcher going about his business. Get in his way, and you'll see. Oh, I have every intention of getting in his way." Fitzroy's corpulent face was beet red and covered in sweat after struggling with 5 men. He was chained like a beast to the chair, with the thick links covering a third of his head. Still, he smiled. "I've dealt with talkers before. Little wankers who move their mouths when their backs are to the wall. Pricks with power. I have seen many a chap like you come and go in my day. You will have your moment, and then your moment will pass. You don't scare me." Lloyd's face twitched as he leaned close to Fitzroy. "No? How about I walk downstairs, say, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, come back up here with a little pigtailed prize? How about I... You little sod. Scared of the man in chains so you threaten a child? The more you try to show me how dangerous you are, the more you fit into the mold of exactly what I took you for the first time I saw you. A weak little Nancy boy. A pathetic prat. You can't sort out an old man lashed to a chair, so you have to go after a weaker target. Bloody fucking wanker." Lloyd's eyes narrowed with fury, and his breath was heavy in Fitzroy's face. Slowly, the American sat up, smiled a little. He lifted a strand of hair away from where it had drooped on his forehead, pressed it back along his scratched scalp. "I'll show you what I can do to you. Just you and me." He reached a hand out behind him, back to one of the security men from Minsk by the door. "Somebody give me a goddamned knife." Chapter 19. Song Park Kim awoke at dawn in his suite at the Swank Plaza Athénée. His quarters surrounded him with opulence, but he did not sleep on the bed, did not drink from the minibar, did not partake of the room service. He'd slept in a back closet on the floor after rigging tripwires and telltales all around him. He left his room at 6 in the morning and began walking through the streets of Paris, memorizing the roads that led from the right bank over bridges to the left bank, taking in the looks and mannerisms of the Westerners, and memorizing the natural choke points of both automobile and pedestrian traffic. He'd received a list of names and addresses on his GPS, the gray man's known associates in Paris, a former CIA co-worker who now headed a market intelligence firm in a skyscraper in La Défense to the west of the city, an Afghani interpreter used by the Special Activities Division in Kabul in 2001, who now ran a swank Middle Eastern restaurant in the left bank on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, an informant in Fitzroy's network who was also a federal pen pusher at the Ministry of the Interior in an office near the Place de la Concorde, a pilot of renowned skill who had flown for the SAD in Europe and now lived semi-retired in the Latin Quarter. The Korean used public transportation to take a quick look at each site, checking them all out: access to the buildings, locations of nearby parking, and public transportation routes to and from each area. He knew there were local watchers hired by the people who had hired his government to send him, and in fact he'd seen men and women at every site on his list, men and women unable to remain undetected by an exceedingly well-trained operator. He had no doubt the gray man would see them too. Kim knew he would have to supplant their support with his own tracking skills. Afterwards, Kim patrolled the city center, still studying the map. He was prepared to rush back to any of the known associates' locations if there was a gray man sighting, but he did not expect his adversary to use an associate on his current mission. If he could, Kim was certain, the gray man would bypass Paris altogether. It was too congested an area, with too many police and too many cameras and too many old acquaintances that would invariably be under surveillance. If the American assassin was forced to go into the city for some reason, Kim knew, he'd do his utmost to get what he needed from sources other than those who could be traced back to him. Kim knew this because he himself was a lone assassin, a singleton. He himself had been hunted down like a dog, and he himself had been forced to avoid all those who might have been inclined to help him. But Kim also knew that isolation, exhaustion, injury, necessity, and desperation all led to mistakes, and he knew that if his target somehow made it as far as Paris and had some need in the city, the gray man would be a desperate animal indeed, and all bets were off as to how he would act and react. This operator was perhaps already the most dangerous man in the world. Throwing in wild-eyed fear and a frantic race against time might make him slip up, but it would also make him even more dangerous to those around him. Kim knew that if the call came that the gray man was here, then blood would flow like a river through the streets of the City of Lights. Gentry had ridden his stolen bike through the snowy dawn, then pulled up to the train station at the village of Ardez. A few locals milled about, waiting for the first morning trains west to Zurich or east to the Italian or Austrian borders. The American borrowed a cell phone from a kid waiting for the eastbound train and paid the teenage boy the equivalent of $40 to call Fitzroy for 5 minutes to confront his handler about selling him out. He walked 20 yards down the cement platform for privacy and stood in the snow as a train to Interlaken rolled by. He'd finally hung up the phone when a fight broke out on the other end of the line, erased the number in the phone's memory, and handed it back to the kid with the cash. A few minutes later, Court climbed aboard the first train of the morning to Zurich. It was a Saturday, so he was the only passenger in his car for the majority of the hour and 45-minute travel time through the narrow valley. One after another, the bright red train chugged on past the railroad stations of the villages along its tracks. Gentry warmed up on the train, checked his wounds by dropping his pants in the empty car and poking at the sores on his knees, and at the entrance and exit wounds on his stinging thigh with his fingertips. He was afraid he might have contracted an infection in the gunshot wound. Certainly, swimming in Szabo's cistern hadn't helped. Otherwise, he was okay. He'd put miles on the lacerations on his feet, and they did little more than throb, just like his broken rib. He knew he had to continue on to Normandy, though he felt his odds for success were lessening with each mile nearer he came to the trap waiting for him. Fitzroy was a bastard for tricking him as he had, but, Court had to admit, Lloyd had put Sir Donald into one hell of a difficult position. Court wondered what lengths he himself would have gone to, who he would have sold out, if the twins were his family and their lives were jeopardized by some motherfucker with a mob of gun monkeys and no compunction about killing innocent children. Thinking about Lloyd made Gentry's blood boil. He honestly didn't remember the guy, but the CIA had never gone wanting for lightweight desk-riding a-holes who worked way back in the rear of covert operations, while the gray man and those like him operated on the sharp edge. Court couldn't picture any faces, but once in a while his superiors had cause to introduce him to some Langley suit. Lloyd must have been one of these, before taking top-secret SAD personnel records and leaving the company for the private sector. What a prick. Court wanted to recall Lloyd, find something back in his memory banks that could somehow help him out of his current predicament. But the rhythm of the train along the tracks began to carry him off to sleep. With all his cuts, bruises, pulled muscles, and extra holes, it was a chore to relax at all. But it was almost as if he was too tired to hurt. He fell asleep a few minutes before arriving in Zurich, was jarred awake by the slowing of the train and the recorded announcement of the impending stop. As he stood and made his way to the exit, he cussed himself for his lack of discipline, for dozing with hunters so close on his tail. In the Zurich Hauptbahnhof, he bought a ticket for Geneva. It would mean another 2 hours on the rails, so he made his way over to a sausage counter and bought a large bratwurst and a cup of coffee. It was a grotesque combination, but he hoped the jolt of caffeine and the half-pound of solid protein would keep his body alert. With 20 minutes until his train's departure, he descended the escalator to a large shopping center 2 levels below the station, found a pay bathroom, and commandeered a stall. Here he sat, fully dressed, on the porcelain, leaned his head back on the cold wall behind him. He drew his pistol and held it at the ready in his lap. Train stations were obvious places for his enemies to hunt him. He didn't like the scarcity of escape routes in a bathroom stall, but still, he knew he was better off hiding in the toilet than he would be standing at his track for a quarter hour just begging to be identified by the opposing force. If Lloyd's goons found him here, then he'd just empty a couple of magazines into the door of the stall in front of him and try to bust his way out. It wasn't a good plan, but, Court admitted to himself, by taking on this operation in the first place, he had foregone any pretense of wisdom. Now it was just about making his way through the shit in the hopes he would live to, and maybe even through, 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. With less than a minute to departure, Gentry walked up the platform alongside track 17 and slipped silently on the train to Geneva just as it began to roll. Regal's phone rang at 9:40 in the morning. He was in his office, putting in a full day on Saturday, having reluctantly cancelled a weekend grouse hunting trip in Scotland. Regal. Sir, Kruger speaking. Kruger was a Swiss security chief for Laurent Group based in Zurich. I have information on the target. I had been instructed to contact Mr. Lloyd, but I thought I would let you know. Fine, Kruger. I'll pass the information. What do you have? I have him, sir. He's just boarded the 9:40 for Geneva. Second-class ticket, no seat reservation. Geneva? Why is he going south? He should be headed west. He could be running away, giving up, I mean. Maybe, maybe not. It's out of his way, but he does have associations there. I can have surveillance in Geneva ready to intercept him at the station. No, we'll arrange a different welcoming party for him there if that is his actual destination. This could be a misdirection. He might get off along the way, take another train to France. I need you to organize coverage at every station where that train stops between Zurich and Geneva. Also, make sure he doesn't get off before the train leaves. I'm on the train myself now. I'll babysit him along the route and update you as we get closer. Alles klar. Good work. Regal next called the tech at the chateau in Normandy. Get the Venezuelans heading south to catch up with the 9:40 from Zurich to Geneva. The gray man is on board, but he may try to get off along the way. The Venezuelans need to be ready to take him down at a moment's notice.
Understood. Regal consulted a large map of Switzerland on his desk. Get the South Africans in Basel to Geneva. If Gentry makes it alive to the station, they'll need to follow him out and do him in the street. There will be too many cameras and cops in the station. Court didn't last 15 minutes. He'd found a window seat on the top level at the back of the last car in second class. He'd taken off his coat and draped it over his body. Under it, he pulled his pistol and laid it in his lap with his hand on the grip. And then he drifted off to sleep. Weiss? He woke slowly, his head leaning against the window. Though his vision was blurred by his bloodshot eyes, he watched snow flurries beating the window next to his face. He wanted to stick his tongue out and taste a fat flake through the glass. The countryside was covered in white. Only the sheerest stony mountains shone gray and brown where the snowfall found the grade too steep for a foothold. The sky hung low and gray, and a village streaked by before him. It was a beautiful winter morning. "Ausweis," a voice said, close on his right. Court turned and looked quickly. He recognized the authority to the command. 4 uniformed Swiss police officers stood in the aisle above him. They wore gray pants and two-tone gray jackets. They were municipaux, city cops, not the highly trained feds. Big Glock 17s hung off their hips, an outstretched hand at the end of the outstretched arm of the oldest cop. "Ausweis bitte." Court understood, traveled German. The white-haired police sergeant wanted to see some ID. Not a train ticket. Not good. Gentry moved the gun hidden under his coat, crammed it between the plastic cushion and the wall of the train car as he sat up.
Gentry had no identification, only a ticket. Once the weapon was out of view, he fished through his coat, pulled out the ticket, and handed it over. The cop didn't even look at it. Instead, he switched to English. "Identification, please." "I lost my passport. I'm heading to the embassy in Geneva to get another." All 4 policemen obviously understood English, because all 4 policemen